Hello the internet, I'm Phil Gornell, I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
More beat for you, lying girl, and beat for two, and I've got your love, when I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here, on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little lace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Alan and Heath.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of applications. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni. Ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye, Pekan Sleepy. Aku akan... Gon! Apa yang Gon? Part tu, aku masih dekat Pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Cuma tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam ke? Ni!
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. Let's go!
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah!
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat-dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang Pekan ni semua sleepy.
Apa korang tidur
It just means that korang semua dah nak tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni mugi juga Biasalah, yang ni special.
What is it now?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers.
Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lorang memang mantap! Tahu tak?
Going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So, before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. Let's claim nice, guys.
Vader.
trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you.
So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut, to self-care, or not care. Dare to turn up and unwind and try again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right? Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Never said that they can!
Hello the internet, I'm Phil Gornell, I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me The Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Said more beat for you! Lying girl, it beat for two! And I've got your love! When I've got the voices!
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me The Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me The Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little lace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Allen Heath.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of applications.
Hello and welcome everybody, ladies and gentlemen. This is Moman and with me is my fellow co-caster, Kodan. Today we have the Asia Esports Festival, the online cross-border challenge between Singapore and who's across our border, Kodan?
Of course, it's none other than Malaysia. Of course, in this online cross-border challenge, we have the team of Singapore versus Malaysia in the grand finals. But before we even get there in the first place, we got a grueling, bracket of best of ones in for our teams. And they're going to have to go up against each other in their respective regions before they stand a chance to go up against their rivals just across the border.
And before we head on to the games, of course, we would like to thank our sponsors who have been with us for this journey, for this cross-border challenge. So first off, we have these amazing chairs that we're sitting in. We have the OSIM U Throne. So regarding the OSIM U Throne, with over 40 years of experience, OSIM will inject new life into your gaming experience with the game-changing U Throne V. And with us, we have the Transformers X OSIM U Throne. So for me, I'm rocking the Optimus Prime. For you, Kodan, what's yours?
I gotta go with the tried and true, right? It's Bumblebee, everyone's fan favorite because, maybe a bit reserved on the mic, but not going to be us for today. We're going to bring you some intense action. We're going to bring you all the games here today. We'll be jumping back and forth between the two brackets. So we have the Singapore brackets and the Malaysia brackets. We'll be going through either or of the, back and forth between those two brackets to see which team is going to come out victorious,
yeah,
right?
Of course,
we have a couple of teams that I think they are pretty high profile in here. I'm just going through the list. We have Slay, right? There's a couple of notable players formerly from LVR.
Yeah.
And
a lot of good teams,
yeah,
actually.
Over on the Malaysia side, we have a couple of notable ones such as Nextgar and Team Path, which are the very first match that we're going to be watching here today. Nextgar versus Team Path. Those two teams actually have proven themselves quite a bit in their respective scenes, right?
Yeah, and I heard Path recently returned from Korea.
They did have sort of a boot camp situation. They had some practice with the DRX coach.
Oh my
and,
God.
Some notable people there in Korea. And so I'm expecting something great from them. They've shown promising results in previous tournaments as well. Nextcar, on the other hand, right, they placed second in the Malaysian LAN that happened recently. So they are another favorites that I can see potentially making it all the way to the grand finals. But like I said, it is, we got to see what's the enemy in front of us first, right? We got to address the matchup that's right in front of our doorstep.
Yeah.
It's going to be Nextgar versus Team Path in our very first best of one of the day.
Of course, these are the players that our Singapore players will be matched up against as well. So if the Singapore players are watching, they have to take note of the strats that will be coming through on the first map, which is Ascent. And it is a best of one. Nextgar will be on attack and Path will be on the defense. But before we head on into the games, I would also like to thank two other sponsors that we have. Of course, we have Reality Rift Gaming Arena all the way at Bugis, right?
Yeah, they have two outlets, one at Bugis Plaza and one at Clarke Quay. So I guess if you guys want to try out some LAN gaming experience, head on to those outlets and give them a shot as well. Of course, we have Dreamcore, that is our other sponsor. Of course, they provide brilliant PCs. Not to mention, right, they've teamed up with PaperX.
They come in at a very good price as well. They, of course, teamed up with our favorite team, our favorite Valorant team, PaperX. They have a PaperX model as well, and their timing deliveries are also standard 3 to 4 days. They have express delivery available as well. I myself own a Dreamcore.
Hey, same.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Because they have extended payment options. They can offer a Tome or Grab Pay later if you wish to do so. So let's go back into the games. Let's go back talking about Ascent, Nextgar versus Path at Ascent. So we talk about initiator differences in Ascent. Most of the time, I would feel that KO and Killjoy would be the key picks that we see in the previous meta. But then nowadays, we're moving on to the Cypher buffs. We're moving on to the Chamber nerfs. And then, of course, the Chamber. The Chamber has always been a problem, even to Riot, even to anybody who's watching the game. Anybody who's watching the game. The trademark used to be so powerful. The Headhunter, it's it's amazing gun for such a cheap price. But now, with all the nerfs coming in, do you feel that they would still pick Chamber, Godan?
Right. So as those in the Valorant community, we very, I think it's been quite a shake-up recently on social medias because we did have some notifications of the Chamber being nerfed. I don't think we're going to be playing on that patch currently. So that is just to keep at the back of our minds. Maybe in the future that could be a potential meta change.
Still the pre-nerfed.
Right, yeah, but for now, we still are living in that Cypher buff patch. Right?
Yes.
That's the patch where Cypher had his trips extended.
Yeah.
His ultimate pings twice now. So it is a decent option, but Chamber as it stands, I think it's still one of the most flexible, one of the most versatile agents on the Sentinel role. So potent and you know, relatively reliable. You have that trademark that it has universal presence. You don't have to stay within the range, which is the change that they made right now.
It's a pest.
Yeah. Now that in the new meta, Chamber will have to stay within the range of his trademark. He can't, you know, go and roam around the rest of the map. But interesting and important information, right? Of course, if we look at the agent compositions, as we mentioned.
The only difference that I see right now, the initiator differences, is between the Fade and the Sova. What do you feel between the Fade and the Sova? What's the main differences? Could you lay it down? Because the Sova, you have the Owl Drone, you have the Recon Dart. But for the Fade, it's much more reliant on your teammates regarding the utility that the Fade will pull out, the Haunt, the Prowlers. And do you think that it will affect the gameplay that Nexga has in plan for the defense?
I mean, Fade and Sova both fill that same purpose, right? That scanning initiator. However, sometimes when an agent is meta, you kind of predict certain locations, certain plays, right? There's typical Haunts lineups and Haunt positions that a lot of Fade players now currently use. And as you continually play the map of Ascent, you get used to these angles, these areas where the Haunt will land. So you can kind of pre-fire that. And that's the benefit of the Sova pick that's coming in. Sometimes players may not expect that Recon Dart and say, hey, guys, it's a bit of an adjustment you have to make. But of course, it comes down to your gunfights at the end of the day. Pistol round up ahead, next guy on the defense. And they spotted a couple of players already to mid, pushing in. It's going to be a fast B-split.
Prowler already used Rendezvous, already expended, but Crystal takes out Dwada. At the start of the game, market control has been given to these players, but full B main has been taken by Team Path. Only 3 players left on the side of Nexga with only market control available. So it will be a post-plant 3v5 situation, and they have full utility to work with. It's not looking good for Nexga as Miro goes down. Only 2 players left. 2v5 doesn't look good for Team Path at all. They still have the Recon Dart on the side of Boogie. And Amen with 2 clean shots, 1 to the head and 1 to the body. What a flawless round by Team Path coming out, already setting a statement. I feel that Sova will be really strong on the attack given how much information that the Sova brings with the Owl Drone and the Recon Dart compared to Fade, which will be stronger on the defense. So they are starting on the proper sides, I feel.
Interesting. So one of the arguments why you would pick Fade over Sova is because she has 2 Prowlers. Right? Just that one additional Prowler can clear 1 additional angle, push off 1 additional player. It's so valuable, especially in Valorant, because you don't have that much utility that you can sort of spam it out. Right?
Exactly.
You gotta be careful of what you're using. You gotta be careful of the mid position because there's 3 players here, and this is the Haunt.
The Haunt comes through, but there are 3 players in the smoke. Miro gets 1 Path. Crystal gets taken down. Boogie, Wraith. They traded out only 4v3. 1 person difference left over, and Catwalk has been taken by Wrath, and Boogie gets the person through the smoke and just shoots him through the Sub-Rosa. Wow, Path, take that aggressive defense round by storm. Nexga was going for something new. They wanted to push out of mid, 3 players hiding in the smoke of Team Path. But still, Team Path were aware. They're aware. They have read each other's plays right now. But Nexga will be on the buy round now.
I'm not sure where that Haunt actually went to.
The Haunt went to the top of the mid
a
and
bit too far. Wasn't able to reveal anyone, so it's a bit unfortunate. That's our next guy, but not to worry. It's just the eco round. We're jumping in to their bonus round. Team Path now. They want to get as many kills as possible. Maybe get a spike planted. That is the name of the game.
Yeah, and that recon dart scans out the whole of mid. Path have them on lockdown. They have the 0 point coming through on the other side as well, taking note of the other players, but the owl drone comes through on catwalk to take note of the enemy KO's location. Shock darts will be expended together with the gravity well. And now the spike leaning towards A site with full mid control given to Path. Trademark takes note of A-Man's location, instantly gets taken down by Vangs.
Great initial pick from Vangs, and now Simon, the one to open up the second frag.
Market control given all the way to Path. They are playing contact, walking in. KO will have first contact, and he takes down Rev. That's their spark down on catwalk. And it's not looking good for Path in a 2v5 situation. Nexga will manage to convert the buy round, and it will be an equal footing on both sides. Path and Nexga will be going onwards to the buy round, and we do see an operator coming out of Kara on the chamber on Team Path.
So Path get that flawless pistol, Nexga get the flawless bonus, which is fantastic going into the actual gun rounds. Right? If you look at the economy right now, full guns, full armor, full util for Nexga. Team Path, they ran that bonus, so they themselves also get a full economy going into this round. Operator on Kara, not too typical, but of course, as the chamber player, can definitely find something. Yeah, and this is the off-angle play by the counter chamber. The angle defeats Kara. Not the weapons, nothing else, just the positioning alone from the defensive chamber finds the opening frag, and he picks up the op in the meantime.
Not exactly, not yet.
Okay,
now he gets it. Now he gets it. I mean, he did not expect the player to be already crossed on the other side. Chamber, with that timing, he just ran through, and not hearing the footsteps that he just went through. Maybe he shift walked, but still getting that clean headshot through the wall. That was amazing. Probably seeing the gun barrel poking out, but mid control now given to Team Path once again. So generally, Nexga will give mid control to Team Path as we have seen, but they still find the clean pinch given that they have the A site control and the B site control with the operator right now on Miro, taking out the player on Market. And Simon Neal takes out another player, 2v5. Things are not looking too good for Team Path right now.
Fantastic job from the chamber so far. Found the opening pick, and then he was able to control B main for the entirety of the round. Last minute when they decided to go through the mid to B at the end of the day.
Ooh, that haunt. That position is a thorn in the side of Crystal. 1v4 cannot convert. No magic happening. And now the ultimate is available on KO on the side of Nexga.
We saw that attempt for a bit of a fake, right?
Yeah.
We saw them push towards catwalk a little bit, feign a bit of pressure there, put a bit of utility towards that position. And then the rest of the players actually went towards that that mid position and went to sort of...
I really like what Nexga are doing. I really like what Nexga are doing. They are controlling the extremities of the map. A main, B main, they have it on lock. They give mid control to Team Path, and they are still very aware that they might push through mid at every single time. The player from B main watching into market with the operator, Kara. No, not Kara. Miro, right? And Miro watching into B main from market was so pivotal in stopping the market push. So right now we do have a technical pause coming out of these players. So, I mean, it's still even head to head. Both sides are showing a bit of their strategies. They will be kind of leaking in right now. Team Path prefer a mid take, and Nexga will prefer controlling the extremities of the map. Do you feel that, in a sense, things will change? Maybe you go straight down, bum rush, 5-man down A, given the type of utilities that they have. They do not have so many sentinels.
Right, okay, so one of the key pointers on the previous round that we witnessed, right, was because of that chamber duel that happened early on in the round. The problem is they didn't re-clear B main.
Yeah.
Right? When you want to go from a mid to B, you need to try to get at least B main control early on in the round.
Exactly.
Right? Because if you lose that control and you're coming in through mid, you essentially have a crossfire that's available for the defense.
Through the CT and the market,
exactly,
yeah.
From
the
from
CT and B main.
B main and CT, you are able to crossfire as they try to funnel in through. There's two different angles. We saw the Jet trying to clear different angles, but without that confirmation of information, there's no prior info. You don't know where the chamber actually went, where he actually went to. And because he picked up that operator, it was just easy pickings for him. Found 2 frags. It was a fantastic start from them. And so now, because of that round win, they're forced down into an eco round. Now this time, name of the game, they want to try to get at least a spike plant and a couple of kills, right? That would be a fantastic job from Team Path. And this time around, doesn't seem like mid control is going to be the name of the game. B mains where most of them are huddled up.
And Nextgar responding back in kind. They do take mid control for themselves. They have 2 players stacked up at market and 1 watching the catwalk position. But do they know that there are 5 players on the other side of B main? Vangs does operate the tailwind, but he gets shot down by Boogie. That's a very big kill. The gun loose, and there's only 1 player left on B main. The full push will be coming through onto the lane. Oh!
Nice molly right there from the KO. Predicting that someone might swing out from that position, uses it, and they have full side control now. This is a 5v4. Despite the low weaponry, they have the positional advantage. They have B-main control as well. A crossfire can be set up as the retake is coming in nice and fast. A flank potentially coming in. We'll look at that later on in the round, but for now, focus on the side itself.
And our drone has been expended from the side of Team Path. They do have the Hunter's Fury for the post plant, but the Sova is on site, and now the fragment already used to clear out Kara. It will be a 4v4. Boogie takes out Miro. The operator will not find any value as the rest of the retake comes through. Only 1 player left. On the backside, Wraith gets a clean headshot onto opposing Astra, but gets taken out. But will they have time to defuse? Oh no!
Team Path!
That was
a clutch coming in.
That was clutch! That was a thrifty clutch from the side of Team Path.
Yeah, thrifty clutch coming in from Wrath at the back of the site. He just bought enough time. Dancing around the pillars, didn't let himself go down in the nick of time, and just on his surviving alone, they convert a thrifty round.
I am still in awe because I was in shock that Team Path, they did have the Hunter's Fury and they placed the Sova on the site. And they still won despite that because Wrath had all the utility to work with on backside.
That early pick just gave them that man advantage. At the end of the day, it bought them just enough time. And when you look at thrifty rounds like that, that's all you need. It breaks the momentum. Next guy now, economy a bit in question. They have to convert this round. If not, I think they'll be put on an eco themselves.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, they only have 1 buy round left and the recon dart. No, I mean, the Owl drone does find out the position of the catwalk players on the defending side. Team Path will be on the driver's foot over here. I mean, the driver's pedal, whatever you call it. And now, mid-control given to Team Path once again. And now flashbang used onto Vanks. The push will be coming through. His position will be threatened by these Team Path players, but they are falling back.
All the information, goes for the aggressive peek, finds the headshot. What's the call now? Do you rotate in towards A?
Team Path just lost 3 players on the mid location and 1 in the B main position as well. Left with only 2 players. They look like they had the momentum, but Nextgar coming through with the proper peaks, and now 2 players left onto the catwalk. They have to make any form of magic happen over here.
And the defense know exactly where they are, completely pincered in. They have mid control, they have tree control as well. That fragment just buys a bit of time, 20 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure if they can find any piece of solace. Just trying to hold their angles, potentially find some greedy players, but they're pushing in together as one. A concerted effort and a brilliant defender round coming in from Nextgar. They shut down the mid attack and they defend the sites effectively, not allowing them to even enter A or B.
The thing is, we haven't seen all this ultimates coming out from the side of Nextgar and Team Path. They have been holding on to their ultimates for a long time. The only thing that we saw was the Cosmic Divide during the Thrifty round where they choose to commit it because they knew that they had the whole B site for them.
Yes.
But other than that, these players are holding on to their ultimates for the key win. Do you feel that holding on to your ultimates will be good, or would you want to expend it as fast as possible? Oh, there we go.
Speaking of ultimates, this is the time. Now Team Path going in with the Blade Storms and Boogie! Bunny hops in but gets taken down immediately. Kara in the meantime as well taken down. Eamon trying to relieve some pressure with the knives. Bangs at the back of the side, dancing around the Radianite boxes, and he finds 2 hit shots. Fantastically done. Nextgar again, clean up shop. Team Path, that eco round not really going as well as they expected.
The funnel was just clamped down by Nextgar so well. They already knew that they were coming through B main. The null command, the null command just telegraphed everything through B main. The moment they saw the null command coming out, they just sent players rotating, quick rotate over. What a fast call by Team Nextgar.
Yeah, they tried to do the same pop that was successful the last time around, right? They had an eco round win straight off of a B execute. They tried to do it again this time on their eco round, and it's not successful. So 4-3 now. Next guy still have the lead, but 3 rounds not the worst thing, and they have A main control. 3 players pushing up there silently. They gain their orb as well. This is a bunch of information. To see the rotates coming in, the Astra and the Chamber already tucking themselves into the B side itself. As the stars come in, the executes come in fast for a B split.
He does have this angle though. Crystal gets taken down, and that stops Team Path in their path, so to speak. But now Raph takes out Fangs, and the whole B site will be taken, but there's a player on back site as Dwada takes away Eamon's life, but Boogie finds this rat at the backside, but the flank coming through on the side of Simon Nyo puts them in a 2v2. The trademark will reveal the location, and the Nightfall will be used as well, but the null command available on the side of Nexga. Will he commit it? But Team Path, they are committed to this post plant right now. No sound as Nightfall will be going through. Boogie gets the better of Mojo, but Simon Nyo kicks him out, and now Boogie clears it up. A 2K for this guy. He does not need his Hunter's Fury. 2K at the backside, 2K at the front side, 4K for him. And the Hunter's Fury not needed for the post plant at all.
Amazing job from Boogie there. 4 kills in the round. He wasn't the entry, he wasn't the one that's fragging out fantastically, but he's the reliable one that's getting you the frags, getting you the round.
I questioned him when he was going through in the thrifty round, jumping B hopping forward and getting shot instantly. But now he just proved that, yeah, he's the best duelist on the team.
The best duelist. As an initiator, yeah, still able to pick up the orb is fantastic. The knife actually delays him and doesn't allow him to teleport away, but he still gets away with his life. Fangs and Simon both find frags, and in the meantime, that aiming control that they did previous round, they try to do it again. This time around, Wrath, the last man standing in that position.
And that was a super fast round. In the first 10 seconds, the attackers and defenders met each other straight away, and only 3v2 left right now. And Miro gets one more as well. Only 1v3 situation for Wrath, with the spike all the way loose in A main. But does he know that he has a free entry all the way to the spike? No, he does not.
Yeah,
He's going for the roundabout play.
He doesn't have the spike, so this advanced position, he's trying to just go for frags, but Miro is ready on the angle. Low HP though, Wrath can't cover the frag, but that's information garnered over for the team of Nexga. Feigning a bit of noise there, but none of the players are close enough to hear this, and because the spike was left so far in A main, he still has to go all the way back. And by the time he actually reaches back into the A site, I think both of the players of Nexga are going to be able to reach there and slowly restrict him to a certain piece of map control.
But I do not like how Nexga are playing this though.
Yeah, they heard audio. The Astra. Wrath making a bit too much noise, yeah, and Dwadwa definitely can hear that, and he should be able to relay this information back over to the Fade, yeah. Just running into Heaven. They have a crossfire established. The Haunt is going to be fantastic as he enters into the site.
He does still have stars to work with, as Wrath will be using stars, but only 10 seconds, and the Prowler already takes note of his location. Dwadwa takes him out. Clean 2v1, played it perfectly despite the stars available on Wrath. Now, Nexga, they will be in the lead 5-4, but it has been looking neck and neck. And now, Path, they are down to an eco once again.
Yeah, and I think this round again facilitated by Miro in B main. He was so crucial, even though the suppression knife was there, he still was so bold to take the initial duel. And it's such a high risk, high reward. He was able to get one and find a second as well.
He played that entire round on 7 HP.
Yeah, fast one coming in, Vangs wants to establish their control. Coming in with a nice, fantastic shot, finds the first one. Eamon with the shorty in the nick of time, but gets traded out by another shorty himself. And they hear all this information, all this commotion, so they want to accelerate into the A side itself, and they all find a one-hit shot onto Dwadwa. Boogie one-taps him out of the round. Simon tries to bind back a bit of information, but the side is under their control. And they have a 3v3 post-plan situation set up. Tour de force available on the attack, as well as a Hunter's Fury. This retake is going to be difficult.
And now the Prowler already being used from the side of Nexga. The retake will be coming through sooner or later, but Path, they do have the Hunter's Fury. But once again, the Sova, he does not care about the Hunter's Fury and position at all, but Wrath will find Mojo on the head. And now trades will coming through. Miro left with all to do, and he does it with a 3K and the defuse coming through. Nexga will be keeping their lead and will take out any chance of 3-3 from Team Path.
That was so close to disastrous. So many Sheriff kills happening in this round. Miro finding 2 of his own despite, having a full buy. With that operator, it's very difficult to retake the site, so he just whips out his hit hunter and he just decimates the attack and the post.
I don't like how sometimes Boogie is popping off, but he does not play to win with his Hunter's Fury. Despite having his Hunter's Fury, he does not go to the A main, despite having the A main position. Heaven was already controlled.
Yeah, that's a good point you pointed out, right? Not using the Hunter's Fury, but why? Why wasn't he able to use this? Because when they entered the site, they were able to get a fantastic shot, but the retake was very fast. He wasn't able to exit into A main to play that position. So maybe, kudos to Nexa, right? Very fast retake, not allowing them to set up in their ideal positions. But this time around, passive round from Team Path. They're waiting for an aggressive push. They know A main gets pushed a lot, and look where they're waiting for.
Cosmic Divide.
On the other side, Mind Games, Miro has switched positions. Not anymore in B main. He's here on the A side.
Operator is posted up, and Miro takes away Kara's life and Rendezvous away scot-free. This guy's a pest, dude.
Yeah, and this interesting wall coming in, it feigns a bit of B lurk potential.
Yes, and B pressure is given, but there's a fade on the B site, and he knows everything. There's no players in B. On the site at least, but on the other side though, he has 2 players waiting for him at the
doesn't
market.
spot anyone.
Yeah, and they just creep through using the Cosmic Divide. He has an Odin though, and he gets taken out. Now the full B site will be given to the Team Path players, but the Spike has to make a giant trek all the way from base. This is the journey to the west here. He's coming from Tampines all the way to Boon Lay, man.
And Nexa are confused because they saw a presence towards A main, so they don't know if there's a lurk coming in. But Vangs taking the initiative, fighting 2 insane frags.
Huge from him, but the other 2 players are nowhere near as the Spike plant will be going down. Boogie has been performing for his team. Can he do anything here as Simon takes him on the head? And now, 3-round lead for Nexa. Things are looking kind of good for Nexa now. They're taking the momentum handedly.
Yeah, great job from Nexa to re-stabilize the situation. Kudos to Vangs. 3v3, it's a difficult situation. They have control of the site. As the Jet main, sometimes you're just called in to action. You just have to get a couple of frags with that dash as well. So brilliantly done from Vangs to give his teammate an advantageous situation. 2v1. I mean, you don't really lose there any day of the week, especially on a team such as Nexa, right? This kind of caliber, you have full trust in your teammates. You let that.
I have to highlight the play that Mural did at A main though.
Yes, the switch up.
Yeah,
they expected him B main multiple times already. Let's go to A main this time.
And the Cosmic Divide committed for B main.
He swapped up again.
Wow.
Now he's on catwalk.
Now he's on catwalk, but will he find any players? Presence already detected by the 0 point out of KO. And he does not have the Rendezvous as the Aldrum will spot him out. So there is no pressure from Team Path all the way at B main. They have all 5 players on the side of A main, and catwalk control has been given to Team Path.
Mojo's got all this info.
Yes, and the Tour de Force already committed from Nexa as well. Hunter's Fury finally being used from Team Path to commit onto the side. Kara takes out Duadua's life, but Miro gets the better of Eamon, and now he has a chance for another shot, but gets taken out. Simon Neo going ham on the side, but Kara answers back in kind with 3 kills. Vangs takes out Kara's life, though. Only 1 KO left on site with the spike. Will he commit for the spike plant as he is currently pincered? 1 player on Heaven for Nexa and 1 player on Catwalk with Odin as he gets seized. He will be losing his life here.
Fantastically done from the Fade. I mean, the pieces of utility, they know where he was and they just delayed it. They waited until he went for the tap, and then that seize was perfectly placed. No audio, had to just decide on one fate or the other, and because of that potential crossfire that they came in swinging from Gen and Heaven at the same time, even if he was somehow able to get the kill onto Eamon, yes, Mojo will be able to convert that frag.
And that was the half from Nexa. They just got 4 rounds in a row coming in.
Yes,
3 rounds in a row. 5-4.
Yeah,
then they
4
got
rounds. 4 rounds in a row.
4 rounds in a row coming in from the last half, and now the momentum is handedly in their favor. It's 8-4, of course, but we will have the pistol round reset as we see Team Path now on the defense. Now let's see what the Sova and the Fade does on the defense. I feel that Fade isn't as strong on attack, when it comes to having the utility, he has to combo it a lot more. So he does need players to be with him, which kind of, you know, telegraphs his location.
Fake coming in from the A side. The dash. Ooh, Vangs actually fully commits in, but Kara will punish his aggression. And the rest of the attack actually wants to go into the B side itself. And Team Path has read this. The rotation's already coming in. There's one actually in the site itself. Wrath gets taken down. That's the one person here who could stop the action. And Boogie goes down trying to save his teammate. So now it's a bit of a confusing situation. Path, they're trying to take the initiative. Here's the spike plant going down, and they want to take the initiative. Simon now pins it in, low HP. If you can find one, would be insane, and yes, he does. Eamon tries his best, but now it's Crestiel left alone in a 1v3, and Nexka with that mid lurk coming in from Mojo will secure them another round. So 9-4 now, and they win the pistol this time.
And that's pivotal, because if they win the bonus round on top of that, that means they will have a 10 round.
Yes, if they convert
Double
this one,
digits.
it's double digits already, and it's
It's
tall
highly likely that they will convert. Thrifties never happen, you know, it doesn't happen that often. But when we cast, it does happen really often, so no jinxing here. It's still 9-4, and Nexka will be fully committing onto the A main side over here. And the 0 point does come through together with the Prowler. Kara does only have the Headhunter to work with, forced to rendezvous away. But Nexka are not taking any chances as they slowly clear out the whole of Wine. But look at this, Team Path, they have already pushed through all the way to B main, all the way to the spawn. They know where exactly these players are.
The problem is that the Jet is fully committed. Eamon, yeah, doesn't have a lot of leeway to retreat back in that situation. He was really very committed.
He only has a classic.
Yeah. This information though, the Astra does he can convey over that there's a bunch of players towards his position, but just a classic in hand, how much can he actually do? Finds the first kill, which is commendable to say the least, but now as things settle down, it's still 55 seconds left on the clock, and next guy have a man advantage. The 0 point not going to be able to find any info. So that's potentially a bit of false info for Team Path. They note that there's nobody towards B main. They just leave Kara here alone, and they rotate 2 of their players towards A. So great job from Nexa right now, right? They calm down the situation. Hey guys, we don't have information across the map. They could be anywhere. Let's take things slowly, bit by bit. Now, bit of A presence. Fake it a little bit and maybe go bring the spike towards B.
The smoke has been used, and Miro already takes out Boogie's life on the Heaven. And now the full A site control will be given, but the spike is on the other side with only one player in the form of Kara.
Fantastic mid-round adjustment coming in from the side of Nexka. They realized that their position was compromised. So many players around the map. You see the X's, you have one towards attacker spawn, you have one towards mid. All over the map itself, they spot out the last player, Kara, left alone with the Headhunter. I don't think he wants to save this, and he might as well just go for it, find as many frags as he can. And Nexka still retained 3 players, so not the worst thing in the world, a decent second round, and of course, a very much enjoyable 10-point advantage.
Things looked tense when Raph had the whole of tiles and took out Mojo's life when he was coming through onto tiles. But then still, the gun was too far away, being that there were only 2 players that were pushed up on Team Path's side towards all the way into the enemy spawn. And now it will be a bye round on the side of Team Path, and they have to win this if they are to mount a comeback of any kind. Do note that this is a best of 1, so whoever loses here will be eliminated.
Yeah, high risk tournament. You got to be careful of every single round, and Kara this time with the Vandal in hand, superior weaponry, has the teleport anchors in place as well. Swings out dry though. Lucky to save, lucky to have his life still available in his hands.
Half his HP gone though, and there are no agents that can heal him right now, so he's just 2 shots from death. And now, Team Nexka will be looking to scale up mid as the Haunt already used, and Amen's location has been noted. He has to use the Tailwind here as he retreats to Pizza as Mojo still advances forward. There is a star there to help.
Yeah,
Gravity
this has actually drawn a bit of attention towards mid, right? But we know that that's not the point of call. Look at the spike executing into the A side already. The Jet in the side. Bakara here in his trademark spot. He loves this sneaky little angle. Dwado actually catches onto Crestiel. And Kara tries to rain down fire with the ADS from above, but it's still a 3v3 post plan. Makes it a 3v2. as Mojo finds one onto Eamon, and this bonus round is actually getting very, very sketchy. Coming in Boogie, multiple shots whiffed, unable to convert the frag, and now it's a 1v3 Mojo. Left alone, Wrath already on the angle, watching for his aggression, and he knows that he's not in this angle whatsoever, has to back off, and I'm not sure if he has a rifle in his hands, but yeah, just going for the save this time around because I don't think he has a chance to secure this.
Nexga played that perfectly. They played them like a fiddle. They hinted the mid pressure together with the A main push that was coming at the same time, and they drew players towards the mid of the map.
Yes,
and
exactly.
took full control of A main.
So there were only 2 players actually committed to the A side defense. The Sova and the Jet both were focused very much towards that mid portion of the map. And as we saw earlier on, there was only Mojo that was actually at mid, just feigning pressure, right? Because of the utility, right? How strong Fade is. You kind of tend to see Fade as one of the agents that are together with the brunt of the attack. So when you see that Prowler, you see that that Haunt coming in towards mid, you have to be very cautious of the position. That's why the attention was drawn away from the A side, and then they went in with the execute. Vangs, if I'm not mistaken, was fantastic on his job so far. And yeah, I mean, Nexga have been showing great tactical depth. Right,
Yeah, that was a mid-round call as well.
Another mid-round call happening.
Because they went into A main, and then they were halted over there, and they just, you know, let's just change things up. Let's go for a mid A main pressure, and it's very, very tactical calling on the side of their IGL. And I have to give it to Nexga. They have been pulling out the better strats, even for the retakes coming through at a fast time, like you said, to stop the Hunter's Fury from coming through. I mean, he couldn't use the Hunter's Fury for the first half of the map at all, post-plant. He could not find it at all. And Nexga have been stopping this time and time again, just with that little bit of timing that they always put in, that puts them at an advantage.
This is massive as well. If you look at the scoreline, 11-4, and look at the economy, right? So much, I mean, you have a full buy coming in for Nexga, and Team Path, though, they're forced into this. It's a do or die. If they lose this round, they are certainly on an eco for the next one. And if you lose this, it's already 12. So it's
definite overtime.
Do or bust right now for Team Path. If they lose this, it's potentially and most likely a map over and a tournament over.
They have to hold on with their life.
And look at Nexga. They're so prepared for this. They're saying, hey, Team Path, they have to go for force. Maybe they're going to try something sneaky, right? You go for attack pause. Maybe something could come up
aggressive,
right, at the early stages of the round. So they place things super passive, ready for any aggression whatsoever. And so now, it's a minute, as the clock hits the minute mark, they slowly start to work the rest of the map. Eamon, yep, they spot out the aggression as expected. And now, in such a compromised position, you have to really place your bets on a certain area of the map. You don't have the best utility, you don't have the best weapons. You have to take these gunfights. Wrath, the first one to find the kills, and the second to trade out his teammate.
And
or rather
save
his teammate, yeah. And
it might be the saving grace from the side of Team Path, as Raph, he just opened things up together with Kara's kill. Now it's a 5v2. Wow. Team Path managed to hold on onto this round, as Simon Neil will have the spike and the null command working his way through mid. But do Team Path know his location? And he's already so far up though. Oh, he takes out the better of Eamon, and Raph does get the 4K. No, does get the 3K, but only 13 seconds left. He had to retrieve the spike, and the charge comes through from Boogie.
You saw him bunny hopping in the very first half of the map. This time around, he's showing you why. With the judge in hand. Hey, if it works, it works, right? And when you're forced on such a weird buy, you had judges, you had marshals, you let the rifles do the brunt of the work.
And as you said, Team Path, they need this round. Now, with that round, though, will it be enough as they go into another timeout from the side of Nexga? Of course, they would want to, you know, keep the momentum going for Nexga. They'd want to stop any form of momentum coming out from Path. They don't want them to feel cocky. They don't want them to go for these aggressive defense plays. And just now, as we saw, it boiled down to the last 1 minute.
Yes. Yeah.
They wasted, not say wasted, they spent the first 1 minute trying to find out whether these players were going aggressive, playing on the defaults, making sure there aren't any players peeking out, looking out for information at all. So at that point, what do? You just have to use your utility. And once the utility was expended, they went in for the attack. And that was very nicely played by Path.
Yeah, it was a contact play actually called in for Nexga. They tried to walk into B main. They spotted out that there was a jet there. I would like it if you contact play when there's no information whatsoever, right? Then you have that piece of surprise. But because the Jet was already in B main, he spotted out there were players there. They were ready. They had that bait and switch set up together with Wrath. And Wrath picking up those 2 frags there was just fantastically done to set his team up for success. It just put so much pressure, and because they found 2 advantageous kills, right? You saw that the Fade, Mojo, just went into A side by himself and just got caught out.
Exactly. Now the 0 point will be used as the starting is already explosive as the Prowler finds out what Eamon is, but he does not get taken out. So it will still be a full 5v5, but utilities, both 0 points have been expended. 1 Prowler each has been used. And the knives on the side of Nexga, but take note, Nexga does have the null command. Always. Ready, probably for the tour de force in any case, but still, that's a giant fake coming out from Nexga, making them think that they're going through A main as they all lean towards the B main side. They are all in the garage now, but the null command has already been committed.
Yeah. Oh, the smoke was just enough to buy enough time. The spam together with the...
What? That was through the smoke by Boogie. That was through the smoke by Boogie. And he gets a 2K as Eamon will be getting another one, and Boogie on a tear through. That's his 3rd kill, including the KO. Make that a 4th. Boogie, after that judge kill, he is feeling himself. He's feeling himself. This might be a game here. This might be a game here. We might be seeing a path to a comeback.
I see what you did there. Yeah, that fantastic astral gravity well coming in from, if not mistaken, Wrath was perfectly timed. Crestiel was stuck in there, and because of that, Buki knew exactly where to spam. Because there's a very limited area where they can actually run to, his spam was just on point, exactly where it needed to be. Found multiple frags, and he was able to shut them down before they even got into the site itself. But this time, Path, aggressive positioning, Eamon all the way towards Wine. Do they want to activate on this one? I think they are. Stars coming in. The Astral Gravity Well coming in, and Eamon will find the first one onto Simon. And that's a fantastic opening frag garnered for Team Path, and they have to establish this. Great presence shown. Great, showing that they're not willing to back down, not willing to play passive. They will take these aggressive fights and make Nexgar pay for this. Tour de Force not activated for Nexgar, so ideally you want to set up your chamber to get multiple frags if possible with such a potent weapon.
And would they commit Nightfall on this round together with Cosmic Divide though? Because they are down their KO. They are down the initiator, and now they just walk in contact. Walk in contact. There's a crossfire though. Boogie! And then Kara, 1 by 1, gets picked off. 5v2. Only Tour de Force left. Talk about ultimates. Only the Cosmic Divide is left.
Yeah, just... Team Path are reading these dry peaks. These contact plays that's coming in has not worked so far.
30 seconds left.
And this is partially due to the conditioning. Miro, yeah, a bit too wide on the shoulder jiggle. And Duado are now left alone in a 1v5. Team A's a flawless one at that. And Team Path now slowly coming into this 7 rounds, 11. Still a distance to go, but you know, I won't count them out just yet, right? Nexgar as well.
It's always that 1 round.
Yeah, it's always that 1 round. You really cannot let your foot off the pedal. You don't want to get overconfident. Team Path, they have 4 ultimates. So Nexgar, now with the economy looking a little bit lesser than desired, they have to go for a bit of an eco, a bit of a half buy.
Yeah, and the thing is, I always favor the Sova over the Fade when it comes to attack. So now since the Fade is on the attack position, he only has the Nightfall. I feel that the Haunts and the Prowlers, they have to be combined with some form of damaging utility. Probably probably a Shock Dart, probably some Paint Shells, but they only have the Fragment to work with. And now, Miro, he is proving me wrong.
Yeah,
he is going straight up, nah, Fade is good.
That was a risky
Oh no,
play.
oh no. Now with a Frenzy kill, that makes it a 5v3. It might be the hands out of Thrifty on Nexgar though.
Yeah, but the rotations have been perfectly done. A bit of mid-pressure towards B as the rest of the team moves in from Catwalk into the A position. Kara finally trades out his teammate, but the Nightfall actually invested just to buy them a bit more time.
Together with the Cosmic Divide as well, the whole of Heaven has been locked out of Team Path's reach. They do have a Cosmic Divide and a Tour de Force for themselves, but it does not give them any form of control of the map whatsoever, as they are stuck on Heaven. The post plan has been established. Things are looking super good for Nexgar right now. Scratch that as he jumps in and Ref and Kara just gets taken out. The Cosmic Divide just proving too good.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide on Heaven there, especially when you have all your players in the site itself. It's such a difficult ult to run through. And we did see Wrath try his best, right, with jumping into the smoke, but Vang's position was the final nail in the coffin, right? You never expect a Jet up there, especially when you can't hear anything past the Cosmic Divide. They have no information that Vangs could even be there.
And
so,
now, match point.
Yeah, I mean, their previous round, again, Nextga this time playing with the rotations. That was a bit of a half buy, and they still were able to convert this. This time around, let's do it a bus. I mean, quite literally, Team Path have no more lives remaining. They have to get a flawless 5 rounds in a row in order to stay alive in this competition. Not even win, just stay alive.
And now, full default will be coming through from the side of both teams as they are very cautious. Nextga on the cusp of winning and moving on to the next stage. But Team Path, they will be looking to hold on, but they have 4 ultimates available. Tour de Force already committed. And they will be trying to use all of them this round, probably, to get any form of advantage, any form of momentum for them.
They have a double up setup, just to note, Team Path.
Yeah.
The Jet Amon on one, and yes, Kara on the other. So they have great sidelines, but the weakness of this, contact play, what?
What?
Mojo through the wall, headshots, take down Kara. That's the up, down, and your Sentinel ability. So now mid pressure, exactly. No one here towards mid. They're gonna execute a B split into the side, but there's 2 players here to receive. A scan coming in. Boogie tries, he might, scans the first player, but behind the Log's position, he will find a bit of solace. Ooh, droning here is very risky, and Silent benefits from that. Wrath at the back of the side, trying as he might. 2 players here to receive, and now 2v3 requires Spike yet to go down, dancing in. It's a team ace coming in from Nextga. They take down Team Path in a 13-7 scoreline. Fantastically done on the defense, and then arguably even a better attacking half. They were able to stabilize even though Team Path were coming back into it, and Nextga will eliminate Path from the tournament and push themselves into the next stage of the tournament.
Well played by Nextga indeed. I doubted them when they went on to the other side, but Team Path, they did have kind of the better team setup when they came to attack. But still, Nextga coming through with the individual plays. Miro finding frags, opening frags once again and again. He has 6 first bloods as a chamber. This man is unhinged right now. With his rendezvous, he is showing the maximum capabilities of a chamber right now.
Again, we go back to the meta conversation, right?
Nerf
well, it will be nerfed in the near future. So I will be curious to see how the meta shifts up, especially when Chamber is less potent. But I mean, in the current patch, he is still as potent as he is, and together with his team, the calls, mid-round calling was perfect. Even though Team Path, right, they had a little boot camp all the way in Korea, we just see the next guy's team synergy just felt so much more fluent, right? It felt more confident. They were able to play off each other as a team. The reads were pretty solid as well.
The mid-round calls.
Yeah. They were able to manipulate the rotations. And honestly, coming in from Nextga, that ability to play around that mid position on the attack, that's what I love so much. Right? Team Path tried to do it a little bit, but they weren't as successful, right? Sometimes Nextga just left the mid open. They let them take it. So Nextga was very confident in their setups, very confident in their plays. I love how they push through mid and catwalk at the same time. It's just a symphony, right, from Nextga. And
yes,
well deserved. 13-7
was amazing. 0 point, amazing. Ultimates, amazing. And once again, amazing players from Nextga, amazing players from Malaysia. Congratulations on moving towards the next stage. We'll be looking forward for you to fight against Singaporean players, probably.
Yeah,
hopefully.
I mean, it's very likely that they are going to be the ones going into the grand finals, but we will be going for a short little break. When we come back, we're moving on to the Singapore side of the brackets. Is going to be Sheng Siong versus the Monks. It's going to be an interesting match. We've seen the Monks before. Will they do it again in the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge? We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
All right.
Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
nak teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni. Ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan Sleepy. Aku akan Gon, apa yang Gon? Part tu, aku masih dekat pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam ke? Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. Let's go!
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah.
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat-dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Apa korang tidur
It just means that korang semua dah nak tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni mugi juga Biasalah, yang ni special.
What is that?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers. Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lorang memang mantap. Tahu tak?
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Asia Esports Festival, the online cross-border challenge. This is Moman, and with me is my fellow co-caster, Dan. And of course, we do have the games already lined up for you. But before we head into the games, we have to talk a bit of the sponsors that we're sitting on, of course. So the OSIM U-Throne chair has been providing so much comfort to us while we are casting. This is designed for gamers. So you do get the compatibility of a gaming chair together with a massage chair coming to you all in one piece. So with this, you do have different types of massage techniques available. You have lumbar support, you have all the V-hand massage technology inside as well. It is very comfortable. You just need to plug it in, turn it on, and just choose your program and you can go. And I'm using the OSIM U-Throne V, of course, always.
Yeah, fantastic chair. I think I've used it a couple of times.
Yeah.
In outside of the Esports Experience Center, in the general lounge area. After I finish the cast, I go sit down on the chair, and the massage just gives me so much more comfort. I can cast even better. But speaking about casting even better, a better game that we're going to be having here today, of course, is going to be between Shengxiong versus the Mongs. Another fantastic one up for grabs here. Yes. And the Mongs, very reputable, right? I mean, it's almost as if their reputation precedes them. Everyone knows of the Mongs nowadays.
The Mongs.
They've been in a lot of tournaments as of late, and they've been pretty dominant in most of them. So,
yes.
Will they go on for another fantastic run here at the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge, or will Shengxiong prove otherwise, right? Shengxiong, I'm not too familiar with that team, right? I haven't really seen too many of their players in our local tournaments.
Are they really sponsored by Shengxiong?
If they do, I'll be pretty impressed. Yeah.
I mean, supermarkets with their own gaming team. That will be pretty cool. That will be pretty cool to come into the Singapore scene. That will be something that we'll be looking forward to. If especially Shengxiong can take down the Mongs, which
that'll be a major upset. I would say
that will be a major upset. I mean, I don't want to call this too early, but I always favor the Mongs in whatever kind of format that I see.
I see you're a Mong fan now.
I doubted them too much in the past, and I've been proved wrong at least 3 times.
Okay, so now you're finally switching over to the other side. I see.
No choice.
No choice.
It's through trial and error. I've been seeing them win too many times.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the patterns just speak for themselves, and we'll see if the trend continues on here in the very next match. We will be jumping again into a best of 1, of course. This is the Singapore side of the bracket, so do check out the brackets if you guys want to, keep yourself updated. But, let's run down the brackets. Actually, speaking of it, let's look at some of the results.
Which teams have been going through.
So looking at the very first round, we have Elusive beating Inertia. We have Deviant Academy beating Blitz Zen. We have Slay beating Sigma. And we have Powerpuff Boys beating Endless Esports, Nervo beating Team Clutch. And I think that is all the games that we have up to date. So that's round 1. almost 90% done. We have a couple more games in the works. We'll update you of the brackets as we go along. But of course, the winner of this will move on into the round 3. So if you win round 3, you move on to the semifinals, which will be a best of 3 match up coming in from those teams. And I mean, yeah, do you expect? Well, I mean, let's go into the maps, right? Any map that you expect the Monks to pick into? I mean, you have seen them quite a few times. Any maps that stand out as sort of their favorites?
Well, the last time I saw the Monks, they rolled another team on Fracture.
Interesting, Fracture. But considering that's the best of 1,
Yeah.
I kind of would lean towards Haven, Ascent, you know, those kind of typical maps, the ones that most people, most teams
typical
are
maps,
comfortable on.
comfortable with. But then again, if let's say it's a best of 1, you want to go with like the best cheese strat, because you want to win this straight up.
As the favorites, right? I would say the Monks are the favorites in this
yeah, that's
matchup.
true.
You wouldn't want to go into an unknown quantity, right? You don't know what Shing Xiong might have. If you leave maybe interesting map, Pearl, Fracture hanging in the veto, you never know what they might have as a pocket strat coming in. So personally, if I were the Monks, I would just go with my tried and true comfortability. I know that they're fantastic on Ascent, right? I just have this play in my mind that's burned into my memory, okay? It's I Love Esther on the fade with the Odin peeking down mid. For some reason, he just loves to do that, and it's been working out fantastically ever since I seen him do it.
I'm having flashbacks over here. PTSD from seeing him destroying everyone coming through on the B main and the mid side with the Odin and the Hunt. His positioning is a demon eye, I would call it. His eye of Sauron looking at you from on top. And every time it's different. It's so different every time. And now, if we go into Ascent though, would you feel that the lineups will be different from what we see? I mean, we've been seeing KO, Chamber, we've been seeing...
I think it's going to be the same. Okay, so I think we just got confirmation that we will be moving on to Haven with Monks on the attack. Okay,
Haven!
Hey,
all right.
The classic maps as well. Haven, Ascent, those two, I feel like those two are the most comfortable for
Haven is one of the most chaotic maps that I've seen in Valorant. Having 3 sites is the only one that has 3 sites.
That is true, yes.
I mean, it can boil down to super chaotic play like you see in Paper Rex, just send it. Or you can go into very technical play where you want to lure people into your
different setups.
Different setups.
I think A main control, of course, is a very big contention. Whoever has control over A main has control over a lot of the maps, right? Because if you want to rotate from A to B and C, it's gonna take you quite a while, especially from A lobby. So as a defense, if you have control over different extremities of the map, that will help you in having a read for the execute coming later down in the
And
round.
what's your favorite agent for Haven?
Favorite agent for Haven. There is an interesting.
Don't tell me Chamber.
There is an interesting setup that Chambers can typically run, which is the sewers to garage teleport.
Yes.
That is one of the reasons why the change actually happened to Chambers, because he was, I believe he was intended to be built as a anchor player, as an anchor agent. But now, because of the range of his teleports, the 2 anchors, he was able to become a fast rotator instead.
Yeah,
so,
and with Haven being such a fluid map, you want to pull players from A to C. There's 2 different maps, and there's a site in the middle, B, where players can rotate through, and you might expect an attacker there as well, just lurking and looking at you at B cubby or mid window. And that form of control is just too much to give to one agent, just rotating through all the way from sewer to garage.
Yeah, but I think Haven has found its place in the meta. It's a pretty traditional map. It's not too difficult to play. It's standard angles, but there's also a bit of fluidity in the agent selection, right? You can
and the good thing about having 3 sites is you always see different strats from different teams each time.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, there was Campus Legends where players would take it slow. They would want to expend every single utility that the team has before they attack a site. And there are players who don't care. They just want to rush it down to the site because they know for sure that they won't have as many agents on a site because you will be spread out through its 3 sites.
Yeah. A lot to think about on the map of Haven. Even though it's been the map pool for such a long time, there's still innovative strategies that can come out of it. And mid-run calling, I think, is one of the most important factors on the map of Haven. We've seen teams such as Loud and Optic, right, at the higher echelons of the Valorant play style, being very proficient on that map. The mid-run calling, super, super important. As a defender, you can't control all areas of the map. You have to pick and choose, and that's an avenue for the attackers to come in into the map of Haven. But
Okay, so let's go into Initiator, Controller, and Duelist for
Okay.
Haven. So Initiator, top
Initiator.
pick. I would feel personally it's Sova.
Sova, I think you need Sova or Fate. It's almost a
Yeah,
must.
it's almost a
It's almost
must.
a must.
Something with the form of any form of info.
Yeah, scan
we've
information.
been seeing skies, but I think it
I think
really
KO is just
it's really niche. And
if you want to pick an additional initiator, a flasher, Breach has its own benefits because his Rolling Thunder can cover most of pretty much all 3 sites on an execute on the attack. But KO's suppression ability is also really strong against chambers.
against setup,
Yes,
setup
against
potential.
setups.
Probably even if they have a cipher.
So yeah,
or a
honestly, a lot
killjoy.
of the initiators are quite viable. Controllers, apart from Viper, I think most of them are viable. Brimstone's a bit of an iffy pick because of the range.
Yeah.
Omen, Astra, pretty decent in their own right. And as for the
I always
duelists,
favor the Astra.
As for duelists, I think the duelists have the most flexibility. Right, because there's different philosophies you can go in, right? You have the Phoenix philosophy, which was back in the day where you farmed the Phoenix ultimate points. You go from A and C to collect those alt orbs, and then use his ultimate to run it down.
Attack the site, yeah.
Literally. And I think KO does a similar thing, right? With his
null command,
able to entry into the site itself. Jet, very common pick. I think Raze, some teams like to lean into using Raze. I think that Raze has one of the best duelist utilities.
Yeah, and now
right?
combined with the Fade, given the C's
Oh
potential.
yeah, the C's and the paint shell combination, very effectively taking map control.
It's
Yeah.
potent
One
combination.
smoke and that combination itself can gain you control over A main, A lobby. So that's something to take into consideration. But to be honest, to be frank, looking at how the Mongs play and their typical play style, I won't be surprised if we see a Jet, if we see KO, if we see Chamber. I think those 3 agents are pretty comfortable in their agent pool. So interesting to see. Curious to see how Shing Xiong is going to go up against the Mongs. It's going to be a tough hill. I would say unknown quantity of course Shing Xiong. We will see how they would like to play
Hopefully,
things out.
Sheng Xiong will be able to stand against the Monks. I mean, we might see an upset here.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not gonna call it. I'm not.
At the end of the day, I just want good Valorant, right?
Yes.
I want to see some interesting plays, some crazy plays coming in from the Monks. I know that they have that fire inside them, that spark to just go buck wild and just create insane opportunities, insane clips. And I think they've really established themselves as one of the dominant forces in the Singapore scene. So I won't be surprised at all if they make it deep into this tournament.
Yeah, they will definitely make it deep, but I feel that with a best of 1, of course, anything is possible, and upsets always do happen here and there.
That's true.
Yeah. So for Haven, we will be having Agent Select pretty soon,
I
right?
think we will be jumping into Agent Select. We'll see how how the battlefield would establish itself. We'll
Yeah,
see
but
how-
before we jump into Agent Select, let me talk a bit about Reality Rift and Dreamcore, our sponsors. So Reality Rift Arena, available at Bugis and Clark Key, and of course if you are interested in a LAN gaming experience or hosting a competition, you can do it there. And they have very good computers as well. And talking about computers, we talk about Dreamcore, the setup that you can just customize and send over to your house. Just build a PC over there, it's very accessible, and then you just go to your house. And now we have Agent Select.
Fantastic.
So Sheng Xiong versus Attackers, which is Team Mongs.
Yeah, Long starting on the attack, of course. I'm not too surprised.
Oh, Mizern on the breach. Oh, this is scary.
Yeah, Breach is fantastic for his ult is just amazing to take any of the sites on Haven. The Haven sites are really small, so his ult essentially covers the entire entirety of the site.
And Mizern is a monster on the breach. He has not once missed the utility. I haven't seen him miss a fault line or a flash. Probably missed the aftershock.
I think most importantly is the Killjoy.
Yeah, this Killjoy is pretty
Interesting pick.
interesting. And we do have a Reyna highlight from Sheng Xiong. What do you feel about Reyna as a duelist?
I think, okay, Reyna, Jet, and Chamber. This only screams one thing to me. I am going to take fights and I am going to win them. And that is essentially the game plan coming in from Shing Xiong, right? they want to establish their control. They want to show that, hey, they are not to be trifled with. We're bringing out the Reyna. Reyna, high variance agent, right? You either get kills, get impact, or you don't get killed and you have no impact, right? It's very difficult for you to be useful outside of your kills. You have that the Lear, which, to be fair, has been buffed, right? It activates faster, and it has a universal range now.
I still feel that Reyna is kind of like a selfish. Selfish agent, like Chamber.
But
like
you can't make it work. You have to just set her up for success, and of course you have to hit your shots. Rui will keep an eye out on you on that Reyna pick. Selpha and Anxious on two other very aggressive agents, Chamber and Jet. So
only one initiator though.
Yeah.
One Fade who will be buying a Sheriff.
Yeah, essentially you only have the... but you have the Lear and the Paranoia as a flash, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But on the defense, I think you have to be aggressive, right? You can't really play passively with delay util, because you essentially don't have any... You have to be aggressive, you have to take these fights. And let's look at the setup a little bit. Aim site, looks like it's going to be the port of call for the Mongs right now, taking control. It's going to be a fast one, it seems. A-main already garnered, and Rui spotted out by the Prowlers.
Oh, twice in a row. Ray does not see anything as he gets seized as well and gets taken out by Esmonde. Now, A-main, A-long, and A-short has been given to the Monks, but the players of Shengshang are aware of this and have rotated onto the site. The Spike, however, has not made its way towards the site. It's just slowly inching the way into sewers. Does the Monks still capitalize on this? They are spreading doubt into the players of Shengshang, but Selfer takes out Esther on the entry, and now the full take of Monks will be coming through as Monde going on a full tear through. He has 3 Ks, and now Pang, only player left in heaven, playing with his knife, and the spike planted 4v1. Not looking good for you, my friend. Not looking good at all.
Well, Pang could somehow get out of this situation. I'll be very, very impressed. Frenzy, a bit of an awkward situation, especially coming in from heaven. And now that he's been spotted, this is, to say the least, a tall task. Finds the first one, so consolation frag, to say the least. Mizan, fantastic angle, finds a headshot onto Pang. And it's the Mongs with a pretty clean pistol round.
Yeah, as we expected, they look good. They look good, but still, they had the strats coming in. They cleared out the player in A-short with 2 Prowlers. They bought 2 Prowlers for Ray, and he got hit with 2 Prowlers and a seize. He could not get out from the location at all. And still, because of that, the players from Shengshang were rotating into A, and the Monks slowed down their push. They just held on and waited for the players to rotate back towards their site. And now early kill from INF onto Anxious 1K.
Yeah, Shorty's in hand. Rui, can he escape the Prowlers this time? Finds a little bit of solace, but with Isla Vesta already in the side itself, it's another full A side control. 5 players still standing. Shengxiong, well, as much frags as they can get would be pretty nice for them.
Yeah, and JX, all the way on the other side, will be taken out by Mizren, who is aware of the flank coming in. And I Love Esther, already pushing into spawn, takes out Pang. Flawless round by the Mongs. Of course, bonus round, not expecting much out of the Shengshang people. I mean Shengshang players. I don't mean people in Shengshang. But yes, the players of Shengshang. Then right now, they will be on the buy round. So this is the most pivotal round for Shengshang if they want to form any footing on this map. They will have to take this round away from the Monks. They cannot let the bonus round be converted.
Yeah. I just want to point out as well, the Killjoy pick, right? You don't really see it's not really typical you see it, especially when you start on the attacking side. Right? Killjoy, not the best.
Yeah.
But definitely good on defense, but does it even matter because Anxious has to be forced away, teleported, and Alafesta going for a very fast plant, dashes straight out stylishly. And Rui already on the side itself, they have the site under their control. So how will the post plants happen? This bonus round already looking very dangerous.
And now the smoke's already coming through from the side of Shengshang as they want to go for the retake. But Esther gets taken out. Selfler gets the better of him. He gets another one. And now Ray looking into 3 players. The Gravity Well already being expended together with the Nano Swarms. as they cannot touch the spike at all. They're just delaying. The Monks just need them to not touch the spike. Now the gravity well being used as well. Now Selfer does get a 3K, but do they have the time to defuse? No, they cannot touch the spike at all. The Monks coming through with the strats. It doesn't matter if they are less in number. All it matters is they don't touch the spike. And the delay plays coming through, the gravity well, the concuss, the nano swarms.
Yeah, the post-plant util is actually stupid coming in from the Monks. I'm just looking at what they have right now. You have the gravity well, you have the breach aftershocks, you have the double nano swarms coming in from INF. So this threat that they've already put into the minds of Shingseong, they can go for a fast B plant and play the post plants confidently. This is going to condition them. They have to be careful on the B side this time around. And winning up the bonus, this is just super chaotic coming in.
Oh no,
they have
Ray!
forced on an eco round themselves. Ray, Pang, and just all fall in the blink of an eye. It's left with just 2 players remaining, and INF will just clean up shop. It's a very, very fast round, and Monks just making light work of their opponents right now.
No guns, no life, no side control, and they just fall one by one. Ray, I have to note that he has been getting found by Prowlers once and once, again and again, and he just can't get out of the situation because, you know, as a Reyna, all you can do is shoot the Prowlers, and there's not any form of mobility, no form of utility to escape from the Prowlers at all.
Yeah, I like that point that you keep pointing out, right? Keep pointing, but the Fade Prowlers have been very, very effective. They've found multiple people every time it's been used. It just shows that the Monks are not just no aim and just, no brain and just aim, but they really have tactical depth as well. Anxious this time around tries to establish his presence, and he does so very effectively. Shuts down any potential lurk coming in towards the C side, and he's noted there's no other reaggressions coming in their side of the map. They have 3 players stacked on towards the A side, but I Love Esther finds an insane entry, and Mizern finds the second as well.
Even things up right now, and now the Rolling Thunder available from the side of the Monks, so the retake will be coming through. They do not have the nano swarms this time combined with the gravity well, but they will still have the players in the post-man position. The Lear has been committed, but the fault line coming through from the other side. Mizern does not find Ray. He gets the better of him as JX here gets a parade, and now Selfer in a 1v1 right now with I Love Esther, but he gets a 2K. Very clinical from Esther, taking the fight on CT, taking note that one player was defusing and did not have the time to peek him.
I Love Esther with an insane clutch coming in. It was a valiant effort coming in for Shingseong. They found 2 opening frags. That's a 5v3, and they had 3 players stacked onto the A side itself. And somehow the Monks still come out victorious. The strats pretty decent coming in for the Monks, but their aim as crisp as ever. They are so potent when you put them in these kind of pressure situations. They love being in the chaos and they thrive in it. I Love Esther again, spearhead of the attack, going in fearlessly as the entry. And it's such a terrifying prospect when you have so much great utility, such great entry potential. Rui popping the Empress, has to go up huge this time around, and he won't find any other frags. The lockdown just buys them even more space. I think there's one player that's gonna be stuck and detained as well. Pang will punish INF for his greediness, but it's still a 3v3, and they've pulled it off before. Can they do it again this time around? With the paranoias in place, with the smokes, but with the Rolling Thunder on the side of Monks, it's gonna be an insane retake.
And now the Paranoia has been committed, but the Rolling Thunder will be answered back in kind as Mizern takes the better of Selfer together with the Aftershock. No players can enter through this CT site at all. The Heaven is still open though, but the spike has gone too far down. The Monks, every time they plant the spike, they get the round.
Mizern, as you mentioned, he's not missing any util. I've seen his stun hit at least 3 players consistently whenever he uses it. Either it concusses someone or it forces them out into a duel where they die.
Exactly, this guy is a
fantastically
monster.
Done, beautifully. The gravity well, exactly when they came in for the retake, combined with the aftershock, there's no way of getting it in. It's impossible.
The utility is a menace, and they know how to use the utility. It's not just the aim. The supporting utility that comes out of the Monks have been on point. They always find some way to section off players and find 1v1s. They are not just just taking the aim duels. It is all layered together, and it is just so amazing to watch. But of course, if you're on the side of Shengxiang, it has to be a little sad. And now the Cosmic Divide already committed early, and they're going for the same B play together with the Cloudburst. But Pan is already waiting on top.
The scan was beautiful. It caught him just in the nick of time as he was dashing in. Oh, anxious. I'm getting a little bit anxious for him, and yeah, it will go down as Monde. Fantastic shot will punish him on his re-aggression. That dry peak with the operator, Tour de Force, comes up in naught. Nothing to report home about. It's a 4v4, and in these kinds of situations, it's very, very scary for the side of the defenders, right? There's so much potential lurking that could come in from the side of the Monks, and they have to try to cover all the grounds. Look at them trying to clear out B, trying to clear out Garage, and they actually have cleared out C long, so they are hedging their bets towards A, and as we can see, the spike slowly creeping across the map. The Monks not afraid whatsoever. Again, this is going to be a fake towards the A side. Joel, which is J, is going to be faking towards that side itself, and actually Shengxiang, they're splitting up again. But a re-aggression back into the B side.
Wow.
And a lure coming in from C and A simultaneously. This is insane from the Monks. They're winning every single gunfight. Re, a final hope in the round. 1v3, 1v4 required, and Mizun just swings off his util again. The Monks, this is their home.
This is destruction.
I'll take A, I'll take C and B at the same time. I have control over all three sites. Even though you know where I'm gonna go, I will just win out the duels because I know exactly where you are as well.
And this is not just one player just popping off. Everybody is involved in this take. Yeah, everybody.
That's one thing about the Monks, is that they always play together.
Yeah, but the thing is, I have to note that this is also kind of like an agent difference. Because with Shengxiang's kind of lineup, they have to be winning these early duels.
Exactly.
They have to be taking them out early.
They have no info. They have no util to get info to control map control.
And now Anxious K,
he's been doing it. He's doing his job. Anxious is doing his job. It's just that there's not enough util to support him. Not enough players. I love Esther again. Fantastic entry. The scan is going to spot out the Omen. Mizun will take him down. And there's another retake that's to be required for Anxious
K.
Carrying his entire team, trying to pull back whatever he can. The retake coming in. Rui already in the side itself together with Anxious, but they swing together. And Esther, fantastic shot. It's a 2v2. They somehow equalize the scoreline. The team players still alive. As Monde just facing them head on, hit strong. 3 kills in the round, and the lineup sprayed out from the Monks. 8 rounds to nothing. Shengxiang scratching their heads.
What was that?
A puzzle is the Monks, and a scary one. A proposition that they don't want to go up against. And just try as he might. Kill after kill.
The only rounds that they looked like they were gonna win was when Anxious K, he keeps finding these frags.
Yes, he's been successful.
But still, the Monks are breaking them down one by one.
The Monks don't care.
Yeah, they're doing it fundamentally. 2 players peek them, and Esmonde just holding down that angle, just spraying and getting kills left and right. Now, Anxious 1K will be flashed off this angle. Mizun has not missed his utility so far. Flashes on point. And if you see the fault line, it's probably going to hit someone and get a kill. I don't doubt it.
This luck Pang is an off angle. Has to be careful. And there is a potential kill up for grabs. Does convert that one. That is the luck.
And he does note that there might be more players funneling in, and the start cover already used.
A shot. X-Real does spot out Isle of Esther. Oh, but the Prowler doesn't spot him in the close position. Takes out the Bucky in hand. Oh, and I love Esther has to be careful, doesn't want to give away too much. He knows that there's a shotgun here with the C's coming in. Just dashes straight towards his face together with the util. It's a fantastic cohesion, a synergy, a beautiful aggression. Rui claws back one, but is that too little? Is that too late?
Nightfall even committed on this 3v3 round. The Monks are not giving them any inch of space. Look at what X-Real just went through. He just went through a gravity well, a seize, all because he was stuck in a corner with the Bucky.
Yeah, but let's focus on this one. The retake have to come in. Shengxiang, 0 and 8. They have to find something. Information garnered. There's probably one towards Helen. They double swing it, coming in, and finds the first one. But still, in a 1v2, they double swing at the same time. Joel coming in from long. The smoker not able to cover that position. He finds 2 frags. The Monks.
Joel, that was his round right there. All the utility everywhere, sprayed onto the enemy, and the gunshots finding the head of the Shengxiang members. X-Real not looking good. 0-9 and stuck in the corner with a Bucky.
Yeah, that was
are not looking good.
The Prowler just missing that little corner. But yeah, it's a little bit of misplay from there. But in the grand scheme of things, it's just the Monks playing insane right now. Right? It's not anything wrong per se that Shengxiong is doing, but their agent composition just does not benefit this. It's going to be a lurk smoke coming in from the C position. It's most likely just going to be a pop onto the C side.
And Ray does have to find more things, but Rolling Thunder has been committed onto C side, the full C side, together with the dash. But the Marshall takes the better of Esther, and now, for the first time, Shengxiong do have a man advantage. It will be a 4v3. Cosmic Divide does come out from the Monks, but the spike already planted, and now Prowler, Nightfall from the side of Shengxiong. It will note the players of the side of Monks. And now the retake will be coming through. The flashes does not get the better of Selfer as the retake comes through, but Joel!
What is that? The util, Shengxiong, they won all the duels except for the ones that mattered. Joel, the fade on the side itself knocks down all hope yet again. A contrast to the opponent fade. He just shows him how it's supposed to be done.
Oh no, 10-0,
Everyone on the side of the Monks has had a pop-out round. We love Esther with their clutch. Asmonde with a fantastic pistol round. Mizun coming in with a clutch util. And now, coming in this time around is Joel. The past 2 rounds, they've all answered the call. Is another B pop coming in. Spike potentially going to be coming planted in the nick of time, but ooh, Shengxiong, they want to capitalize on this. They want to go for an early aggression, but a spike will get planted and they can just move into their post-plant positions. It's another scary retake going to be required. I Love Esther is the last one and only one on the side itself.
And he gets taken out by Selfer right now, but the spike plant is already there. Do know they have Gravity Wells, they have Nano Swarms to work with, but it's still 3v5 if they can power through this, if they can kill the players.
Oh, the lineups as well.
Yes, lineups. Together, Concuss and Asmonde, will he find the diffuser coming through? As the Aftershock is being used, Asmonde does take out the diffuser. The name of the game is to delay the plant, and the spike is already ticked down, but it's already half. Asmonde just gets no
INF. Now it's your turn to pop off. What? Every single player on the Monks has an insane round so far.
This is insanity.
It's 11-0. Every single round, someone steps up for the Monks. This time, the util, as we mentioned earlier on, right? They've conditioned them. Hey, we can take B, we can play our post-plant setups. I don't care if you have people on that side itself.
I don't care if you have a man advantage.
I don't care if you have man advantage. I don't care if you have a smoke on the spike. We have Aftershocks. We have a Concuss. We have Gravity Well. We have Nano Swarms. And we have INF. We have INF with his gun.
Yes. That was his pop-off right there, and Joel coming through. Even though they were man disadvantaged, they've been finding this impossible situations. Now the lockdown already committed as we go into the last round of the half. The Monks will be telegraphing an A hit. They can't do anything. They can't do anything about this Killjoy because they do not have any form of destruction utility. They don't have a nade. They don't have any form of utility. But Ray, he does get the flank. He does open up the A flank, but there is a Killjoy watching the flank. And with this post-plant setup that the Monks always have, will they find anything?
The A lobby fight is the most important. Whoever wins this has a lot of control. We'll keep an eye on that on the minimap. As the retakes coming in, Rui now has to find this frag. INF playing such a ready angle and he will succeed. It doesn't even matter because the rest of the retake has just absolutely shut down the Monks. 12-0, a perfect first half.
Flawless. Talk about flawless. Many of the rounds, they came down to 1v3s, 1v4s, but still, it was all planned. It was all planned by the Monks.
God.
There was no time to defuse the spike.
The difference between kills on the side of the Monks is 3. The top side is 13 and the bottom is 10. That is the most tightly grouped set of frags on any team that I've seen in a very long time. If ever. I mean, at the half, you have everybody within 3 kills. It just shows that everyone's pulling their weight, everyone's doing their job.
And now Shengxiong on the attack side, I mean, this is technically where they should be shining, given that they have 2 duelists and a chamber to work with. But they do not, as I said before,
they have no margin of error.
They don't have any form of utility to destroy these Killjoy setups, these bait setups that will be coming in. Look at this. they have to use their bodies to push him away. And now the haunt being committed onto the side of Garage. But Esmonde playing in this location, the new box location, and takes away 2 players' lives. Now Sheng Xiang on the ropes, only 2 players left.
This
The
is
Prowler.
This is it. It's a flawless to end the half. Well, I mean, the half just started and it's just ended. The map has just ended. The Monks with the perfect scoreline. 13-0. We did mention that they were the favorites coming into this, but did I expect them to be this favored? Not
Selfer
in a
is the
world.
only one who can slot in.
I mean,
it just one.
It just shows your duelist at the bottom of the scoreboard and you're winning 13-0. It just rings out teamwork. It just shouts teamwork. Like, hey guys, we are a team to be reckoned with, to be feared. The Monks yet again with a dominant performance.
And I mean, you can tell. You can tell from just looking at the game. I mean, I probably think our observer was having a horrible time because all the kills were happening at the same time. There were 4 kills on the feed as 1 kill was happening. How do you observe that?
The team synergy is unlike a lot of teams that I've ever seen. I've only really seen this type of synergy at like the highest level. It's ridiculous how well they use their utility and frag out at the same time. Yes. And they're not even like a proper team. Until only recently did they create a sort of Twitter page for their team and establish themselves as the Monks. And I mean, they have so much potential.
I'm following them with a lot of
I don't even think they have a coach. I'm not sure if they have a coach or anything, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. Every single round had someone popping off from the side of the Monks. Commiserations to Sheng Xiang. I think you just went up against one of the most informed Monks we've seen in a while, and that's to say, and that's just saying that because the Monks have been dominant so far, and this time around it's no different. So commiserations, but congratulations to the Monks. You move on to the next stage of the brackets, but we will be taking a short little break. When we come back, we'll have the next stage of the tournament coming up, so don't go. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. It's actually nice, guys.
it's trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to stretch, to self-care, or not care. Dare to turn up and unwind and try again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides in the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right? Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It It's going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Never said this began!
Hello, the internet. I'm Phil Gornell. I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre. And I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Said more beat for you, lying girl, and beat for two. And I've got your love when I've got the vices.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. My name is Colden, of course. Joined with me is Moman for the next game of the day. Right now, we'll be having a matchup between Harry Maguire versus Zero Maidens of the Malaysia brackets. So these two teams going up against each other. This is the semi-final. So the winner of this will get a chance to represent their region in the Singapore versus Malaysia Grand Finals. So we'll
Who is
see
Harry
how things.
Maguire?
Oh, Harry Maguire is reminding me of some football flashbacks, but we'll see if he lives. That the team lives up to Harry Maguire's name.
Yeah, of
Maybe
course.
they'll have some team sabotage coming in. We'll never know. We'll never know. And Zero
Maybe a
Maidens,
bit-
of course, throwback to or just referencing Elden Ring, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Elden Ring.
Right.
I thought it was from an anime or something.
No, I think it just means Zero Maidens, so you get no. You have no maidens.
No chicks.
Yeah,
Right.
no chicks.
yeah, of course.
But they will be fighting on the map of Icebox.
And I believe this is the semifinals already,
Yes,
right?
this is the semifinals. Still best of one though, but if they move on, they'll be playing the best of three to stand a chance to represent their region, of course, as I mentioned. And representing this tournament itself, of course, our beautiful sponsors for this one, OSIM, Reality Rift Arena, and Dreamcore. Of course, OSIM, a fantastic chair to be sitting on. Of course, this is a massage chair as well as a gaming chair. So with over 40 years of massage experience, OSIM interjects new life into your gaming experience with the game-changing Youth Throne V, the one that we're sitting on right now. And of course, there's some unique colorways, right? This is, of course, the Optimus Prime colorway, if
Optimus
I'm not
Prime.
mistaken. And of course, the one and only Bumblebee one.
Autobots, roll out.
Fantastic chairs. I love to sit in them. And just going down some features of the U-Throne, right? The V-hand massage technology emulates the skillful techniques and flexibility of a masseuse hand for a realistic grip that extracts his deep-seated knots.
Ah, yes.
Yes, that's just perfect
just
for when
enjoying this
when I'm
chair.
molding in Valorant and I just need to take the time to relax, chill back.
You know when you're queuing for your game, in
Yeah,
between
in
games,
between games.
you just turn on this button right down here that you cannot see. It's below down here. Just click this button, then after that, the massage just does its magic in between games. So, take your time. Even while you're gaming, and let's say you're playing something chill, like,
You just need to calm down.
you
You know,
just need to
sometimes
calm down.
calm the
Sometimes you
nerves.
die in the game, and then you just chill in real life.
Yeah.
Just take out your chair,
Take
click
a
button.
take a tech pause.
and
Tech
take a
pause.
tech pause,
Take a tech
yes.
pause and relax.
There we go. There we go. That's what we
the
were
best
doing.
use the best use of a tech pause. But anyway, yeah, of course, this is the semi-final, so already pretty deep in the brackets. We looking back at the bracket run, right? Harry Maguire, I think they've gotten
They got a
two
walkthrough,
buys, right?
Yeah, 2 buys.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Todak was unable to play today, so unfortunate that we didn't have that matchup because I think it would be pretty
It would've
interesting
been
to watch.
interesting, yeah.
And Team Glorious unable to play as well. So going up against Zero Maidens, I'm not too familiar with these two teams.
Neither
but
am I.
We are on the map of Icebox, so let's just talk a little bit about that one, right? Because Icebox, compared to the other maps, I think has one of the most consistent metas that we've had in Valorant throughout its entire history, right?
The most technical map
I
that
think,
I've seen.
yeah.
Vertical.
I think even if you ask a bronze player, they can pretty much tell you the standard composition of agents on the map of Icebox, and they are
Viper,
They
Chamber, maybe a Sage, maybe Sova or Fade interchangeable, Raze or Jet, either one.
Yeah,
And then we have it, the 5 that we go.
Yeah, so I think Sage is most of the time it's a must pick, right? To help you with the B side attack and to defend.
But nowadays with the Chamber coming in,
yeah, it just depends, right, on your play style. If you really like to abuse the A side, you can try to move off that Sage, but it's just a safe bet, right? It's one of the most reliable ways to get a spike plant and establish a post plant position on the B side as an attacker. So I'm expecting to see that typical composition coming up. Of course, we are still playing on the current patch, which is the one with the Cypher buffs. So we haven't moved on to the Chamber nerfs as of yet.
So we might be seeing Cypher? Are you saying that we might be seeing Cypher?
I don't think the
I don't
Cypher
think so.
buffs by itself is enough to propel him into that selection. Even when Cypher wasn't, even when Chamber wasn't in the meta yet, it was most of the time Killjoy.
Yes.
Right, that
Killjoy
was
watching the
going to be
flanks.
taking the Sentinel role on that map. So Cypher, unfortunately, buddy, not this time around, right? You belong in the desert, not the icebox.
I
So-
mean, probably in the next patch we will be seeing less of Chamber, but
Yes.
still, it's still a pretty strong pick given that the trademark does watch over the whole of kitchen.
Yes, that
and the
kitchen
whole of
trademark.
mid with just one utility.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy to think about. The entire mid position of the map is kind of controlled by just one trap, and it's very hard for you to break the trap and then get out of there safely because most of the time you're stuck in tube.
Yeah.
And it's a very narrow one-way sort of angle that you have to take. It's not really favorable. Not a lot of wiggle room available.
And
so
there, on top of that, we will still have the Viper problem that we will deal with that
yes.
can control so much before it got nerfed.
I think something very interesting is that sometimes or most of the times in the older Icebox metas that we saw Viper on B, exclusively on B.
Yeah.
Right, but nowadays you kind of see the Viper wall towards the A side,
Yeah,
right?
the 410.
Yeah,
the
I think
top of maze.
more players and more teams are realizing that hey, that Viper ball placed towards B at the start of every round is a bit wasted, right? If B
just
side
not-
isn't attacked most of the time, your wall it's good deterrent, but it's not used most effectively.
Exactly.
And the way that you can use it most effectively is most of the times on the A side, where a lot of teams like to attack. You have that wall that can literally block off multiple side lines, block off their avenues into the side itself, buys your team a lot of time because you can establish crossfires behind that wall. So that adaptation in the meta, I think it's pretty interesting to look at, right? Not exactly agent composition meta, but how you play the agent.
Exactly.
Right? How you use the utility. How can you maximize your Viper's wall? How can you maximize your one single controller? So
And with the verticality of the map Icebox, of course, it boils down to the attack of the duelists. Then when we talk about duelists, we have the
Yeah,
Jet,
we have the Jet, the
Raze.
Rain, and sometimes Reina.
Oh yeah, sometimes Reina.
I
Yeah,
think
tens on Reina.
Reina's an interesting pick, right? Because of the Lear buff.
Yes.
It's much more effective against operators, especially with that infinite range now.
Yeah, and we don't see that much of traditional flashes in Icebox. We don't see
Right.
the KO pop flash. We do not see
Yeah,
sky
there are
flashes.
some teams that choose KO, but it's a variation of the standard composition. Right? You
very
have to give up on
niche.
either a Sage, you have to give up on a duelist perhaps. So
Probably the Sova might be given up because of the initiator.
that's actually an interesting point you point out, but I don't think any team has given up on Sova or Fade.
Yes.
It's
I feel
just
that
so
Sova
important.
is too
Sova
important,
and
yes.
Fade are just so important in Icebox, and more so Sova because of the range that he has, the range potential. Icebox pretty long range. Fade's Lear sometimes isn't far enough to get the most value. There are some lineups which are very useful on the top of the A side itself. There's a little gap at the top of two that you can throw your Lear onto, but most of the time, Sova with his Recon Dart is just easier to use, more effective, more flexible in the mid rounds as well.
And speaking of agents, we will have agent select really soon. But before we have agent select, I mean, we still want to talk a lot about Icebox, of course. Icebox being one of my favorite maps. I believe that if you're not playing, Raze,
Didn't get destroyed on Icebox against me before.
Oh no, yeah. So there was a time that I was playing on
Story time.
Valorant competitive story time, you know. Then I was playing on Valorant competitive. Then I saw some familiar IGN on the opposite team, and it was Koldan. And I did not have a good time. Did not have a good time. I got completely destroyed. But yeah, I tried to knife it 3 times, and I just failed.
Oh really? I mean, I didn't know that. What?
I was playing a Raze. I was trying to satchel around and trying to knife him, but yeah, he didn't even notice
Okay,
me.
guess what agent I was playing?
He was playing Chamber.
Ah.
Chamber.
Just a call back into the potentially most broken agent, and well, we can see right here that he is not an exception to this map.
James going for the Chamber and the Sova coming out of ZYF. Ziff and ML will be, no, HFL, right? HFL will be on Viper and, of course, the Sage. So there will be no Raze on the side of the attackers. I mean,
Looks like a mirror comp again. I mean, typical Icebox composition, right? Not too much variations, more so how you play your agents, how you play your setups.
yeah, and with Raze, it boils down to a lot of the satchel movement where you actually have to buy it. Unlike the Jet, where you already have a passive float, you already have a passive tailwind, but of course you do have to buy the updrafts. But it's much easier to execute in terms of attacking and defending, and choosing which vertical area you want to attack or defend, especially on the top of yellow, on the top of B main boxes. You have 410, you have rafters, so much verticality in one map. You have to look up and look down at almost every single angle when you're attacking the A main. Even the kitchen area, you have this up area, you have this nook and cranny in orange, and even for boiler, they could be below, they could be on top at any time. It's verticality. It's so much, but that's why we have the Viper. The wall denies this whole area that you can actually just funnel on through onto a site.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy to form crossfires behind that Viper's wall, that Viper screen.
Yeah.
So, all right, jumping straight in, similar agent composition, and it's a bit of a conversation, right? There is some interesting strats you can talk about when teams have different agent compositions, but when they have the exact same composition, agent composition itself, I like to look at it as how strategic you can play that specific composition, right? That specific meta that's been established between both of these teams. You know, and you expect exactly what's going to happen. You know all the possibilities. You know where the recon dart is most likely going to end. You know how this and that's going to play out. But it's really comes down to positioning and how you play off your teammates. So it's a different sort of mind game, not really on trying to understand what interesting combinations of agents could be selected, but how different abilities can really maximize its effect. So that's interesting that we are going to keep an eye out on these two teams, right? Same agents. How do they use their abilities? How do they play their setups? Jumping straight in, spike towards the B side. It looks like Harry Maguire wants to aim their sights towards that B finish.
Aldrone already used. A-Leaf will be found on top of yellow, and Rendezvous already being used to commit away from the side of B main. They do know that the chamber is not here, but then the flank will be coming through as Titanium holds on to James' location as he gets taken out. Chamber diff, maybe? No. But still, B main will be taken, and the plant will be coming through as the barrier orb already committed on the side of B main. And now the full retake from the side of Zero Maidens as the shock dart will be taking out IAX as the wall will go down. Barrier orb.
The barrier orb now, it denies them. They have to break it. I don't think the pistols are good for the job. It's just one player remaining. Ziff up against the world, and he can't find too much more. So Zero Maidens, they find that lurk towards mid and they swarm the side, assisted by that Sage barrier orb.
Take note that the fast A main play, the super fast control,
very fast.
given all the way by Harry Maguire as they rush towards the B side. Zero Maidens instantly.
Yeah, they respond instantly.
Responded, and the player at mid was just caught off guard.
I like
James.
that. Yeah, I like that. Intense, the jet that would push down A main, wasn't by himself. Right, there were two players actually pushed down A and one pushed down mid. So they essentially sandwiched James in the mid position, able to take him out, and it even threatened the flank potential. But instead, they just gathered their forces, played things nice and slow. And the recon dart now can gather a bit of information. It's just going to be eco round for Harry Maguire. If they can find anything more than a kill and a plan, it would be pretty nice, solid for their economy going forward. But in the meantime, a Leaf spots out a little bit of jump play.
Something. But it's still Maiden's bonus round, so it does look like Harry Maguire has to go for this kind of slow style play, but James already taken out. It's not looking too good for Harry Maguire, but still, they just want to do damage, plant the spike, and kind of bolster their economy for the next round. On Icebox, I feel it's really hard to win bonus round because there's so much verticality, there's so much utility that you have to invest before you attack a site.
A lot of, unless you really swarm the site at the start, it's very hard to catch team off guard, right?
Yeah.
If you take things slow, it's nice, but with the classics, it's very, very difficult for you to get too much more, especially when Zero Maidens have the utility abound, right? That barrier orb buys them so much time. Now Zero Maidens clearing out the P position, but actually Harry Maguire are moving towards the area, and they will spot them out one by one as they creep into the angle. Sicarus together, or rather by himself, not needing the assistance of his teammate, will find a flawless round.
And that's not what you want to see from Harry Maguire, because even though they were on the bonus round, I felt that they were very split up. They were playing like 1v1, v1, 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 and
I tend to call the second round, right? The conversion round. This will be the actual bonus round, right? Now coming in with just enough credits for them to buy in the next one, Harry Maguire will try to give themselves a bit of
I do hope that they start to attack together, probably try and find these angles together, because they've been fighting it alone and solo peeking into a lot of these angles without the utility that they are given for free. Now Intense already having an intense fight at the start, and Blitz takes him out as the rest of the team funnels through, and this is what we want to see from Harry Maguire. The Aldrone already being used, the full execute coming through on the side of top Nest, and the barrier orb together with the players funneling onwards. They have the full site control. As the spike goes down, it will be a hard retake for Zero Maidens.
Fantastic snowball effect coming in from Harry Maguire. They swarm the site, they take down the lesser weapons, and looks like they will be able to hold on to all 5 players, which is a fantastic situation for Harry Maguire. You don't have to rebuy too much in the next round. Just armor and a bit of util. A Leaf, well, if you can somehow convert this Marshall into a rifle by stealing a couple of lives, that would be fantastic. Same for Sicarus. We'll find the first one. I don't think he's going to find too much more. And yeah, Blitz with the 4K in the round. So great job from your entry player. Finds a couple of frags and will secure them a almost flawless round, but still pretty solid nonetheless. They will continue on with the buys, and this will be the very first gun round between these two teams.
And that's what you usually see out of these attack players coming in from the side of Icebox. When the Aldrone goes in, when the Recon Dart goes in, when any form of utility that gives you info, you want to pair some form of peeking, some form of aggression into this utility, because you're investing this amount onto this attack, and you want to take the control. So you have to peek. And they were doing it in the early rounds, but now they have answered back in kind. But now Viper's Pit being used by Sicarius on to the A site. And And that's where Harry Maguire are. And look at Zero Maidens. They have full control of B main. They know exactly where they are. Aldron takes note of Blitz position. Now Intense already spotted out.
Yeah, they're completely boxed in. These angles, very hard to manage. App finds one, Intense trades him out. And now HFLL finds the conversion. But this Sage Wall in the mid position will give a bit of information, will allow him to cross over into the B side because he knows that both of their B players are down for the count. So it's a great counter-aggression for Harry Maguire. They're able to find out the lurking players and trying to flank them. And now with the man advantage, should be able to control the side. They avoid the Viper's pit as well. Just Tahir here for the defense.
Ooh, the spike being planted right in front of him. Tahir not finding anything with the spray though. Gets counter-sprayed right back. But Blitz already on 5 HP. It might look like a doable retake from the side of Zero Maidens. They still have the recon dart and the shock darts to work with. But still, it is a hard task with only 2 players available for the retake. And now, Sicarius might be making magic happen. He did make something happen in the bonus round, and now the shock dart's being committed, the defuse being faked.
Oh, he can stick behind the wall. He can stick behind the container. It's barely. His little butt is sticking out, but the wall buys him just enough time. They think they've killed the defuser. No, Titanium baiting for his teammate. 2 HP to spare, and Sicarius somehow steals the round under Harry Maguire's nose.
He makes magic happen. Yeah, he did.
That kill on the mid position was fantastic. And then the spike plant. That is an unforced error coming in for Harry Maguire. That is a small little mistake, just slightly too far out, allows Sicarius to stick the spike diffuse behind orange.
And the best part was he still had his Viper wall available because he uses Viper's pit at the start of the round at A.
Yes, that is a great heads-up play from Sicarius, not investing his Viper utility at the start. So all of that, you gotta thank your Viper player, right?
Yeah, it always boils down to the Viper.
Oh, aggressive.
Oh, now the slow orb being committed and the player gets taken out. Tahir takes out HFL as well, but Intense, he is going on a tear through. He commits a tailwind and he clears out the rest of the team. A main aggression, full on through the barrier orb lineups. I mean, the slow orb lineups.
Yeah,
the players couldn't escape.
It was a forced buy. We saw that Tahir had that Spectre in hand. They boosted both of their players up with the Sage Wall towards that A main position, and they took a very aggressive fight. So not deterred by that round prior. This time around, they take control of matters. They push the issue. They make sure that they don't get, they don't make sure that Harry Maguire don't set up their game plan and execute on them. They are the ones taking the action towards their opponents. And so now, economy a bit in question. If Harry Maguire loses this, they may be put down on a bit of a half-buy eco situation, but Blitz up and above does exactly that his name says. Fast push towards the B side itself. A Leaf now under pressure, sandwich on multiple positions, has to find an opportune moment, somehow finds a headshot and now puts this teammate into a 2v4 difficult situation, finds the first one, and now it's just left here alone in a 1v4. Cannot convert too much more. And Harry Maguire, they answer back with an aggressive fast push, a B split into the B site, and they shut down anything that Zero Maidens wanted. All the momentum taken out for the time being.
And Harry Maguire might have found a weakness in the Zero Maidens defense, because this was the first time they went mid and they actually managed to push through, right?
Yeah, it's a great fact that they were able to successfully do that, because now this forces Zero Maidens to be a bit more cautious of mid, invest one more player. You see Titanium now staying towards Boiler. You just gotta be careful. They don't want the same thing to happen twice in a row. That Recon Dark will inform them that no one's there, no one's close. And so James, with the tour de force, let's see if he can set him up. Yeah, set him up to get a pick of sorts, right? If you find a pick, he can accelerate into the A side itself, taking nice and slow to here with this barrier orb.
The Aldron be committed. He finds the player in maze, and now oh my god, Intense? Intense? He just ruined my train of thought over there with that knife tap, and now it will be a 4v5 situation with Zero Maidens in the lead, but Harry Maguire still trying to attack A, as the maze will be taken control of by Blitz. He has been doing great on the jet so far, and now the full side control. Intense going for the anime battle, but does not find anything.
And the Viper's Pit, this should be able to secure them the round. The luck is being watched on as well. Titanium finds the first one, but this retake is going to be so difficult. Does he have an Aldron? He does. And he's gonna be hoping that he finds a tag, potentially on the Viper, sprays down Blitz. The Viper still at the back of the side. The Owl Drone has not spotted him. Intense around the corner, picks up a rifle for his troubles. Ak now under a lot of scrutiny, finds one, but now it's on the HFLL in a 1v2. The Viper in his pit, in his world, has a molly to work around with as well. Just has to avoid the spam kills coming in. Finds the first one. Information on the last, but a leap with the run and gun will secure them the round. Close round nonetheless, but Zero Maidens on a sliver of HP will convert their fifth round.
That looked like it was in Harry Maguire's favor. They had the pit control, they had the site control. The knives were taken away by Intense, but still.
The problem with the Viper's pit was it allowed the rest of Zero Maidens to flood in towards 410 first. And then they were able to confine the space of where HFL could have played from, because they cleared 410. They cleared the generator.
Area,
Cleared generator, came in from screens, and they pincered him there. It was lucky that he was able to find the... well, I mean, it was good that he was able to find the first one, but second one would be difficult. Blitz, again, this is the mid push that happened just 2 rounds prior.
And he has full control of Orange right now. Orange control has been given. The player at yellow is stuck in no man's land, but Tahir does manage to fight his way out. He finds 2, and he gets a dink onto one more player.
Oh, Tahir!
Gets 4, Tahir! He's now able to heal himself up. He's up for an ace, but gets stolen by Titanium.
No way, Tahir. The recon dart stuck on his body as well. There was no way for him to destroy it whatsoever. Just takes the heads up fight, and he shuts down the entire of the B main aggression.
Wow, Tahir. I was saying that the player at yellow is being pincered in, and he has to fight his way out. And he did. He just killed 4 people.
Got a 4K anchor. Wow, great job.
Almost 5, and Intense already taken out at the start of the round at the kitchen position. Couldn't find anything for Tahir, but I mean, mechanical play-wise, Tahir is on point. And now it will be a B execute coming in from Harry Maguire as Aldron being committed early but destroyed already. With Sicarius watching down this long angle.
Yeah, this double setup coming in from the side of Zero Maidens has worked out multiple times. Every time they have a 2-player setup here, they get at least one and they get away scot-free. So this is a great start coming in from Zero Maidens. They can just continue their 5v3 endeavors, right? Just trade out each other. They don't have to be too aggressive at this point in time. See, the players on B, they just back off into the back of the site. And they timing. Oh, jump up! Tahir will punish him for that. Unfortunate timings, tries to jump around the edge, and Ayak now finds and converge onto Titanium. Tahir should expect a couple more players towards this position. Has the res if he wants to go for it, but it's a bit risky.
The player is kind of exposed behind the wall, even if he goes for the resurrection. So he is just continuing playing around the Viper wall. Tahir has been coming through for his team right now, but Intense does have this operator and is watching down this position.
Oh, but
doesn't matter. Tahir gets it anyway, but he gets taken down. Sage versus Sage, and now the spike being committed, being taken up, and the barrier orb as well. The spike plant will be coming through, and the retake as well at the same time.
He does res. Ayak, with that plant, allows him to get the resurrection. The wall buys him a bit more time. They have the Hunter's Fury as well. This retake is going to be a bit difficult. Do they have a wall though? They do. That allows them to get back into the site itself. The Hunter's Fury popped early, trying to find an early pick somewhere, but up and above. I'm not sure if there were. A leaf is going to rain down terror right above their very eyes. Ayak now left in a 1v1. Spike tapped.
And
he
now
knows that he's not here.
1v1, Sicarius, he has made magic happen, and he will do so again. This man has been clutching once again for his team.
So close, Ayak. But this spike plant, right, that wall that was placed towards screens allowed them easy access to the side and an easy spike plant, but it does not allow for an easy post plant.
That early Hunter's Fury defined the round over there. It did not provide so much.
Yeah, it did not find a single tag, and that advanced position from Alif, very heads-up play, right, goes up and above. They don't expect him to be on top of 410, especially because he didn't make any noise.
That was ballsy by him because he did not have a rendezvous to work with. He was doing it blind without any utility, and still he managed to find 2 frags on top of 410.
Yeah, just the surprise factor itself just allowed him to get the first one. And
now
foot spotted, taken down. Wall and res coming in. And Tahir is aware of this. They want to spam straight through, and this spam, early spam, breaking of the wall just doesn't allow them to get that resurrection. In the meantime, Ali finds onto James the counter chamber.
And now the recon dart used from Titanium in this screens area. He does not know HFL's position. Oh no! Titanium still gets the better of him. And now Alif will get one more player, and IX, being the last person left, gets taken out by Intense.
Yeah, flawless.
And don't want to say this, but Zero Maidens are running away with this with a 6-round lead at the moment, and Harry Maguire would be put into an eco round.
Ooh, this is dire scenes, right? I guess if you look at the economy, you can't just go for 2 force buys.
Would you favor the defense side on Icebox? Or?
No, honestly, if you look at this composition, right, it's the same composition. It's you can kind of, I would kind of lean in towards a slight advantage into the half, maybe a 7-5 for attack.
Yeah.
But Zero Maidens right now, they've, as I mentioned, right, it's all about the game plan, how you play your defense side, how you play it together with the utilities that you both share equal amounts of. And right now, Zero Maidens are just being more efficient and more proficient together as a team.
Ooh, the Aldrone spots out 4 people, and he still has Hunter's Fury. And now, Harry Maguire, they only have Sheriffs and Spectres. They are trying to commit towards this pipes area, and Tahir, tagged out by the Aldrone, gets taken out. The hit has begun. Zero Maidens are still hanging back, and well, Harry Maguire decides to call it quits.
Sikaros is in an insane position. He somehow snuck his way all the way into this awkward position. I don't see anyone really playing this, so I'm not sure what it's called. No. But he's able to get a lot of information. All the information in the world. Any rotates, he will be able to catch or just provide that info to the rest of his team. The wall coming in feigns a bit of B-Luck presence.
And now, Sicarius not making use of his position.
It's a fake. The rest of his teammates moving back into A. It's a reaggression of sorts. Sicarius here to receive, spots out a player. No, he has to cover the frag. Thankfully, he does. But in the meantime, they have control over the A side itself. Titanium here to retrieve. Here trying to deny the spike plan, but HFLL sharp as ever. And now somehow find themselves with a 1-man advantage on their thrifty round.
And now it's a very hard retake for the side of Zero Maidens as James is getting another kill with the Headhunter, and now 2v4 situation. Intense does take out one from the top of Rafters. The retake will have to come true sooner or later. Cloudburst and the Viper Smoke available, but he only has an operator. He is stuck in no man's land as HFL coming through from the side of Harry Maguire. Sicarius being in that position,
they should have won.
Yeah, did not find
They should have won. It's just the individual brilliance coming in from Harry Maguire, right? Those Sheriff headshots, contact plays coming in.
I really like the mid-round
It was, yes.
call,
The mid-round call was pretty solid. Unfortunately, that Sicarius only saw, I'm not sure what's the information that he passed across, right? He only saw one player move towards mid, and which was Ayak. And I think that was just enough, right? That false information gave over to Zero Maidens, made them over-rotate. And they played for a retake on A, but when you give Harry Maguire that much advantage, they will convert. Gotta give them the respects due.
And now James is on a tear through.
And that's
he
your
has
controller.
been doing well on this chamber.
No smokes.
If they get an 8-4 half, they will have a fighting chance. They are still having this full pipes control. Aldrone already committed, but the slow orb being used on the top of pipes, both sides, no more Aldrone to spare, as the full site control will be given to Harry Maguire. But Tour de Force comes out.
You have a Hunter's Fury available as well on the side of the Zero Maidens if they want to go for that deny.
Already being used, I think.
Yeah, it is being used right now. And the luck being spotted out, Alif has to retreat back on that. He doesn't want to push the issue. It's a bit too risky. Goes in with the rest of his team. The retake's coming in. They have the knives as well. And the Viper's Pit is so huge in this position. It's a 5v3, 4v3. Intense has to go absolutely golden, but Blitz is the one that's actually gonna find all the kills. Intense left alone, right click at that range. It's a shot in hell trying to find something at that risky play. With that up in hand, and with an advanced position from Ziff, Harry Maguire will only be able to find 4, but it is still 2 rounds in a row at the end of the half, so not the end of the world. It's a nice comeback of sorts at the last 2 rounds. But they still have a difficult second half that they have to accomplish.
8-4 half. Kind of a fighting chance for Harry Maguire. they've been pulling through with Intense being stuck alone on the operator on the retake, but still a 4-round lead on this Icebox map on same lineups. It's kind of hard to go against this lineup on defense.
I mean, again, right, because there is no difference in the Asian composition, it really comes down to how you play it. So I still do believe Harry Maguire have an equal amount, an equal chance to bring this round back. But as you look at the scoreboard, Blitz is still sitting atop 12-7. He's the one that's been doing the heavy work, the brunt of the work coming in for Harry Maguire. Zero Maidens. This time around is a B presence, but Harry Maguire.
Ooh, they're going for
3 players towards mid, make that 4. Oh, the collateral shot kills Ayak in the meantime. Unknowingly finds that kill. And it's a free B side for Zero Maidens. They accelerate into it and they find it completely vacant.
Blitz is having the time of his life walking through right now, but Alif, he is noting this position. He gets the better of him as a 3K for him. 5v2 left over for Harry Maguire. If they lose this round, it might be double digits for Zero Maiden, as James is not finding anything right now.
Nice attempt coming in for Harry Maguire, but that Viper's smoke, that poison cloud, just deteriorated all of the HP away. Ayak was basically one shot from the chamber headhunter.
Harriet.
And he got collateral, but he was, or should I say, Alif was aiming towards his teammate and accidentally killed Ayak in the meantime through the smoke. So, honestly, credit to Sikaris as well, that Viper Poison Cloud actually kind of came in clutch. And, you know, Alif just shutting down that flank, that push entirely. Harry Maguire just had nothing left in the tank for that round.
And now,
so,
B main?
Yeah, they have the weapons, they have the potential to convert it into a 10th round for them. 6-round advantage at that point. Very, very hard for Harry Maguire to come back in.
Intense going on a B.
No way, Alif! Hello? I'm not sure if he saw anything. I think James was just waiting. And Titanium will catch the flank as well. So everything just falling into the wayside for Zero Maidens at this point in time.
And now it's ZYF. He does know that the Jet is over there, and yeah, he takes him out. 3v4 situation. They did force buy into this. So if they lose this round, this retake, they will be on the back foot as well. They will not be able to buy for the next round. 2v4 situation. Spike is ticking down. They have to go fast. HFL not finding anything. Alif with the Guardian and Tahir. Oh my god, Alif, what is wrong with you? This guy.
That spam through the top was perfect on. It hit every single bullet hit.
Every single shot was on the other
perfectly
chamber.
placed. I'm not sure if there was a barrel that was sticking out whatsoever, but I mean, everything going in the way for Zero Maidens right now. Harry Maguire, they went for that force as you mentioned, and this is the consequence. You lose that round, you have nothing. You have to go for an eco. You concede 11 essentially. Yeah, unless you have something insane in your back pocket. It looks like Zero Maidens have this in the bag.
And their plan is to just keep hitting B until you get disrupted somehow. Because Harry Maguire looks like they're having a hard time defending B right now. And with the chamber running in, the Aldrone does take note of his location. He does have to rendezvous away, and he only has a shorty to work with. The barrier orb already committed. The spike plant coming through right now. And will there be any utility on top of the spike plant to deny it? No!
They have no economy whatsoever. All they have is these weak little guns. James tries he might. That's not an ideal range for a shorty. Titanium standing his ground. So is Intense. Not flinching whatsoever. Intense. It's not even a collateral. It was just two beautifully placed shots. Holds his nerve, holds his ground, and it's a flawless one for Zero Maidens. Harry Maguire scratching their heads. What more can they do? An AWP perhaps from James? No ultimates in their pockets to use.
They
It's gotta
have
be
to
brute
get this
force.
round.
Yeah, I mean, safe to say.
They have
Bonus.
it. They have
It's essentially still a bonus for Zero Maidens. Look at that economy. It's booming.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for Maidens. No, I mean, it's not looking good for Harry Maguire at all. They are forced into half armor. They do have the operator to work with on James. He has been performing on the last half, last 2 rounds maybe, but now he's just falling off on defense. And it's really hard because Zero Maidens, they always ball up. And look at that, Harry Maguire respecting them so much.
Info in mid and B, but the attack's coming in towards the A side already. This wall buys them a little bit more time, and they are going to be working on that little flank. And the trip, actually, you're not going to be able to spot out Blitz, right? It's the trip for the B push. But Blitz is already advanced position towards mid, and they are coming to his domain. But James, the first one to find a connecting shot, baits in just a bit more time. Blitz should be able to get one and escape. Popped his tailwind already, but they're not actually re-aggressing into this position. This is information.
They're going back to A, and at this point, Blitz is having the information of his lifetime. They know that every single player is at A main.
Yeah, the recon dart confirms it. The recon dart confirms it. The rest of the players, yes, fast rotation coming in. Ayak, heads up. Gotta be alert now. Coming in. They just trickle in through the wall and they all go down. Nice trades coming in. And Tahir, the hero in the previous half, finds his resurrection off a couple of kills and now goes for the spike plant. It's an operator on the retake. Harry Maguire somehow finds himself in a very difficult situation. Blitz on the back lines finds one, but now James in a 1v2, operator in hand. Fired one shot before and they should be aware. Spots out his position, but he doesn't know where the jet has gone to.
Name of the game is to play for the spike here for Maidens. They don't want to peek into the operator, but then they do peek into a bulldog.
No! Expected intents to be around the site. Did not expect him to be all the way up on belt.
Yeah, and
that is heartbreaking. So much information, and yet they will still unable to convert.
Unable to convert and unable to use their economy, and now they will be on a broken economy with Zero Maidens full buy coming in. Does not look good for Harry Maguire at all. Even the alt economy is looking good for Zero Maidens. They have a Tour de Force. They have a Hunter's Fury.
They don't. They're all 2 or 3 ult points away. So even if they get an early ult orb, they have to get a kill. And James, again, this double setup. This time works out for them. There's still a judge coming in. Oh, the smoke. They expected it.
They expected the
Their poison cloud a bit too sussy.
And now Intense on the top of yellow dashes into sight, actually, not away. And now popping the knives, will be looking for any form of entry. Take note of the
Why is
players.
Snowman?
And he's already all the way in Snowman. That gives so much space for the rest of the players. Get taken out
Oh,
for Blitz. Blitz on the back foot. No, on the back side. Taking out 3 players, and that's the round for Harry Maguire. This might be the comeback that they needed.
If I'm not mistaken, he was able to... oh, he didn't even use his smoke. He somehow just evaded the trip. I think the chamber might have died, so they weren't aware of this early flank, even before the spike was... I mean, the spike was planted, but it was still an early flank coming in. So again, Blitz doing his job.
Yeah, he's...
Very much so. Doing more than he's required to be honest.
He's killing everyone.
Yeah.
But still, as I say again, Maiden economy is looking very good, and they have the Tour de Force. They will have the Hunter's Fury, but Harry Maguire, they will also have ultimates for this round. Finally,
yes.
The ultimate economy looking better.
Oh, the perfect counter. James here to receive. Catches the second onto Sicarus. Spots the spike as well. They still have to come into his domain. He should have the angle advantage. Never mind, Titanium. And Aleve both find frags, and now they even up the scoreline. It's 3-3. Spike still in the mid position. HFLL spots it out. But I don't think you gotta be too greedy for this, right? Don't get too over-eager.
And if they know the players' locations, they saw 2 players at mid, so definitely there's only 1 player left at B, and they just have to clear it out. But actually,
there's no one here.
one is all the way at A. It's no one at B. But there's still a possibility because they do not know. And now the Hunter's Fury available. Spike already planted. Drone from the side of Harry Maguire used to clear out kitchen. Ayak takes out Tahir though. Now in a 2v2 situation, only a leaf left to win the match or give them 6 rounds.
Oh, spot it. They know exactly where he is. They just have to double swing him, play together, play as a team. Harry Maguire, this is your chance to come back into this one, and Ziff will punish him for that early peak. And that 2v1 situation going up in their favor. Finally, Harry Maguire stabilized. And a very scary round, but I think facilitated off the back of James, right? That 2K with the op just was able to give them that slight man advantage and eventual 2v1. And they were able to successfully put it out. So good job on them, but they have to be consistent. 6 more rounds required.
Maidens still has the economy to buy. If they wish to do so, they can commit the Tour de Force and get rifles for everybody. Or if not, you can go for a Bulldog Tahir because he's a god.
Interesting though, that I don't think there has been a timeout.
Yeah, there hasn't been a timeout.
I think Harry Maguire, if they had, I mean, just call it. Oh, but this early aggression, gotta be careful. It's Blitz now. He wants to close out this round early. Pops the tailwind already. willing to take an early fight. Oh, there's so many players around him. Which fight does he choose to take? Finds the one on the stage, drops the spike as well, but Intense is already on the backlines. Both the Jets are just behind each other. You know, chaos breaks out within the side itself, and as things settle down, they just fall one by one. Harry Maguire, the chaos that's ensued from Blitz, finds the information on the last one, and he should be traded out in the meantime.
Sicarius? He nearly made magic happen, but Blitz with the heads-up play on the aggressive defense. Being in that next position gave him so much information.
Again, facilitated off of Blitz aggression. A lot of the plays that Harry Maguire has been pulling off has been thanks to Blitz and his initiative. Right, taking these early fights, being very confident in his aim, took the favorable duel against Ayak.
Managed to tailwind away
against Tahir. Yes, was able to tailwind away and somehow also catches onto Intense. It was a bit of a chaotic moment, but I guess Blitz just lives within it. And well, they have to make a lot more chaos if they want to come back on this one. They have 4 ultimates, which is nice. Zero Maidens has that Viper's Pit, so you cannot let them get a plant in. Right? If you get in the post-plant position with the Viper's Pit, it's going to be very hard to retake.
And he has a Viper's Pit, and he has a shorty as a secondary. So he looks like he's
prepared,
to commit
he's
it.
prepared to do it.
Wants to commit it if he hears any form of aggression, but Zero Maidens are just playing contact. They are not telegraphing anything with utility at all. Maybe after this smoke dissipates, they would want to push together.
Yeah, there's just 2 players on the side itself. HFLL, not willing to use the Viper's Pit at this point in time. Perhaps not seeing enough information or just confident in his teammates' ability to cover him. Blitz, fantastic up and above, not expecting that position. Intense goes down. HFLL goes down as well. Alif somehow finds the advantageous situation. Just 1 HP, but Blitz here trying as he might to secure the site, not allow his team to fall victim. Finds a beautiful angle, but Alif still catches the shot on the head of Blitz.
And that's the best player down. They do have a resurrection available, and if they retreat and rotate towards the other side, it will become a 4v3.
30 seconds
yeah, they can't use the resurrection at this point in time. It's a bit too risky, but yes, with the cover fire, they will be able to secure that. Hunter's Fury actually invested towards the A side, but James here to receive misses a shot, but that's information nonetheless.
This positioning by James has given the whole play towards the side of Harry Maguire, and they have to plant
They have to plant it. Oh, the wall.
The wall. Is it
just enough, just enough. Oh, but the Hunter's Fury coming in again. 3 seconds. I don't think there's enough time. Harry Maguire. They secure it by the slightest margins.
The Hunter's Fury coming through at the best timing available, not being able to plant the spike.
Yeah.
And James being in that snowman position, anchoring that backside, not moving towards the A side at all.
Yeah, and even though he didn't get any kills, his presence alone just struck fear in the hearts of Zero Maidens. They weren't able to confidently walk up, especially because they didn't have any smokes whatsoever.
Yeah.
They had to just try to throw a wall in, get that spike planted, but at that point in time, they already had the Hunter's Fury up and running on a Zeph.
At Zero Maidens, they will be going on a half buy.
Oh,
but does
Titanium.
not matter. Blitz has been taken out for V5 now.
No way.
And there's no resurrection for Harry Maguire. Do they win the round like this? On a thrifty half buy, but Zero Maidens, they will have the Viper's Pit.
I mean, you gotta take things slow. As Zero Maidens, they are on an eco and they found their first frag. So it is most likely that Harry Maguire wants to take initiative. They want to get a bit of information. We can see in B main already, Chamber has a lot of information. But there's only 1 player towards A. That's an interesting situation, right? They have so much information towards B. Yeah, there's only 1 player towards the A side, and the Owl Drone just spots out that nobody is on the side itself, and Zero Maidens just waltz their way straight in. And because of that, the Viper's Pit given to the hands of Zero Maidens, this post plant suddenly becomes very dangerous despite the gun disadvantage.
Oh, Tahir gets the better of Ayak, and they go for a trade, and now the resurrection coming through.
Tahir!
Situation. Zero Maidens look like they're on the cusp of a win here, as Harry Maguire will have to do magic, which will not be happening. And congratulations to Zero Maidens for going through to the finals. They will be playing the best of 3 and giving them the chance to represent the region in the fight versus Singapore. Wow, that was intense. I mean, not the player intense, but still very intense coming in from the side of Zero Maidens.
Look at that. Yeah, he tried very, very hard to say the least. 22 and 15. But try as they might, just unfortunately the team synergy was just not on par as of the side of Zero Maidens, and they will push themselves on into the next stage of the brackets. Have one more match to play against their local rivals, which I believe is Nexka. Right,
Yes, the Nexka, the first team that we saw today, and they were having super good mid-round decisions. And given the team of Zero Maidens, I feel that they answered Icebox really well. They played Icebox very standard. They knew what to do. All their utility was used properly. The Hunter's Fury denied plants. The Snakes, the Viper's Pit was amazing to watch on both sides. Every time the Viper's Pit come out, it's like a round win.
Yeah, Zero Maidens, I think they just
button.
yeah, it wasn't anything fancy, right? There wasn't some insane individual plays. There was one with Tahir 4K on the anchor, but apart from that, it just seemed like it was a team effort, right? Their positions were solid on defense. Their attacking rounds were nice and structured as well. There was a couple of mid hits that was pretty successful, but at the end of the day, Blitz, he was the one that was really making them, giving Harry Maguire some rounds. And apart from that, it was Zero Maidens that were pretty much in control, right? If you talk about, Harry Maguire referencing football, if you talk about possession, it felt like Zero Maidens were the ones having most of the possession control in the entire match.
They control the game, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time they make a move, every time they use some utility, there's always follow-up behind it. Harry Maguire did the same, but it's just slightly better from the side of Zero Maidens, and they just took the rounds handedly despite the momentum coming through from Harry Maguire.
Yeah, so yeah, again, congratulations to Zero Maidens. Push themselves to the next stage and potential. I mean, yeah, it is the final stage of the Malaysia brackets, and I think that concludes this map for this matchup. Next up, we will have Powerpuff Boys versus the winner of NDG versus Professional Noobs. Let's see if the brackets have been updated.
So it will be Powerpuff Boys versus NDG, I think.
Yes.
NDG has already won.
NDG. So No Deal Gaming going up against Powerpuff Boys. I think this is going to be a good one. Both of these teams, I believe that they have the potential to go deep into tournaments. So meeting each other here, I think we're going to have a good match.
Yeah, and the winner of this will be fighting Slay.
Oh, Slay is a strong team as well. So next two matches will be pretty solid. We'll be going for a short little break, but when we come back, we will be watching the match between NDG and Powerpuff Boys. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to bring me the horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in, and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR 48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little lace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Almond Heath.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. We have Malaysian players fighting against each other, Singapore players fighting against each other today for the chance to face off between Singapore versus Malaysia. And this is me, your caster Moman. With me is my fellow co-caster, Cole Dan. And right now, we will have the game of Singapore, Kizuna versus Elusive on Fracture.
Ooh, interesting. Fracture. I did not expect this map to come out in the vetoes, right? Most of the time, we end up with maps such as Haven, Ascent, common grounds that a lot of teams are comfortable in. But Fracture, interestingly, not banned out by either of those teams, so we will be heading to that battleground. And Fracture is one of the maps that I personally like to watch, right? I think it's very creative. The kind of stress that we are going to see is a lot of Asian diversification that we can have on that map as well. So, excited to see how these two teams play up against each other. And speaking of the teams, right, Team Kizuna, right, they are a pretty new team, the new org, should I say, that's established themselves, and they are pretty, notable, right? Look at the players, Flaring, we have Shun, Josh, Kimmy, Riza. All these players have, put their name in the scene, and they are known and, well, recognized. And on the other side of things, let's look at it. Elusive, right? They themselves notable. Menace, Fiery, Gan, Nix, and someone called Valorant Best Game. That's his IGN. So that's hey.
He really likes Valorant. Yeah, it's the best game. I mean, it's not Pokemon, but yeah, it's the best FPS out there.
Yeah, Menace, I've seen him in the scene for multiple times. He's played for multiple times. And it's an interesting lineup, right? Fiery and Gan and Nix. I don't think we've seen too much of them in previous tournaments playing together as a core. On the other side, Kizuna, right? They've had pretty solid results so far. And I mean, looking at the quality of players, right? You kind of expect that. So this match, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting one. Kizuna, I do have my slight favoriting them a little bit. Ooh. But on the map of Fracture, though, I'm not too sure how things will pan out because you can have some interesting strats, right? It really comes down to playstyle and how these two teams match up against each other.
I am a fan of Menace, though, so I'm favoring Elusive.
Okay, all right. We set the battlegrounds. Let's see how these two teams will play up against each other. Of course, Asian selection is going to be a big key factor. I think you kind of win and lose 50% of the battle there in just the Asian select.
Fracture.
Neon, very common pick on Fracture.
I think Neon is a very hit or miss agent. If you're going to pick Neon, you have to know how to play around her. And the rest of the team has to cater to her quite a lot because Neon as an agent, I feel, as a duelist, it's kind of weak because it does not have so much utility for the rest of the team.
It's not the most self-sufficient duelist.
Yeah, it's not the most self-sufficient duelist. You have to play around the rest of the team. But if you do know how to play around the rest of the team, if you do know how to make so much space for your team, Neon can be crazy.
It can be unstoppable.
Yeah, it can be unstoppable. But it's really a hit or miss. You have to pair it up with agents such as KO or Breach. And sometimes we do see the Astra, but most of the time on Fracture, it's always the Brimstone that's preferred. But still, it's very hit or miss for me. Raze is my favorite duelist on Fracture, if you want to speak duelist, because the ease of access of her utility is always easy to use. Paint Shells gives you so much space. It denies a lot of space from the defenders as well. Boombot can work as a form of info utility and a space grabber as well. Satchel, movement-wise, it's vertical and it can go horizontal as well. So I would prefer the Raze, but still, if you pull out the Neon, if you know what you're doing, it can be amazing.
Yes, it can be, and I do believe that the quality of players we have here, the synergies and just game knowledge that they have, they're gonna put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah, I won't doubt the players when they're picking them.
Yep. So interesting to see. I'm very curious on how the agent selection is gonna go. But apart from that, looking at the map of Fracture, there's some changes that happen on Fracture, right?
Yeah, the new A ramp. No, what do they call it? Drop. The A drop. Then now it has a wider space and
there's a wider space. Yeah, you can sort of play below that drop position. Taking satellite area is
and
now
half
less.
Of satellite is
it's more straightforward. It's a pro and con in different ways, different aspects, but.
It's harder to attack, it's harder to defend as well, because when you talk about defense, now Satellite only has one funnel for you to defend. I mean, it's easier, but there's only one angle for you to look. And also, there's also a new little ledge on top of the
Sands area.
Yeah,
right?
Sands area.
Yeah,
and
I think that is a very interesting location, because when you execute onto A, when you smoke out certain positions, if you smoke out sands and you smoke out CT, they can still peer over your smoke above
On the
above your
ledge,
smoke on the
yeah.
ledge. So sometimes teams may opt to smoke the little there's a box that's towards sands,
Exactly,
right? To
exactly.
try to mask that area. But you know, because of that presence of the ledge, it kind of forces teams to be a bit more proactive in taking sands first, right? So you kind of split A side at the same time. You smoke off the ropes position, and then you have control over sands. So instead of just a fully A main execute, you have a bit of a split.
bit of a split
right?
going
There's
on.
a bit of a two-way street
But
coming in.
now with on top, it's impossible to smoke the sands all off.
Yeah,
There's always an
completely.
angle.
There's always a ratty little angle that you can somehow find. They just got to be careful of that new angle that's appeared on that map itself. But apart from that, A side is pretty decently changed. B side pretty standard still, right? There's a bit of a space widened up for the
Widened up,
arcade
yeah.
area. The slope on the B side itself, it just makes it a little quality of life change. The headshot angle is a bit more predictable. You don't have people jumping up and down. Not to make
Getting
things
the
too
info
awkward.
for free, you know.
Yeah. So
And I mean, when you talk about Fracture, when you speak like it used to be what I call split on crack, because
Okay.
it was a kind of a vertical map, but with so close little funnels that you can go through. Like when you attack B main, when you attack arcade, there's only one path for you to go through, and it can get denied so easily by probably any form of utility that you have. Fragment, Nanoswarm, Brimstone, Molly, whatever.
Yeah.
But still, right now, with the changes coming in, it feels like it's a lot easier to attack. It feels like it's a lot easier to execute onto the site, and it gives you a lot more depth of gameplay to watch, because there can be a lot of combinations. Given the previous time, there weren't so many. If you were attacking, it was telegraphed straight away. Once you see the smokes go in from the Brimstone, you know that the attack is coming. But now it might be a lot different.
yeah, and one thing you pointed out, right? If you know where they're gonna execute, it's pretty easy to lock off those choke points. But that's the second step of the process. You need to get information on where they're gonna come in from in the first place. So proactiveness, I think, is one big key factor on the defense side of Fracture. And as we mentioned earlier, Neon, a classic pick nowadays. It's almost meta to see a Neon or a Raze on this map. And Kimi on the side of Kizuna will be attacking first and picking that Neon, as we mentioned.
And Neon together with KO is amazing. And if you have a breach on top of that,
Yeah.
that will be crazy. That will be crazy,
That'll
because
be
you can
great,
deny
yeah.
their abilities, you can impair them with the fault line, and then the Neon just goes straight running in with the fast lane. But now, on the other side, I feel that if you have
Sage
a
is
Raze...
Sage is an interesting pick,
Yeah,
though.
Sage is a very interesting pick.
You can wall off a position of the map. The problem with that is that you don't have a lot of information, right? Most of the times when you want to play on defense or Fracture, I would say you want to be aggressive, take some part of map control. Either the northern part of the map, you can sort of pincer players when you push arcade and you push dish at the same time. But you know, having a Sage, you kind of give up a certain part of map control, which is fine. But you just got to be careful to not play too passive.
Yeah, and speaking of Northern and Southern, Fracture is an interesting map where you can start on either side of the map. There's a giant zip line that you can just go across, and you can instantly start on the other side. So there's a lot of things that can come out. As a defender, it's horrible. As an attacker, it's horrible.
We've seen a clip where all 5 players died on the zip line. So
yes,
that's,
it happens. It happens. Sentinels, that time it was Zelsis, right? No, that wasn't Zelsis.
No, that was Crash Cheese.
Crash Cheese. Yes, Crash Cheese on Optic.
Yes,
And
unfortunate scenes, but I guess it's immortalized as a a moment in the map itself. But yeah, jumping straight into the map of Fracture, let's see how these teams fare up against each other. Pretty sure they're pretty familiar with the opponents on the other side of the screen. And Kizuna, I will give them the benefit of I think that they are the slightly more favored team, and as you mentioned, you prefer
the
Elusive.
The Raze.
Yeah, the Raze, yeah.
Wherever the Raze is, I prefer it, because I feel that the Raze is a stronger pick on Fracture, but I don't know. Neon might pull through as well, given that there's a KO. KO is always a wild card when it comes to Fracture. And the 0 point and the fault line already used at the start of the game. They will be funneling super hard, but the self-flash, team flash onto Kimmy, and the concuss, the relay bolt already used out, but Gun finds Riza through the smoke flaring, trades back in kind, and trades are going left and right, 2v2 situation, left over even numbers. But still, the site has been given to Kizuna.
Interesting. Okay, you get control of the side itself. You don't have a main presence. So a flank there could be dangerous, but you can see Menace has already pushed himself out, and oh, the trades come in favorably. Josh with the classic in hand will convert the trade successful for Kizuna. They secure that available first round pistol.
Yeah, and HP advantage was not looking good for Kizuna, but Elusive, they did not manage to find the shots at all. And now they will be put on a lower tier economy, and they will have to buy shorties, pistols, compared to Spectres. Of course, the standard round 2 that we talk about, the bonus round. Kizuna, they need to convert this. If they lose out on this and bet wrong on going into a site, because Elusive looks like they are
stacking. They are stacking the B side, and the spike looks like it's heading towards that direction. The null point actually doesn't spot out any of the players, if I'm not mistaken. Maximum 1, I think. So they may be baited into this very dangerous stack. You have a couple of shorties up in tower, Headhunter as well, and oh, they are committing in. As the stuns come in, the smokes cover the side itself. Kimmy flashes through, and they both find the frags itself. Nyx only finds 1, and now Menace left alone. Shorty in hand, still unspotted. Can he find a couple of frags? No. Josh, sharp as ever, will convert onto Menace.
They walked into the stack.
They walked in the stack, and they came alive with only 1 casualty. That is a great sign.
And they killed everyone. Wow. that was amazing.
I want to take the time to mention that Kizuna, right? You have that KO, you have that breach. Very flash heavy, very execute heavy. Right? These synergize very well with Kimmy's Neon.
Yes, and I always say that the Neon, it needs all the support it can get, and now with the KO and the breach, it's gonna be very hard for Elusive to deal with unless they have some form of pre-nade or pre-slow orb that can stop the push.
Yeah, the slow orb would most likely be the best option out of everything they have, but Kimmy right now is just W-king into every single side. 3 rounds in a row, he just dashes straight in, full on execute, and it's successful again. Kizuna, control over the site. But with the better weapons in the hands of Elusive, can they finally convert that first?
I like what Elusive are doing though. They are going for the slow retake, not committing into the early fight at all, waiting for the smokes to dissipate, and then going for the retake. But Flaring does get the first blood onto Menace as he goes down, but he's on low HP. Valorant best game, takes out Flaring. True that, Valorant is the best game. And now for V4 retake coming through. They will have a lot of utility. Boombot already expended. Kimmy will have to win this if he wants to take the generator control. Only left with a 2v2 right now.
1 enemy remaining.
And Elusive not looking good. And I can't believe Kizuna is committing the ultimate on this. But yeah, Kimmy, he is proving that Neon is better than Raze and proving me wrong.
I mean, the extremely oppressive full-on executes coming in from Kizuna is extremely difficult to deal with, especially if you only have 1 or 2 players on the side itself. Imagine if you're Sage, you want to slow up, but they just run straight through, they flash multiple times. You have a total of 4 flashes available on your execute. That's a lot more than what you typically expect. So playing for the retake is a good call, but Kizuna, they were just more proficient in the positioning on that post-ban situation. So now Elusive on an eco. Difficult situation. If they can somehow pull a round out of the hat, they stack the ace side this time, but they are going for that early rotation, so they might just reach here in the nick of time.
Now, after Shock and Fragment being used onto Heaven, Valorant best game is still in this position whatsoever. And now Kimmy, he's on site, and this Heaven area has not been cleared, this tower area. Valorant best game, if he chooses to peek out, he might find anything, but Kimmy is aware and takes him out. Now the full B-side control has been given. They re-aggress and take out the B main players as well. Elusive will not be looking good. They were not on good weapons to begin with, but still they wanted to do some damage, keeping the player on top of Heaven, going for the B main strat, and not finding anything. Kimmy, he does take note of Gon's position.
Beautiful round, beautiful round.
Beautiful. When you see Neon's knowing what they're doing. And I mean, he is so intentional when he does his neon plays. He knows where he's going and he's making space for his team. Every time he goes in, he does not blindly rush in. He waits for the utility that comes through, the aftershock follow-up, the fragment follow-up to clear out these fast angles that the enemy team can peek, the defenders can peek. And before that, he takes the time for the smokes to land and then clears out from the backward position. So it creates an effective pincer when he attacks.
Alright, and again, a fast take coming in. They have control over draw, but there's nobody in the side. Kimmy just finds it for free. Just like that. 1 minute and 30 seconds, 10 seconds into the round. They have the site and the spike will get planted. There's no way for Elusive to deny this. They have the Brimstone ultimate. If they wish to invest it, yes they will. But they're playing all off-site. This retake should be coming in nice and swiftly. The Breach ultimate as well. They're gonna go for an aggressive retake over Sands, if I'm not mistaken.
Fault line Rolling Thunder already committed. Two
On the
Rolling
counter
Thunder.
one!
Kimmy gets the better of him and gets taken out 2v2. No, 3v3. Rolling Thunder already used. Null command already
They're sticking
down.
it! They're just sticking it!
What? That was so chaotic. That was so chaotic. Two Rolling Thunders.
What an insane retake coming in. The smokes just bought them enough time. The trades were fantastic from Elusive. The Rolling Thunder both used on either side, but the frags still come up in favor of Elusive. And that smoke that was towards a main was just enough. They couldn't spam through. They just didn't have the information. Flaring, we saw that earlier. He had the null command popped, but it was just a bit too late. The utility was already in place. Tried to go for the flash. Unfortunately, just someone was just waiting for him right around the corner.
Timing, yeah. The timing was just so close.
So fortunately, Elusive find their very first round. Tour their force used this time around. And the boost, Menace,
Menace
the
on
operator. Okay, double op setup against a full execute team, but the push coming in from the top side of the map. 3 players here on the defense ready to receive. Nyx, try as he might, but Kimmy's slide is just a bit too slippery to handle.
And Gun does take out Kimmy though, so there will be an even trade going on over there on Satellite, but the spike is still very far away from Kizuna. They have not retrieved the spike. They're trying to clear out this drop area first. And Gun gets the better of Riza, catches him looking upwards instead of on him, and now doesn't look too good for Shun.
Let's see what he can make out of this one. Sound cues would probably be given if he tries to drop here. And without the spike, it's a very tough deal. Gun, here's this. Yep, his teammates here to receive. Backup should be coming in just in the nick of time. Shun. I don't think he's going to be expecting this position.
Gun, though.
Yeah, but the read, even if he finds Gun, right? There's 2 players here. Surely he can't win.
Catches him looking away, and then wait a minute.
He doesn't even have a spike, so it's nice effort. I don't think Elusive even know that the spike is still there, but regardless, they are gonna be anchoring on the sites.
He has only 15 seconds, but there is enough time for him to run all the way to B if he just books it.
Yeah, he has to knife out Knight here. There's no time left.
7 seconds, 6, 5, 4 seconds to plant the spike. Not enough time. And the round is Elusive. He's better off saving the gun. And the round just ends just like that. Kizuna just did not know whether they had control of the spike or not.
Yeah, and I mean that was fine from Elusive, right? Even though they didn't have information on the spike, they just played it as if that they were going to deny a spike plant because there's so little time. As long as they just denied that spike plant, they would have won just by enough time, and yes, they did. So Kizuna, right? Early, the storyline so far has been.
Look at Kimmy's scoreline.
He's been entering and just getting so much free kills. But as I mentioned, right, entering early round, but Elusive, they're going on their form of aggression. They're countering the aggression from Kizuna by taking their own map control.
And now Nyx having the early operator. Yeah, Fault Line was super good to flush him out. Forced to rendezvous away.
This is the conditioning. Wherever they've shown presence where the neon was, they would have executed. But this time around, they show a bit of presence towards B, and they force rotations out of the A side. So there's only Fiery here that's actually remotely near the side itself.
Yeah, and now Elusive showing the
there's no one on the left side of this wall. It's free again. Oh, but gotta be careful. Menace jumps up and above, takes the initial fights, but Shun, Josh, and Kimmy all respond with fights and kills of their own. Elusive now in a 2v4. And the orbital strike available for Kizuna. It's gonna be a rough retake. It looks like Nyx is already,
he's
conceded that.
He's just I'm on the other side. I'm an operator. I'm saving this gun for the next round, and Kizuna, they will have the orbital strike to work with for the next round. And
Yep.
even if they want to, they can still commit it for this round. But
Now, there's no, I mean,
there's no point. There's
They're
no
not going to tap the spike. Valorant best game will back off with his rifle, and they will try to save for the next round. So, interesting to say that this is the very, if I'm not mistaken, one of the only few times we've seen a save actually coming in today.
Yeah.
So it just shows like the level of gameplay coming in. Elusive just being aware enough that, hey, this is a statistically unlikely round that we're going to win, especially with an orbital strike.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
Retaking the A site with just one brimstone and an operator is very unlikely. So let's just save this, give ourselves a chance to fight back in this round. We're going to be on a low buy regardless, so saving these two rifles is very, very important moving into this round.
And we talk about these saves coming through, and look at that. Look at Kizuna's economy. They are good for the next 2 rounds
Yeah,
at least,
I mean,
while Elusive has to win this round. They have been doing well. They have been doing well with the saves.
There's a showstopper available, and the raise is on the correct side of the map this time. It seems like it's going to be a fast one from Kizuna. Let's see if Elusive can answer back. Oh, it's so bold! And the showstopper just whizzes right past 2 players. That's unfortunate to say the least. Josh, here to back up Kimmy, is gone from the top ropes, finds 2 more kills. Flaring answers back with a trade itself. There's nobody in the site. They should be able to grant that spike planted, but a 3v3 retake. As good as ever for Elusive to come back on this one.
Spike being planted already, paint shells already used, nothing left over for the side of Elusive. Only the resurrection will be coming through. The flashpoint does come through, but Valorant best game gets him through the wall, and finally a round going towards the favor of Elusive despite the whiffed paint shells with showstopper. The retake was very strong. Their flashpoint, everything was
It looked like a
well.
James Bond movie. You saw the Kimmy just running around the sky as he's a rocket whizzes right past his feet. Misses both of the players. That's so unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
So
indeed.
unfortunate for Elusive. Fiery, I mean, that's just unlucky. I guess aim at the ground. You just gotta aim at the ground sometimes and just hope that the blast radius is wide enough. But still, Kizuna unable to convert that round. Elusive successful on their retake, and it's a bit unfortunate, right? We saw Flaring try to go for that pop flash through the wall. It kind of blinded himself and left his teammate in a 1v3 outside the door.
And
yeah.
Gun just followed up with a flashpoint from behind that KO flash.
Yeah,
That was
so it was
amazing.
completely just out of it.
So now the barrier orb has been committed early. The relay bolt used by Kimmy, giving them early aggression. Once again, they have been doing this. They have been giving them very, very, very early telegraphs, and maybe
Big
just
fight
rotating
happening on the
off.
top of the map right now. The chamber's going to be peeking out, and yes, Nyx will take down Josh. Josh was marking that position, but not good enough to fight up against an operator peeking into that angle. And so
now-
a man advantage, so it's big from Elusive.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Elusive, they look like they can just chill and just wait for Kizuna to make their move, because they do have the whole of satellite control.
And no smokes for Kizuna. That's a key factor. They gotta be careful, right? Most likely they're gonna go for a contact play because they don't have smokes to go on for a full-on execute. The most they can do maybe is a Neon fast lane. I'm not sure if the Neon actually has a fast lane or if she already committed it. So a contact play is sort of the best option right now. Riza trying to work his magic, clear angles bit by bit, but I think he's been spotted. Yeah, Util dashed upon his position, and he will be forced back. A smoke as well for good measure.
Rendezvous being recalled, and
But that's
now
just fake, right? That's just presence being shown. Kimmy dancing straight in. Yes, he does have the fast lane. Will continue into the side. That just buys him just enough time, enough space. Spike here to commit. As the
now?
retake is going to be coming in from Elusive. They have the breach Rolling Thunder as well. Gan going to use it preemptively. Denies the spike being planted. 13 seconds. He has to stick it. And
the
Shun.
aftershock
Oh
on top
my
of that.
gosh.
He cannot get the plant down, and there's only 4 seconds left. Nobody. The spike is loose. They can't get the plant down.
Yeah,
They
just survive, right?
they killed the rest of the players, yes,
That's-
but that was a round 1 for them anyway. Amazing
Great,
round.
yeah, great adaptations coming in from Elusive right now. They were able to get that opening frag. I think all thanks to Nyx taking that chamber 1v1 duel against Josh. Took down the smokes. What a huge frag to take down, and because of that, they were just lacking in manpower. They were able to win out the round based on time, but I don't think they would have won either way.
And
Right?
it's
They
word
had
of
the man
force.
advantage.
Being committed on the side of Kizuna right now. So they are looking towards a broken economy. If they lose this round, then they will be on the back foot. Elusive, impressive comeback. It was 5-1 at one point.
Fight! Ooh, Riza! Sharper than Nyx for this time around. And that's a pick. That's a nice pick coming in this time for Kizuna, and they might as well just execute straight into the side. They've known that Elusive tend to play off-site. And so, yeah, they will get the free side yet again. Elusive opting for the retake, but it's going to be hard. It's a 5v4. Menace trying to put his foot in the door, and he lines up 2 kills. Fantastically done. The chance now finds a third. Riza, last man standing. Can he find any more? Tour de force in hand, definitely doable. But with so many players around his position, what more can he muster? Jump peeking, playing things nice and slow, stunned up as well. Molly's
scope. He can't scope when he's stunned. Now he does. He only has 2 operators to work with. Pulls out the headhunter, but not in time as he takes him down.
Menace, Menace. Absolute terror on the side towards drop. You mentioned the drop change. He was able to play under that position. Finds a sliver of an angle, managing to connect onto 3 players. That was insane coming in from the Sage. And yeah, timeout being called now for Kizuna. What is the game plan? What is the switch up? We've seen Elusive adapt to the fast executes that Kizuna have been trademarking at the start of the game. They went for early aggression, mid-round aggression, taking back map control, able to find picks. So now, what is Kizuna's adaptation, right? We've seen Elusive comfortable on mid-round aggression, comfortable on retakes. They're not committing anyone on the side itself. They're not going to lose any players without finding a frag for their hard work. So, what is the adaptation? I think something that they can do is potentially try a fake.
Yeah,
right. We've seen that
they did have the most advantage when they went for the Neon fake, the aggression into B main, and then they switch up going into A main. They always get the plant down, but the retakes have been a problem for the side of Kizuna, right? Yeah, for the side of Kizuna. And right now, because the smokes keep going down at the start of the game. That's the problem with having a Brimstone. That's the problem with not having cooldown smokes. So it's always expended very early at the start of the game, and afterwards the player is either dead or the player is the smokes are not available for them anymore.
Menace again with this fantastic angle. I'm not sure if he has an operator in hand.
So I think what Kizuna has to do is they have to really spread out the smokes.
They have 4 ultimates. So this pause coming in could be going in for a very nice execute coming in. Just take a bit of map control at the start and then just gather your forces and execute onto the side. But look at this. Look at the adaptation of Elusive. Again, nobody on the B side. A fantastic adaptation. Menace already predicting the smokes. So his wall here will afford him great angles to fire upon, but with so many players, can't choose the target, has to fall off and play together with the rest of his team. With this with the KO ultimate, right? The null command not gonna afford them any utility available.
Spike has already been planted. Kizuna, they do have the
Josh goes down.
They don't have
they don't have the orbital strike.
And Kimmy, he has already expended his overdrive, but Shun gets the better of Nyx, and Flaring will take out the race. So Gon will be the rising star that's gonna come out, but still, Elusive, they are retaking, always retaking. They have the utility available. Orbital strike already committed. Kimmy on the top of tower. Can he find anything? The Spike is
calls the fake. He calls the fake, but Menace sticks it like a Chad that he is. Steals yet another round, and now finally somehow their resurgence back into this game. It was 4-0, now 6-5. 6 rounds to 1 in the last 7.
It was 5-1 at one point, right?
Yeah, it was no, it was 5-2. It was 5-2, but 6 rounds to 1. 6 rounds for Elusive and only 1 for Kizuna in the last 7 rounds.
Yeah. That's amazing momentum shift coming in from Elusive. They have been adapting great towards his Neon play. And that's the thing about having a Neon. You do not have anything afterwards. After you take the site, it's almost as if you've expended everything. You've shot everything out.
Look at the Neon. She only threw that stun towards B, and there's already a rotation coming in. So if they can continue to do that and potentially try to fake out the side of Elusive, but doesn't matter because the execute's already on the side itself. The rotation's here to receive. Fiery is completely stunned up, but the counter, Rolling Thunder, will push them further even back. Gan with 2 fantastic kills. Shun try as he might, but there's too many players in front of his face. Josh trying to dance around the smoke itself, but just left Riza in a 1v2. and both of them marking his angle. The defenders, Elusive, find themselves a lead somehow.
7-5. Who would have
7 rounds to 1 in the past 8 rounds. Elusive, their whatever adaptation, whatever's been called, has been working tremendously. Their mid-round aggression, their retakes, playing off-site, playing these predictable, unpredictable angles, right, from Menace on top of the gen. And yeah, the retakes have been looking so perfect. Look how many retakes they have. 1, 2, 3. 3 successful retakes, 1 died to time, and 3 lost to eliminations. So every single retake, I think, except for 1, they've only, look at the attackers, they've only won 1.
Yeah.
They've only
And
won
Kimmy,
1 post-plant position.
Nothing wrong with Kimmy. He has always been doing his job. He has been finding the entries. He has been doing so much. It's just that Elusive had been making the proper round decisions.
Yes, the
at
adaptation has
mid-round.
been beautiful so far. Great job.
And really great job. Really great gameplay coming out of both teams. Kizuna, they are trying their best. They are not throwing. Mind you, they have been getting the plants. They have been getting the post plants.
Look at this Elusive. They're playing slow because they expect a fast move coming in with the Neon. Instead, I think Kizuna are also wary that Elusive could be expecting this, so they themselves aren't going for early round aggression. Instead, taking map control slowly and parking Kimmy in this nice cubby position. Riza just going to be watching, and this setup could potentially find some kills, but they got to be careful. Elusive, if they can just
find the drop.
Yeah, they could execute onto A. There's only 2 players towards A main, nobody on the side itself. This explosion could be very damning coming in for Kizuna. Oh, and the aftershocks, beautifully timed. Look at the utility, flushes out of positions without even seeing a single person. But Kimmy, first one to lay blood. Shun finds one, and Menace catching one as well. The fight's entering the side. Menace again anchoring A with the classic in hand. Oh, but there's a player in the smoke. Josh and Kimmy both find frags now. Just Fiery left alone. Aiming comes out. 2 more players to receive, but Josh secure as ever with the classic in hand. Doesn't matter, he doesn't have the better weapon, the more expensive one. He still delivers in equal proportion.
And now Kizuna will be having the bonus round to work with. Elusive will have to go on an eco. And now with that, Kizuna might be able to come back into a 7-7.
Yeah, just to note, Kizuna has won both pistols. That's a big win.
That's a big win indeed. I mean, it looks so good for Elusive with the utility usage, the fault line into the aftershock, and the relay boat taking out the whole of A main, but still not finding the frags. How does Kimmy do it? In between all that utility, he still finds a headshot with his ghost.
This is very interesting. They have nobody towards drop. They only have one chamber trip, and they've smoked it off. It's feigning control. This smoke just gives the illusion that Kizuna actually have control over the drop position.
Area.
And that just pushes Elusive away. Josh ready to receive this. Oh, but the nade is perfectly placed, perfectly done. Flaring flashes out, but he can't decide. His indecision costs him his life. And
5 players peeking into him, and now the tower has been taken by Nyx. Kimmy gets the better of him.
Kimmy, what was that spree transfer? What?
What? Things were looking so good for Elusive.
My Vandal does not do that. It's not even a phantom thing. He used a Vandal, he spray transferred 2 hits, 3 kills. Kimmy, 21-9.
Kimmy is pulling his best Blitz cosplay right now, and he's carrying his entire team, and now they're tied up into 7-7. I mean, look at his scoreline. That's insane. To be honest, Shun has been supporting him with so much utility, with fault lines, with flashpoints and aftershocks that leads into the kills. But Kimmy, he has to land the shots first. And now he's aggressing all the way into satellite. Look at his position. He relay bolts the other player off, and the aggression comes through.
This was literally what I said, right? The northern aggression, pushing down arcade, pushing down drop, pushing down satellite. You get control over so much. You just need to park one player towards CT to make sure that they don't push that position.
But the downside is that they have given the full A-side control to
Elusive are aware of this, but the re-engagement coming in. No fiery call on his jump up as the retakes come in. Gan finds 2, but Kimmy with the fiery fingers secures them. The retake, it was a nice attempt of a recovery for Elusive, but again, it's Kimmy. The lightning fingers just poses too much of a threat, too much of danger to the side of Elusive, and Kizuna answers back. 8 rounds now to 7. They take back the lead.
Kimmy did no wrong over there. Like, he was in the Matrix.
He's living his best life.
He's running around with his hand out, and nobody was able to shoot him.
It's just neon things, man. When they slide around, it's so hard to continuously track them accurately. And when you have aim as crisp as Kimmy's right now, it's a very difficult task to stifle him. And look at this, because they won the bonus round.
Yeah.
Now Elusive are on an eco of their own.
Elusive are down on the back foot. Things are not looking too good. They had to convert that round over there. And now Elusive will be going for this B main push, but already the operator on Riza takes away Man's life.
And all the players here to receive. Nyx, though, finds one or two flaring, which is fantastic. But Riza, the stun has, has timed out. He's got enough time to go for another shot. Just has to teleport away due to the aftershock. So a post-plant position afforded for Elusive. It's still a 4v4, and they do have an operator and a rifle in the hands. So this retake could be actually quite damning for Kizuna. Elusive has a chance to convert this thrifty round.
Kimmy does have the fast lane and relay bolts to work with, and the operator on the side of Riza will be looking for any picks that coming through of Elusive, but they are playing this to a T. Oh, he does stun the player outside of Generator though, and the full retake will be coming through. Riza gets one more as Gon takes away Kimmy's life. The Rolling Thunder will be committed onto the site, and now only 2v2 situation. Shun getting the better of Fiery at this point, and the spike has gone too far. I don't think there's time. Will there be time to defuse?
I don't think there's enough time. No way. No. Elusive clutch out the round, a thrifty one. Gun buys just enough time.
Yeah,
and the spray, everyone just taking their turn to spray out towards the tower position just bought them just enough time yet again.
That's as we were saying. Every time we say that, come on, it's a thrifty round. It doesn't look good. They always come back and win it. This is the first round, of course, of this half that they have won the round, and it was due to the spike explosion. Very well played by them. They spread their players out perfectly. Still, I have to highlight Kizuna's breach. That was a very amazing fault line by him to find out where the chamber was and instantly picked it off.
And now Elusive, they only have 2 rifles. So let's see if they can work their magic, right? Now they're spread out, default, trying to get information, perhaps find a pick. But for now, without too much aggression coming in from Kizuna, they will just play things a bit together, concerted now. The chamber has a lot of information towards B. And look at this, 4 players coming into the A side to buffer it, to make sure that they secure this part of the map.
This will be a very, very bloody battle indeed. The Showstopper has been committed together with the Orbital Strike. He's running into his friendly Orbital Strike as they try to take the spawn control as the Showstopper lands onto Shun. But Josh does get a trade, but it's still a one-man advantage for Elusive as the spike goes down.
They have Elusive is CT control, but they've lost A main. So this is a bit of a flip of the script. Flaring is very key here. If he can survive, he can find a couple of frags. They need him to survive. If not, they lose this part of the map. They're now essentially retaking the site from A main. Riza coming in with a nice shot, but Valorant best game just guns both of them down. Flaring left in a 1v3. We know how good he is, but is he 1v3 good? Post plants difficult, no information whatsoever. Stunned up and double peeked in. Valorant best game. The 3k in the post plant and Elusive now find themselves again in the lead.
This is a game indeed. 9-8. Both teams are trying their best to advance towards the cross-border qualifier finals. And look at this. Look at this. Riza is going for this glass cannon operator. On the defense side, I would feel that it's good, but still, Elusive.
It's risky. It's risky.
Yeah, Elusive will have the breach, and I always think that the breach destroys operators, especially with the fault line and the flashpoint. Now, Kimmy already flushed off with the flashpoint. The B main control will be coming through for Elusive as the paint shells will be committed with the fault line from their own as well. Fragment trying to segment the players out of Elusive, but they already have full B main control. Fiery takes away Flaring's life as a spike plant will be going down, and Rolling Thunder committed onto the players of Elusive. Kimmy finding 1, finding 2.
Oh, Kimmy! That fast lane buys him a bit of time. He can tap the spike to bait out a bit of a reaction coming in. Oh, he just finds a sliver of an angle. Josh trying to even things up, and he will find himself an advantage. Here's the ropes. He knows the Nyx is there. Spike not planted for him. In fact, it's not even planted. The Rolling Thunder has just bought them enough time to retake the site before they even get afforded a plant. Oh, but Nyx finds the first one. Damage
1v1.
onto Kimmy as well. Kimmy, 1v1 Nyx with the Totem Force in hand. Whiffs the first shot, but Kimmy, again. How many rounds has he won with multi-kills in epic proportions? Kimmy, 4 kills. Again, 28 and 11.
Kimmy?
What?
What is he on? I mean, that looked super good for Elusive. They had the entire site. But the Rolling Thunder coming out at that time where Kimmy was going in. I always say the breach is super pivotal. The initiator player is super pivotal when it comes to the Neon plays. Kimmy might be getting the frags, but the breach behind him and the KO behind him, they are the true MVPs.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane the kind of shots that he's been getting. Those retakes, it was so fast. I mean, how many times have we seen in this matchup already where they either save the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike to go for an early retake when you hear the spike being planted?
Exactly.
Right? Both of these teams like to play off-site and they like to go for early retakes, right? Very aggressive retakes coming in. And both of these teams, they seem like they have the game plan set in stone. They know how to retake as a team. They know how to use their utilities to its best potential. And it's really, really a game of minds right now to see how my utility can be countered against yours, how yours can potentially affect mine. And it's a beautiful dance. I mean, early round victories for Kizuna, as you can see, both halves, they both won the pistol rounds, got a couple of rounds together, but then is the adaptation from Elusive slowly coming in.
At this point, it's anyone's game though.
Yeah, I mean, off the back of Kimmy's victorious clutch, let's see if he can replicate that.
And now Kimmy going aggressive again. The slide already being used early together with the flash out of the KO. But not finding anything. Still, Elusive will be looking for any form of avenue of entry on this drop area.
Again, retakes on both sides. It's a very unique situation on the map of Fracture because it's so difficult to find an angle that you can back off into because you can get split on so easily. But this time, again, Kimmy together with Riza. This duo has been playing towards A main. We saw the previous couple rounds ago. This time again. Oh, but he misses the shot. Menace through the wall with a headshot. Kimmy only good for one. Is this another eco?
Is this another eco? Exactly. They have 2 rifles to work with right now. 1 operator and a vandal. As the full hit will be coming through utility. Smokes already smoked out generator and canteen respectively. The spike will be planted, but Kizuna, they do
Orbital
have
strike.
Orbital strike, exactly, and already committed, preventing the plant. And Flaring commits a 0 point early.
It gets
30
destroyed by the...
seconds.
Oh, what was that shot? Valorant best game. Flicks on a dime, knocks out Flaring. It's just Shun left alone in a 1v4. And as they line up in front of him, he gets taken down as well. Elusive with a half buy.
With an almost nothing. I mean, Sheriff only. That was a Sheriff only buy. And
Yeah. I mean, we didn't get the Thrifty round
notification? Yeah.
pop up, but I'm pretty sure it was a low buy.
Yeah, it was pretty low buy. Only Sheriffs, half armors all across the board. And now Kizuna will be trying to get their own Thrifty.
This is Elusive's second Thrifty in this map so far.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's a backbreaker. Look at the economy. Essentially nothing on the side of Kizuna. You have the ultimate on the Neon. The overdrive perhaps could be used in some sort of aggressive fashion. Again, we see them the combo towards A main, but that's not going to be the case. So we have full execute onto the B side itself. Menace up and above, trying to find something, but again, it's a full retake attempt coming in. There's a player towards the
Bucky,
tower.
though.
Yeah, Josh with the Bucky in hand.
Satchel.
It's a dangerous prospect, but the flash turns around. Oh, the lineup, Josh! 6 HP to spare. Still control. His position alone will buy them a bit of solace. Shun finds one more. Another Thrifty. No way, Josh. Does he have a smoke? Nothing to write home about. The Molly finds the first one, and there's just one player left towards B main. Nyx. Full HP. Josh is super low. Shun might have to do the brunt of the work. They have to go for the tap.
The time
and
is
Josh will
ticking
protect it.
down.
Oh, the flash is perfect.
Half
Has to
of the spike is already, he has to swing this. He does get the diffuser, but spike has already been halved. And Kizuna, they do have the time.
Another Thrifty, the counter Thrifty. How do you answer to a Thrifty? with one of your own.
Yeah,
They had nothing.
So many
They had a
thrifties.
Bucky and a Dream and Josh in heaven.
Yeah, Josh, the Bucky that could. It lined up 2 players that were entering into heaven.
No.
They even satcheled him down to 1 shot, and he still manages to find 2 kills with that Bucky. It was the Bucky that could. It was really.
The Bucky collateral that literally saved them the round. His position, him just staying alive there. They didn't have to care about Tower because of his position. And so that was just a huge stepping stone. Now, can they actually pull home a gun round? Can either of these teams pull home a gun round at this point?
Kimmy going for the same B aggression that we've seen in the past.
But he's by himself though. This is just very risky coming in from Kimmy. He's feigning a lot of presence. But Elusive just holding fast, and Menace just creeps up and finds Flaring. Flaring's been caught off multiple times already. I don't really like to harp on individual performances, but Flaring has been giving up a couple of easy frags for his opponents. And Elusive, they just pivot. They know the attention's being brought towards the B side, and they quickly move towards
and
the
they
A.
will find and free A side.
Yeah, I mean, typical. That's expected right now. Full retakes on both these teams. Boomball gets spotted out. Fiery finds his timing.
And the showstopper being committed through the door. Does he find it this time? He does. 2 kill for him. 2v5 situation. And now only 1 player left. Ryza in the spawn with an operator. I believe he's going for the save. He's booking it all the way to B at the moment. And I mean, Menace. That was the entire play on his shoulders right there. Him at B main finding the kill caused the players to rotate over and created the retake situation onto B A side.
Wow, Menace actually making a lot of impact in that round. Like, he found a frag on Flaring, and that was so devastating. Riza, if you can somehow save this weapon, I'd be surprised, because there's 4 players coming his direction.
2.
Oh, almost catch the last one, but Valorant Best Game gets the critical frag. I don't think, even if he didn't get it, there was a player coming towards underpass, so...
That was a pivotal.
I mean, it's still a big kill to take away. Now they don't have an operator in play. Riza's one off his ultimate, so perhaps in the early aggression to get his orb. But apart from that, Elusive, they look like they're now in the position to win out, or at least get themselves to match point. Yeah. A low buy coming in from Kizuna.
But don't count them out, you know.
Yeah, I can't. You cannot count them out.
Thrifties are the name of the game right now.
Kimmy still has his overdrive, so let's see how things pan out. Josh. Interesting. Oh, he actually pops it. Oh, and the prediction. They just hold fast. Rolling Thunder and Kizuna really want to take this back. They're coming in the flank. It's up.
Doesn't matter.
Fiery with the spray down.
Doesn't matter. Fiery gets the 2K, and now Flaring left with altitude. Knife out. Looks
both knives
Fiery.
out.
Oh my God! With the classic, that was just a comical moment right there, where both players had their knife out.
Kizuna looked so dangerous when they were attacking with the Neon. But now on the defensive side, I don't see that same level of commitment. Usually it's Kimmy and maybe one other flasher. I mean, like a Breach or
yeah,
or
and
Flaring.
that was just him sliding in alone with the overdrive.
Yeah, now that was a very... It was a hero play, a hero attempt coming in from Kimmy, but Elusive were both ready for that. They were able to catch a frag. I'm pretty sure Menace, I think, was able to catch a frag from someone pushing down B main.
Yeah. On the other side.
Yeah, on the other side of the map. So now Kizuna left with everything to do. 2 rounds required in a row. What can they muster? They have to tour de force.
Oh, look at how Elusive are playing. They are just holding on this defaults. They are expecting some form of aggression from Kizuna.
They're so comfortable with playing things nice and slow like this. And Elusive, it's been working out. Kizuna kind of left a bit confused in the mid rounds. Elusive seemed to be the ones with the superior game plan. When it reaches this point in time, the attacking rounds have been solid so far. Rolling Thunder, which is a very dangerous ultimate. They are actually having Kimmy play on site this time. And depending on where they actually commit this Rolling Thunder of gun, I think there's going to be at least 1 player on the site. So, alright, gaining dish control.
And the players of Kizuna are still split up. They have no information at all of where Elusive might be as they regroup towards this arcade side for a hit. No? Okay, they're taking a zipline across.
Feigning some noise, which is interesting, right? Baiting a reaction, I guess, coming in for Kizuna. Elusive hoping that Kizuna takes a step out of place.
Only 30 seconds left, though.
Yeah, and they don't have... like, Elusive, they themselves also don't have a lot of information. Just going on a full-on execute. There's 2 players on the side. Flaring again, caught in the crossfire. Oh, Fiery actually gets tagged in the meantime. But the bunch of util.
That was his own Rolling Thunder, I feel.
Yeah. It was his teammates Rolling Thunder flaring here.
Oh, flaring gets taken out. Trade going
Josh!
left and right. Josh gets taken out, but he gets 2 in the meantime. It is a 3v3, but the Killjoy, I mean, the No Command is down. And only a 2v2 left over. The retake has to be coming through from the side of Kizuna right now as Riza with the tour de force. Does he find anything? The slide comes through with Kimmy, and they are safe. The match point will not go towards Elusive. 1 point difference. Will it be overtime from Kizuna?
Oh, that was a very scary prospect. I mean, if flaring even got 1 there, I think it was almost a done deal. That no command being used by flaring just denied them any more of advanced utility. They had the smokes in place. Yeah, you can put your smokes in place, but with their own smokes, a defensive smoke defending that position, they had to just burst out the smokes together. Josh able to get 2, which was fantastic by him. And yeah, based on that snowball waterfall effect from Kizuna, they were able to win out in that man advantage situation. But still, job's not done yet. 1 more round required to push into overtime. Kizuna, Orbital Strike and Elusive with a Resurrection available.
That was so many, no, that was the Rolling Thunder committed from the side of Elusive as well.
Yep.
And now Kizuna will have the Orbital Strike. So, in terms of stats, would you favor Kizuna or Elusive?
That Orbital Strike is very potent, very dangerous. But so is Riza's shot. That sliver of an angle catches onto Fari. But again, as you mentioned, that Resurrection in place will afford them back that lost player.
Yeah.
And Kizuna, now not playing aggressive, right? They're not taking map control. They're just playing passive towards the sites itself. This time, not really opting for a retake situation. They're not that comfortable with that. They want to stop them straight in their tracks as they execute the stun and the nades. Kimmy here to receive, finds the first and the second. A team kill, but Shun here to receive. Nyx left alone in the 1v3. Orbital Strike in place, as well as the smoke. The spike lost in the side. Nyx try as he might. The wall affords him a bit of access towards the side itself, but they're content with that. Hey, go ahead, plan all you want. We have the Orbital Strike.
It's still 3v1 situation. He has 20 seconds remaining. Depending on where he plants, he might be able to make it through. Magic can happen.
Stun together with Orbital Strike. No, not just yet. 14 seconds. They just want to bleed the clock all the way to its finality. Nyx.
And now Nyx, nothing doing, can't find anything. Orbital Strike behind him, 2 players in front of him, just gets shot down. We will be going towards overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
What a series of events. I mean, back and forth, back and forth. The last few rounds, look at that. 2 rounds, 1 round, 2 rounds again. But I mean, I have to point out Kimmy, 32 and 16 over 24 rounds of play. He's been a steady force for the side of Kizuna, and honestly, if any one of their players actually step up to the plate and get a multi-frag round of their own, I think it could be lights out. On the other hand though, Elusive seemingly to have a better game plan so far. Just a bit of a misstep in the last 2 rounds, should I say. Unable to convert that round was a bit of a backbreaker. And now Kizuna stands a chance to rewrite history, change their fate. Their attacking rounds have been so successful. Can they replicate the same effect in overtime?
Are they going for this same bait and switch strat, or are they just committing into B as we see them peering into B main right now? Slow but steady, Elusive always putting things on a default right now. And Menace already gets the better of Kimmy.
Massive pick. That's your entry.
The smokes are already been committed from the side of Kizuna, so that means they will not have any more smokes to work with. Most probably only 1 more Sky Smoke. And take note that Brimstone, once he uses his Sky Smoke, it is gone. It is down for the count. And now Nyx takes note of the players that are coming through the A main. The full retake, or they are actually fighting this. Nyx gets the better of Riza, and Kizuna only have 3 men remaining. 2-man advantage for the side of Elusive right now. The full retake.
Oh, Josh flushed out of position, somehow managed to find 1, but Shun left in a 1v1. Spots on Menace in the corner. Oh, the one-tap coming in from Shun! A man disadvantage. It was what, a 3v5?
It was a 3v5!
And Shun 3 frags in the round. As I mentioned, as long as 1 player on the side of Kizuna steps up to the plate, they can win. they definitely stand a fighting chance. Elusive, their game plan was perfect until the very execution. Josh somehow manages to find one as well, and that just afforded Shun one less kill required. And that one tap, oh my gosh.
I am flustered right now. What was that from Shun?
Kizuna lost their star player, 32 and 16. Lost them at the start, but they recover. And now, match point for Kizuna.
They just have to hold on to win this round.
Passive setup again, Kizuna. Kimi together with Riza paired up with the stun ready from the breach towards A main, but that's not the protocol. And flaring again, flaring, put under the microscope, has to deliver, but it's Josh to first relieve the pressure, spots out 2 more players, and the bunch of utility to flush him out. If he can survive, it would be insane. Flaring just needs to buy some time. Survive.
And there's a player on top of tower. Will Flaring get the
big
better
kill from Flaring?
Now 5v3 situation, 2-man advantage for the players of Kizuna. As more players go down, it will be an even trade. The spike is already planted, 2v2. Flaring gets the better of Fiery right now, but Nyx will be in a 1v2 situation.
Up on bed, lines up a couple of players, spots and no one's sticking, finds the first. It's a 1v1 for Nyx, and he wins it out. We go to another overtime, a clutch from Nyx to save his team. Individual brilliance. I'm losing my voice.
What is going on? Oh no, that looks so good. It was, once again, it was a 5v3?
Oh, the angle manipulation from Nyx plays it to absolute perfection.
Oh, that was the saving grace.
Oh
Each players are stepping up to the plate from both sides.
This is the matchup we were promised. I thought it was gonna be a sweep at the start of this half, or the start of this game. Look where we are now, 13 rounds each for both teams. The strat book emptied out.
And now,
what is the call?
Yeah, Kimi. He has been putting this early aggression, always been putting this early aggression, but now it looks like they changed things up. They're putting players onto the side of underpass. And Elusive, as true to form, they are still keeping the defaults. Until contact is given, they will not rotate from these default angles.
Ooh, this wall actually deters them. I think they wanted to go to arcade, but this wall just buys them, buys Elusive a bit more time, and it causes Kizuna a bit more stress, right? Where else could they get information? Menace making the impact play again. Look at him. It's B main. All this is information. And they know that the execute's coming in towards arcade. It's a Valorant best game. Oh, and Menace pivoting on a dive. Gets the second as well. This man. The impact fragger on the side of Elusive. 3 frags from this B main aggression. Shun. 1v4. He's done it before, but can he do it this time? No spike, no post plant. Up against Menace.
Shun in this tower position, already noted, 1v5. He has to make so much happen. One at a time. But there's so much utility at him. And the molly and the aftershock flushes him out, and he just dies. All right, Elusive.
We go again. Elusive now answers back on one more of his own. Overtime.
All right.
Obast this time. Kizuna on the back foot. It's going back and forth. Elusive. Can they finally close things out? Look at the frag distribution. We're 14, well, my math, 26, 27 rounds in.
Yeah, 27
and
rounds
the frag distribution between the top player and bottom player on the side of Elusive is 3 frags. I mentioned this earlier on in the previous game, but to do this in overtime is insane teamwork.
Everybody's trying the best. Everybody's pulling it off.
Elusive looks like a well-oiled machine. Kimi, though, wants to break the machine apart from its hinges, breaks its gears. Flaring answers with 1, finds almost a second. It's Fiery.
How does he survive that situation? He gets 2 frags left on a sliver of HP. And now
Shun heard that. I'm pretty sure Shun heard something, but they call a bluff. They call a rotate. It's a free A side, Elusive. This is it.
This might be the call of the century as they're running into a free A site. Will Kimi make it back in time for any form of catch at all? No, the spike is already making the way into
the A side, yeah.
A site, yes. Showstopper already been used.
And Kimi's on no HP, he's 1 shot. Fiery as well, but with that man advantage, you can establish crossfires. It's very, very difficult. Kimi 1 HP, doesn't matter, takes down the Brimstone. It's a 2v2 situation. He's going on
Threatens
for the
the
flank.
A-main.
Information, but drop is where one of the players reside in. Gan reviews his position. Kimmy, huh? How is he getting another one? He's 1 HP. Gan has to find a frag. And oh my... What?
Shun turns the flash and turns back and gets got Kimmy, that was all Kimmy!
Kimmy got 2 frags on 1 HP. We got 2 instant headshots on 1 HP. This round was... it was elusive to lose, and they did lose it.
So you were talking about elusive having a 3 frags difference. Well, meanwhile, Kizuna is just the Kimmy show. We are just watching the Kimmy show right now. And he is going ham, just tearing through these elusive players. Oh no. Oh no.
I haven't recovered yet.
I am in shambles right now. It's just Kimmy going at it against the world.
I mean, Kimmy against the world, and how did he pull that off? How did he pull off that 2 kills with 1 HP? I thought it was a done deal. I thought it was a non-factor. And somehow he pulls things back. He gives his teammates another chance at victory, another chance to stay in the tournament. And, honestly, I'm kind of sad that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams, because they put on an insane show. The adaptations from both sides, Menace with an insane impact play, Shun with that clutch as well,
4K
flaring,
clutch,
answering the call when he was up in heaven on tower on the B side.
Both teams are playing their hearts out. They really want to stay in this tournament. And right now, we will be heading back into the game really, really soon. But still, I feel that elusive. They're just trying so hard to stop Kimmy from aggressing onto the back lines.
Kimmy is what is this performance? His impact and his just fragging ability. He's not even supported that much sometimes.
28 rounds.
Ooh, but this time straight up A, execute, straight into the side. The entry man, Kimmy, can he make some more magic? Yes, he can!
And now the spike plant will be coming through, but Menace and Gun will be getting frags on their side. Kimmy answers back in kind together with Ryza. Now a one-man advantage for Kizuna. Spike will be planted. Post-9 situation, elusive. They will be on the clock.
Can elusive pull off what Kizuna did in a 2v3 retake? Can elusive win this out? Fiery coming in from the drop position. I don't think they're going to be expecting that. The Molly a bit off the mark. Fiery doesn't spawn anyone here towards drop. The smokes are in place, which is fantastic.
He does have the
nade
paint
to buy a bit more time. But they have to clear the side itself. Shun finds the first. And Kimmy again! Kimmy again and again and again and again. This is like what, his 4th round in a row. He closes out. He opens the rounds and he closes it out by himself. 38 and 19. This man cannot be stopped.
He is double his KDA. Oh no, this guy is tearing everybody apart. And to think that it was a 2v3 situation, the boom bot of Fiery did get the person in A main. But still, Kimmy, he from the start of the round to the end of the round, consistency. This guy, throughout this entire series.
He's literally opening up and closing rounds. He's the first one to get a kill and the last one to stay alive.
Now, the onus is on elusive to make this round happen. Ryza playing this pixel angle once again. Does he find anything? No, he does not. Flashpoint already used, trying to flush him out. Menace will be going in first. Rendezvous being forced out as elusive players are rushing into the A main site. They will be forced to deal with Pincer as Menace gets taken down by Kimmy, and Kimmy is down for the count. 4v3, one-man advantage for elusive as they go for the spike plan.
Bunch of utilities coming in. This Sage Wall buys them a lot of time, a lot of space. And low HP on the Kizuna players as well. Is this another overtime on the cards?
Spike plant. Time is going down, ticking down. 2v4. It doesn't look too good for Kizuna right now. They will be forced to retake with the Molly being expended. But it's a very good crossfire coming out for elusive. If Valorant Best Game peeks out here, he does find... No, he does not find anyone. He gets taken down, but it does not matter. Elusive from the A main site takes the players out. We are going into 30 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Another overtime. Yes, indeed. Indeed.
I can't believe how much
what
pressure
are
and
we
stress,
seeing?
pressure and stress all of these players are under. Everybody needs to step up to the plate for them to win. Right, Kimmy, try as he might, right? He may very well be the one to pull them over the line, but it's gotta be something of a team effort. It's got to be a concerted one. It's got to be a beautiful round called by either of these teams.
Oh, at this
or
point,
a mess up.
look at Kimmy go.
Unrelenting as ever. He's not deterred, does not care. 15 to 15, who cares? I'm rushing into the site.
It's a
and
free
it's
A
free
site.
again. Elusive took control over drop, which is great. But through the smoke, Shun!
What? Shun through the smoke?
This is interesting. There's nobody in CT for Elusive.
And
It's a flip of the script again. The attackers are defending and defenders are attacking. Menace goes down. Valorant Best Games finds first and the second. Gets rid out eventually. Shun goes down. It's 3v2 on the side. Crossfires in place. Flaring finds the first and Kimi closes yet again.
Oh my god, that was just flipped. That was just flipped. Elusive, they went on the attack. They tried to pincer both Satellite and Arcade, but it does not matter. Kimmy just went through A main, found a free A site, just planted a spike, and post plant was perfect. Coming out from Shun, one through the smoke, bang. And the next one, he was aware of the flank that was coming through. I guess when Shun is finally stepping up,
Yeah, but
I mean, he has been stepping up, but still, Elusive, both teams, I don't want to see them go.
unfortunately, one has to concede. One has to take the knee. Will Elusive be the one this time?
Both
Riza,
players.
Riza buying an operator this time around, not opting for the rifle, so he doesn't have any armor. He doesn't have a trip either, so that's a big factor. There's no trip towards drop, and that is an option if they do wish to go to that position. Yeah, 3 players towards A main is going to be a tough fight to battle.
But look at this control that Kizuna
The
has.
stun is ready off Kimi's contact.
The aftershock has been used. Boombot answers back in kind. Kimmy is flashed up. He's in
just
danger
stands
right now,
there.
but he just stands there.
Unfazed whatsoever, takes on the brunt of the utility and he still maintains control. So that's information garnered. Elusive don't want to push the issue. They take the zips across. I'm not sure if the zips can be heard. I don't think anyone's in CT to hear that information passed across. They may just walk
But the
straight
operator-
into the scope of Riza. Don't
It's
think
still
they
posted
expect
up.
this.
It's still posted up on this
He has
arcade
to get
side.
one.
Oh, the,
Oh, the
flash,
flash.
coming through, forced to rendezvous away. It gives them so much space
No
up
one's in
arcade.
sight.
If they know that there's
There's a
no
gap.
one.
There's a gap.
Oh, Menace gets taken out by the gap. That's in the sky smoke. Now that's so dangerous. That's a dangerous pixel for the players of Elusive as they try to get the spike plant down. And looks like it's going to be a post-plant situation with a one-man advantage for Kizuna, and now the retake will be coming through. Kimmy, does he find anything
No.
here? No, he gets taken down.
What?
3v2. Elusive having the advantage. Looks like we are going to another overtime. Maybe. Valorant Best Game. 3v1 right now. Shun has to make the same magic happen again. Does not do it.
It was a 4v5 retake and 3 players of Elusive stay alive. Their post plants beautifully. That post plant was beautifully done. The teamwork, communication were on point. Kizuna were all flooding in towards from canteen and towards generator. There was nobody coming in for a pincer effect, and so the crossfires between B main and arcade were just perfectly done for Elusive.
Yeah. Oh my god. Even at the mid-round call, using all the utility at A main to make them think that, oh yeah, we're attacking A main, but no, they take the zipline across and go for the B pincer play.
Yeah, I mean the flash of the op was fantastic. Again, a repeat of the previous round. Kimmy, his standard execute straight in, but Fiery here trying to disrupt the action, has to opt for a safer position, drops the boom bot and gets out of Dom's way.
And now the full 5v5
it's a
retake.
unicorn. It's a unicorn round where it's a 5v5 retake.
Nobody has died at the initial stages of the round. The spike will be planted, post-plant situation.
And
Flaring does have the fragment.
They've dropped control, which is huge. That's a massive foot into the door already.
Oh, the aftershock takes away Josh's life at A main now. 3v3 situation. It is down to the wire for Kizuna versus Elusive right now. Kimmy is still alive, the fault line being used, and he does find 2. Oh, not a third. Shun from A main.
What?
Oh no.
Kimmy is so clean with those shots. Takes his time to line both of them up.
We were saying he was twice as KDA. He's more than twice as KDA right now.
How are you 2.0 KDA plus in overtime 16 or 17?
43
It's unreal.
43. Can he drop a 50? Can we get 50 rounds even?
I won't be surprised if he reached that high of a number.
It's just too much for Kimmy to handle alone. Come on. Come on, Elusive. If they get one more round, we're going into 34 rounds, my friend.
Kimi, this time around gonna be the fast rotator. Not gonna be committed to any angle. I think they want to have him towards any side that the execute comes in towards. Passive setup again. Riza on the operator towards A. That's information garnet.
And this is a discipline that I like to see out of Elusive. Even though they might not be popping off like Kimi, they are still playing it through.
Contact play straight in. That's bold. Wall up towards Jen and then straight in towards the side itself. The wall comes in. Josh can't find too much.
Yeah,
has to resort to this. Flaring again on top of the side. Kimi finds one as well. And the trades come in favorably. Josh with the lineup finds all three. And Josh, that's exactly what we asked for. Someone else to step up to the plate. Josh answers in kind, breaks down the Sage wall and breaks down Elusive. Fracture will go in their favor. What was it, 18 to 17? 19 to 17?
Yes, 18 to 16.
Sorry, 18 to 16. I've lost
count.
count.
Look at Kimi's score.
Kimi's scoreline is ridiculous.
What is going on?
2.0 is on the dot, 2.0 KDA, 347 ACS.
In a 34-round game.
34 round, 16-18. My God.
Oh no. I mean, Kimi's effort cannot go unanswered for Shun with the backline, holding it down for the rest of the team.
Kizuna has to treat him for treat him dinner or something.
I mean, the last round was, of course, the clutch coming out from Josh. But still...
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they just need one more player to step to the plate. Right? One more player to get a multi-kill round. Josh did that, and they were able to secure that.
That was a never-ending stream of highlights from this game, even from Menace, even from Fiery, even from Valorant Best Game.
Everyone had so many good rounds.
And congratulations once again to making it through. Kimi, oh no. That was putting everyone on his backpack and just let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go to the finals.
I am not losing this round. I am not losing this game. Whatever, by hook or by crook, we're gonna win this. And Josh said, "Say less, bro. Say less." I spray down 3 as they enter into the site. It's a fantastic showing from Kimi, to be honest. Kizuna, they got one of the players to step to the plate. Everyone did their job at the end of the day. And Elusive, I feel for them so much. They put in their heart and soul into that game. They tried so much.
They were so disciplined.
That team play was beautiful as well, but Kimi's pure and unadulterated aggression, his just relentlessness and just his tenacity to just say, no, I ain't losing. I am not losing today. I'm not losing now. I'm not losing in this matchup whatsoever. And what can I say? What monstrous performance.
And this is why I love seeing Fracture now.
Yeah, welcome to the game where it's not just defaults every single round, right? You have to mix things up, play in a default, play in a retake, play in aggression. That's why I love Fracture, right? It's so diverse, so many different approaches. But at the end of the day, Kizuna will be taking home the W. They will be moving on into the next stage of the brackets. Barely, 18 to 16 was the scoreline, but we'll be going for a break this time around when we come back. If I'm not mistaken, let me just double check the next bracket. Actually, we will update you when we come back from the break. And yeah, we'll take a breather. You guys grab a glass of water as well, grab some snacks. We'll be back in just a little bit.
I need to chill, man.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Don't give up. Kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni. Ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan Sleepy. Aku akan Gon, apa yang Gon? Part tu, aku masih dekat pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak, owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Awak tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam kan? Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. Let's go!
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah.
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Bangun!
Aku korang tidur
It just means that korang semua kena tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni muji juga kan? Biasalah. Yang ni special.
What is that?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers.
Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lurang memang mantap. Betul tak?
Going to see around Taipei and see what it's like at night. And actually, right on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So before we start, let's save our drinks.
Let's go. Especially nice guys.
Vader.
Your team destroyed a turret.
It's trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut. To self-care. Or not care. Dare to turn up. And unwind. And try. Again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat. Yeah.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right? Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
ever since the beginning.
Hello the internet, I'm Phil Gornell, I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
More beat for you, lying girl, it beats for two, and I've got your love, when I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little ace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Alan and Heath.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge between Malaysia and Singapore. We are going deeper into the brackets as we have the next match lined up for you. Once again, this is your caster, Moman, and with me is my fellow co-caster, Cold Dan. And now, we're going into kind of the deeper brackets. We're going into Haven, Slay versus No Deal Gaming. I mean, we know a lot about these teams. We know a lot about these players because they're from our region. They're from Singapore. And of course, we will have the Malaysian teams fighting it out on their respective brackets as well. And into a culmination of the grand finals, which will be a best of 5 Malaysia versus Singapore. The first prize will be 1,500 Sing dollars. The second prize will be walking away with 1,000 Sing dollars. And of course, the third and fourth place walking away with $500 respectively.
Yeah, so along the line, of course, reputations as well. Right, this is the very first cross-border challenge that I think we're going to be having. And these teams up on a bet for this next match is going to be pretty interesting, right? We have Slay versus No Deal Gaming, as you mentioned. Notable players in this, I mean, on both sides, really, well, known names in the scene. We have Redco, Shinsei, Reverie, Maxi, Bryce, Alfin, Mook, Liquid, Anzo, Zeno, so many of these classic names that we've seen in so many of the tournaments that we've had in Singapore and even in VCT, right? So these two teams, it's a toss-up. I would say, personally, I'm really just instantly jumping into predictions.
This is like top tier material.
Yes,
this grand finals
this
material.
is semi-finals, right? So the winner of this have to just play one more match between the winner of the other semi-finals to see who gets to face off against the Malaysia representatives. And Slay, right, I mean, I think that they have a slight advantage in this one. No Deal Gaming, we've seen them come into multiple tournaments, local tournaments, and they have kind of fallen short of expectations, right? When I first heard of this roster and they first announced their players, I was pretty excited. They had some promising players, but unfortunately, the results just not really living up to the expectations, or at least my expectations. So now, finally, I think they've had a pretty solid run so far in the tournament. They've taken down Powerpuff Boys, which is another notable team. I think they do stand a chance against Slay, but of course, the players on Slay, very notable, very proficient in their own right.
I've screamed their names many times before. For Slay and both for No Deal Gaming, Liquid, I mean, players like Elvin, he always plays Chamber. Elvin has always been on the Chamber, and it has impressed me multiple times. He's playing in these no-man land angles. He's always behind the enemy team somehow, and always managed to find some form of space. And now we will be heading towards Haven, a map that's even more chaotic, with Slay having players like Redco and Shinsei and Zeno. How are they gonna deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, of course, going onto the map of Haven, it's a fair battleground, right?
It's a fair battleground.
Two great teams going up against each other. Compositions-wise, I think there's a bit of flexibility, right? As we mentioned, Haven, there's a lot of room for innovativeness, and as you can see,
Omen coming out from the side of defenders.
Bryce on the Omen.
Yeah, Bryce on the Omen, and Redco seems like he's going to play the second initiator, with Shinsei, of course, being on the duelist. He was a monster when I first saw him on the Reina. Very first game that I saw him, he just went and picked every single angle that he can peek. He was just doing everything.
I just realized we have two Xenos. The classic Xeno or Xeno.
Xeno
with the X.
Xeno
with the X or Xeno with the Z. So
X-Eno and Xeno. No?
Yeah, we can call it Slay Zeno, and NDG Zeno.
ND Zeno, alright. NDG Zeno, and of course, they're picking the Fade. So the Fade raise will be available on the side of No Deal Gaming. And of course, compare that with a Breach. That gives you so much control just with utility alone. You don't even have to look down an angle. With the fault line, the C's, and the paint shells coming out, combined with the gravity well that might come out from Astra, that's a lot of definitely potential from there.
NDG has quite a bit of utility on all of their agents, right? You have the Astra. If you take a comparison between the different roles, right? Between the controller, Omen and Astra. Omen is a bit more flexible. right? You have the Paranoia, which is fantastic for an aggressive push, or even just slowing down a push straight away through the walls. But Astra combined with Raze, combined with Fade, combined with Breach, all these utilities have a lot of synergistic abilities, right? Synergistic potentials. You can have fantastic executes, a lot of game plans set around these utilities itself. Raze compared to Jet, right? Another comparison in the duelist department. You have one agent where you have similar entry abilities, the dash compared with the blast satchels, and you also have the paint shells, which is such a potent ability to be able to clear out corners and really create a lot of space. So it's slightly different two philosophies, right? On the side of Slay, they're a bit more, I would say, self-sufficient in the agent picks. Maybe not as synergistic in their utility, but if they can just play together, they themselves can be the synergy that is required. So I'm expecting something, or I'm expecting a great game plan coming for NDG. Right? I know that they have a great coach behind them. I think it's Xie. He would definitely want to create some interesting combinations with a bunch of utility at his disposal. Of course, we know the C's compared with the combined with the Raze Nade, right? The paint shells can be a very potent ability to take control of different parts of the map.
Seen it destroy the whole A lobby before.
Yeah, if anyone gets trapped in it, it's essentially game over. 90-night to you. So Haven, classic battlefield. These two teams, I think both of them have an equal chance to take home the win. But do you have any
predictions?
Yeah, predictions. Or anything
for these
kind of
two teams? Okay, so right now, just looking at agent composition alone, I prefer Slay's lineup because even though as much as I like the Fade and the Raze combo, I feel that the Breach behind it it's really good, but it's no information. There's only very limited information available from the Prowlers, which only tells you that there are players there. Compared that to a Sova.
Yeah,
or Outro and a Recon.
Every time I see a Fade, you keep hopping on the silver pick, which I get what you mean.
Yeah, I understand. It's always the two different. And for my type of playstyle, I would always prefer a Sova because knowing where the opponent is will help me with my game plan better. But still, that's different for these type of players. These are professional level players over here, and they know what they're doing, especially when they throw out the utility. It always finds some form of value, and there's always a plan behind it. So it's really all up in the clouds for me. It's no predictions. I have to go in this with an open mind. As much as I like Sova and Jet, the Raze and the Fade and the Breach and the Astra. I mean, behind that, they still have a chamber anchoring everything. And chamber, this is still the pre-nerf chamber. This is still...
Yeah, it's still the potent chamber that we all love and hate, I guess.
Yeah. You see him every game, but he's something that you'll see and you get used to.
Yeah.
So the Rendezvous is still available with 2 anchor points. And that will be very potent, especially if they are on the attack. Because that means he can cover the flank angles, the A lobby very well by just teleporting and putting a trademark there.
Yeah, the different philosophies, right? But I think both of these teams are very content with playing a relatively slow pace.
Yes.
Right? If you look at the compositions, you don't really have that... I mean, you do have the explosive potential, right? But I think that with the specific composition that NDG have, they want to get everyone set up with the different execute abilities, the Breach with the stun getting ready, the Raze lining up the nade together with a Prowler or a Seize together when they execute into a site. So I do expect a slow, gradual map control type of grind coming in from NDG, slowly taking back map control from different positions and then maybe going in for a considered execute onto a site itself. On the other hand though, Slay, right, I know that Redco also likes to play a bit slower. Right, he doesn't like to fully commit into something too rash. Right, his coaching style kind of leads itself towards a bit more methodical, a bit more strategical, technical, and honestly, I'll be interested to see how he reins in Shinsei, right? Because we know Shinsei as an entity of his own, right?
Yes.
He's able to make a lot of space, make a lot of opportunities for himself. But how do you control this type of duelist player, right? You have to rein him in at some times, but also at others, you gotta let him go, right? You gotta let him go and get some space for himself. Let his intuition take control in certain moments. Of course, small note and small mention: Reverie and Maxi, both coming in from the Deviant roster. So this is sort of a mishmash of rosters on the side of Slay. But I think that team is pretty solid. And not to mention Bryce, right? We don't really talk too much about him sometimes, but he is the rock. He is the cornerstone of any lineup that he's on. He's so proficient in anchoring sites. He's so consistent with his aim as well. I think he's the kind of player that you can just leave him, let him do his own thing, and he will just deliver. He will deliver in spades. You don't really even need to give him that much resources. And as the controller player, that's exactly what you want from him.
And then we have No Deal Gaming. Of course, we have Alvin, we have Liquid, we have Mook. And, I mean, even the other players that Zeno, of course, coming
Zeno
in.
has the other controller.
Zeno has the other controller. He is the counter anchor. He is always on the site, always ready to fight back, ready to trade for his teammates. And Alvin, I always see him in angles where nobody should be, and somehow he managed to always sneak in through these little nooks and crannies and through the opponent's defenses. And with a player like this who has such good game sense and good intuition of where the enemies are, it might be very hard for Redco to come up with a plan to approach him. So it might overlook him altogether, might be going for a fast, explosive gameplay. I mean, I feel that that's the counter to a form of very slow, creepy gameplay where you are taking so much map control of the space, especially for a map like Haven, where there are lurks coming in from the extremities, they're coming in from A short, they're coming in from C long, garage. You have so much space that you need to think about, especially when you're going in so fast. And with a lineup such as a Fade and a Raze, you do want to go in faster, but still, Breach. What do you feel about Breach on both sides? The Breach versus Breach lineup.
Like as I mentioned earlier on in the matches that we've had here today, right? Breach's utility synergy is really potent in a controlled team environment. Right? When you can get your teammates to really stun for you, flash for you, aftershock a different position, we've seen how potent they've been. I call back to the Monks. Right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
that was Mizzen, right?
Yeah, Mizzen's Breach has been fantastic, and you can see how effective it is when you have good communication. You tell them exactly where this player is going to be. You stun, you flash. They have literally nothing they can do. And especially on the map of Haven, right? All three sites pretty small. Again, the Rolling Thunder, very potent. We've seen it on Fracture as well. Denying spike plants, going for an early retake, not allowing your enemies to get their spike planted. And
with that combined together with the Omen, with the Shadow Step, the Dark Cover, the Paranoia available as well, that will put in another layer. I mean, despite them having the Astra, I feel that the Omen is a much more versatile pick, especially when you come to attack and defense. I mean, Astra does specifically well as well. It's just that the Astra is much less mobile than the Omen, I feel. And I feel that this kind of mobility affects when you are trying to attack a site, whether you have players with you or not. I mean, the Astra has to hang back and use the stars. Meanwhile, the Omen is on the site fighting with you. Then I feel I would favor the Omen a lot more on attack compared to the Astra.
Sure, I think it comes down to the specific playstyles as well, right?
True.
Let's take a look. Let's take an example, right? The A site. You smoke out heavy, smoke out CT. You have an Astra Suck at the back of the side, you have a stun in Hell, you have a Breach stun against Graffiti, you have a Flash, you have an Aftershock. There's no way you can play, but jumping straight in, I think, we have a couple rounds already played. And looks like Slay is actually 3 rounds up against NDG, I say that.
Ooh.
And Zeno, fantastic shot, finds the first one.
And it's already 3-2. I think it's a buy round for both sides. And Shinsei on the operator will be looking down towards the A main as NDG. They are pincered in towards this mid area, but the C long site is still given. But Maxi on top of this garage will be finding another one, has another chance. But Alvin take him out, and now the Rolling Thunder committed onto the C site. Will he find any space as Bryce is looking to anchor this location? No. NDG gets C site, and now Cosmic Divide will be committed as well.
There's a lot coming in all the way on the backlines. Oh, Zeno with a fantastic shock dart finds the spike plant to Zeno. And a Zeno on Zeno action. The Astra finds onto the Sova. There's a player just around the corner, and Bryce's Paranoia will catch him. One player on the flank as Mook finds that one. Spike planted for his position, and Smoke comes in just in the nick of time.
He does have the seize, and it does not catch anyone. The Prowler will be destroyed as he has to push through the smoke. The spike is being planted as there's another smoke, and Shinsei with the shorty jumping frag on the head. Mook will not be able to clutch the 1v2.
Alright, interesting. Okay, so we saw that in the middle of the round, so it looks like, okay, interesting. NDG won the first 2 rounds, and then 4 rounds in a row for Slay. So it looks like an early start for the side of NDG, but Slay actually coming back into the half, right, able to restabilize themselves after the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, they probably won the pistol and the bonus. Then afterwards, they didn't convert the bonus round.
Yeah, they didn't convert the bonus round from the side of NDG, and you know, it looks like that Slay is running away with it. Not too much else to run. Oh, okay, I think we can see the score distribution right now. Let's see. Ultimates, you have Anzo. Okay, Anzo with the Raze ultimate. We have Maxi with his own operator in hand in the form of the Tour de Force. Ridco has his Rolling Thunder as well. So,
ooh, that's big.
Yeah, and I think that just put down the team of NDG onto a bit of an eco round. They don't have the best economy.
Go for half armor if they want.
They can go for sort of a half buy, or they can choose to go for a force with light armor, right?
Yes.
That is an option available as well. But nonetheless, I think that you know, if Slay continue up this performance, they should be able to convert this. Ooh. And yeah, we'll see if NDG can actually come back into this one, because 2 rounds in a row, that was a great start, but 4 rounds responded immediately
by the side of Slay. And now, early flashpoint being committed by Elvin as they want to take mid control. They seem like they have a B strat as the Haunt goes through, the Boombot as well. Both smokes already committed on both sides. Trademark takes note of their location, but the spike plant will still be going through for the side of NDG. Now it's a post plant situation. 5v5 for Slay. Yeah, super fast, super intentional.
But this is the scary thing. There's so much post plant utility available for NDG. You have the Raze paint shells, the aftershocks, the Seas, the gravity well. This is similar scenes to what happened on the Mongs, right? When they kept going on B.
And now, do they have the ability to stop the post plants? Showstopper will be going through as he takes out Redco Amso. Anzo one more with the Bulldog. He still has the paint shells to work with. Now Shinsei with his operator 1v5. He does not find the clutch. Zeno gets a 2k in the end. And that was a super nice round coming out from NDG. It was on kind of their half-buy round, so their economy will be looking better, but still, Slay will have the economy to at least get some rifles in for this round.
Ooh, actually not the best economic situation. Okay, Maxi has his Sword of Force, and he can use it on the defensive side, so he can drop his teammate a weapon. But yeah, NDG with a fast B-take, they re-aggressed immediately once the spike was tapped together with Anzo's Showstopper, and it was pretty effective. So effectively done. But on top of the boxes, in the mid side towards B, Bryce finds the opening frag. So that's a fantastic start already for Slay. And they lose one of the initiators, so that's slightly less utility. They will be just taking a bit of a slower approach.
And look at where Slay are playing. They are not in the A side at all.
Yeah, they're ready for a retake.
Yeah, they're just ready for a retake. And the dark cover already being committed on the side of Slay as the players, Redco, will be stuck on A side. Fault line is being charged up, will be used. And Amso with the satchel on top. Redco good for 2 on the back of side. Nobody expecting him there, but Liquid gets the trade out. Now the spike plant will be going through. Recon part though, big recon. As Magikarp with his Tour de Force gets 2, and that will be the round for Slay. I mean, they did have the read going in. Shinsei all the way with the C-long control.
Yep, he was flanking as well, so even if Maxi didn't get the opportunity to shoot down both of the opponents, I think the retake would have been pretty solid nonetheless. So it's a great adaptation from Slay. You don't really see Bryce as the Omen playing on top of B, taking an aggressive duel, but he was successful, takes down Alfin at the early stages of the round, and it kind of just trickled in, right? The NDG just didn't really have, it just seemed like it was okay, hey guys, let's just take on the A side. And yeah, Slay were really prepared for that, so kudos to them.
Anso did get an opening pick with a satchel on top, but still nobody expected Red Co to be behind the boxes. And now Shinsei going for this early pick with the operator, does not find anything, gets pulled in by the gravity well and some spam going through. Tailwind has to be expended, but NDG, it looks like they're going for the same play again.
Same thing against B, just get the spike planted, play that post-plant position.
And it looks...
the Stars feign that bit of presence, but they're not actually committing just yet.
Oh, actually, he recalls the Stars, so it's not a full commit coming out from NDG. And now, Paranoia committed from Bryce. Still, nothing doing from NDG. They are not there. They are in A lobby.
Shinsei really wants to go for this peak. He's just watching Garage at this point in time. Information fantastically done by Bryce. Now you know that there's multiple people towards the A site, and they are just going for that retake option from the side of Slay. They know that it's a bit too late for them to enter the site, especially with the smokes already in place. They will just opt for that, and they have the Hunter's Fury as I say that. And it's coming in nice and fast, spots out a couple of players. Liquid gets tagged in. Xeno finds only one tag. This retake is coming straight in again.
And it's a fast retake. Magikarp is already on the CT side. He will be trying to come in with the Aldrone, and he does not manage to find anything as Sova Xeno, X10 Xeno gets 3 kills. He's just anchoring the site so well. Mook left with all to do, 1v3. Operator not watching him, but he gets a 4K either ways. Xeno, take note, he used the Hunter's Fury at the start of the round, and he is so close to it once again.
Yeah, fantastic game plan again coming in from Slay. They realized where the attack was going to be coming from, but they weren't too afraid of, rushing into the site itself. Sometimes you see teams where they have the information on where the players are going to be. They realize, hey, they're coming towards A, let's flood into the site itself. But because you may not be in the most, in the best placed position on the site to defend it, you may not have the proper protocols there. You may not have enough time to set up your ideal crossfire, your ideal utility. So you just said, hey guys, let's let them have the spike plan. We're going to retake it efficiently. We have Xeno with his Hunter's Fury. It's going to buy us more time as we, excel into the site. And that's exactly what they've done now. NDG, this time,
Shinsei.
A bit of an eco round.
Yeah. And Shinsei has been finding so much info every time on the Garage, on the C-Long aggression. Despite being on the Jet operator, he's been finding so much space for his team, and the retakes are, of course, all coming out from his information. Right now, we see some Garage aggression, but NDG, they have been doing this kind of slow play, trying to take away the opponent's utility, but Shinsei does not care. He just takes away his life through the wall with an operator, but he's left on 1 HP. NDG are still looking towards the middle of the map, but somehow Chamber has made his way towards A short. And is looking towards the A site, but Magikarp, good for the kill onto Anzo, gets a second one through the crack of the garage door. And now, with the space that Chamber has, they are taking the A site. It's a free A site, but it's a 2v5. Okay, Liquid making things happen, gets a 1 kill on the Headhunter. If he gets a second, it might be a fighting chance for him, and he does. If he gets a third,
Liquid,
evening things up. Tagged by the Aldrone though, there is a player on top of Heaven. He takes note of it, and the Fools, they're already on site. Slay managed to jump out of sight, but the Rolling Thunder being committed onto the Slay players, they are in no man's land, and Liquid, the entire play was on him.
Yeah, 50 round coming in, the Headhunter on Liquid. Very successful, and he just rains down terror. He realizes that the entirety of Slay were playing a retake A setup. He pushes the issue, takes the initiative by himself, realizes that, hey, we're a man down. We can't do this if we let Slay set up for their retake. He's going to disrupt things in their spawn. Takes it all home for his squad, 4 kills in the round, and the movement, right? He realizes the Sova is in heaven. They realize, hey, there's a player on site already. There's nobody in CT. I'll just jump across this corner, pick up a rifle, wait for the Rolling Thunder, and then play the 2v2 together with his teammates. Fantastically done. This time around, rifles in their hands, going into the garage position. It's gonna be a C split. It's Shinsei already at the back of the C site, ready to receive.
He is in the back position, looking down with an operator, gets a kill, gets a third, and now he still has the tailwind available to get out. These players all the way in C are getting picked off by Shinsei, and Red Co will be there to help his teammate. Zeno all the way in spawn does manage to clear the A site flanker, but he is left alone with the spike in a 1v3. Does have the cosmic divide, but he does not have the information of the rest of the players. He only knows that Shinsei is at a C-long angle, but he has an operator, my friend. Are you sure you're the one to pick this? He has no chance.
Shinsei with four kills in the round. He shuts down the garage push. He's the only man in the site itself. You had to answer with a couple of frags, and yes, he does. 3 kills at the start. It really just stifled the entire push. Ritko comes in for a bit of help, and, well, it just left Zeno left alone on C-long. And it was a nice attempt from NDG. They tried to go a bit fast, but there was a lack of utility, right, on the C side when they were actually entering it.
Yeah,
and so Shinsei didn't have much to worry about. There wasn't many smokes in his way. There wasn't a flash or a stun. Despite the composition that NDG have picked, I don't see enough utility on the actual execute.
And one by one, they just get picked out by the operator. And it looks like they're going for the same B play again. The haunt goes through, but it does not spot Ritko at the back of sight. So Shinsei just creeps up A short with his operator. This is so dangerous from the side of NDG. And right now, no! What? Gets the trade anyway! Liquid goes down!
And they want to capitalize on this.
No
Tries
way.
to find him, drops the spike, turns the flash. Can he hit any more shots? What is that? It's Enzo and Mook as well. 4 kills in a round. Shinsei decimates the A push. On C, he shuts them down into A lobby. Again, a replica of that round.
He might have died, but the spike is loose and there's only one player left. It's looking like an 8-4 half for the side of Slay. And they are really slaying right now. Shinsei is going ham.
Call them Shin Slay. Taking down the entirety. That shot on Anso. Disgusting. What was that? Blast pack in mid-air. Instant one-tap headshot. This is why you put him on the duelist, on that jet. You know how potent he can be. Alvin, well, nice try, my friend, but you're scanned and stunned. X10 Zeno will take him down. And it's an 8-4 half. Despite winning the first 2 rounds, NDG only managed 4 at the end of the first half. Slay just, recomposed themselves. They realized, hey, we have the better firepower, we have the better teamwork coming into this one. And despite NDG having a very utility-heavy composition, I just don't see that same amount of pressure that the defenders are feeling on the side defense, right? When we see Ritko at the back of A side, comfortable to get 2 frags. You see Shinsei at the back of C plat with operator in hand, getting so many free frags.
Yeah,
there's just not enough.
There's
not enough flashes, not enough Astra utility. It just feels a little bit disjointed, and that is just enough room for Slay to capitalize and punish NDG.
And given that it's a pistol round now, Liquid playing in the garage does get the better of Shinsei, will not find the entry on his jet so far, but now they are still committing to the C split as the smokes are down on site. Bryce is in no man's land right now. He is playing in this smoke if he finds anyone looking, and he just walks out and finds a player, unlocks, gets another one back site. He does have the spike, and now he has taken the full site control for the team. Spike will be planted. Anzo left with all to do. 1v4, he was nowhere near to help out at all. I mean,
yeah, every avenue's been watched for. Garage, the flank, Anzo. It's safe to say, a near impossible task to try to recover this round.
And
the recon dart spots him out. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even get to fire a single shot. Slay with a fantastic pace change in the middle of the execute.
Yeah,
despite having 2 smokes covering their position, they just played things together as a team. Bryce. Fantastic isolation of the first frag. He knows the exact angle that the defender was going to be watching him from. Takes that heads-up duel, doesn't even care about behind him because he knows his teammates got his back. And exactly as that happens, Ritko fires an aftershock at the back of the site, takes down Zeno, and then they swarm the site after those 2 frags. Instantly done. Re-aggression mid-execute.
Well done by Slay indeed. But now they are looking towards this B location. Everybody's stacked up onto mid. It's gonna be a 5v5 battle royale.
Nobody's on C, nobody's on A. Everybody's was B and garage. Slay, they seem pretty insistent on going to the B side. NDG, pretty insistent on staying on the B side.
It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's just making for a first move. But there's nobody going in yet. They're still just hunting for information as nothing has been found. But Shinsei gets the better of Mook, isolates a 1v1, and Reiko finds Liquid lacking outside a garage. Now 3v5 situation for NDG. They are all stacked up towards B. If they push this smoke, Shinsei is watching. He gets 2, and Anzo does get a rifle. Oh no.
Let's not give Enzo too much opportunities to get back into this one. We know how potent he can be, but I think 2 frags will be the most that he's gonna get.
And he has made the wrong bet of going into C, but still getting a rifle and
yeah, I think just you save that, right?
Yeah, you save that.
It's worth more than the bonus you'd get if you were to die in this situation. So you're so disconnected from the action as well. Just save that rifle and move into the next one and give yourself a bit more cash to work with. But let's just recap that round, right? Slay, all of the players towards mid, they were expecting aggression from NDG, and that's exactly what NDG did. NDG went, were a bit antsy, right? 4 players on the B side, 1 towards garage. There's no information on A, there's no information on C. At some point, you have to push and get some sort of information. They don't have utility to get information because it's an eco. So, you know, pick your poison. Where do you want to push? They tried to push B and garage, and they were both met with Slay members just waiting on that aggression. So Slay played that anti-eco to pretty nice situation. Unfortunately, just lost 2 to Anzo's quick aim, but still nonetheless, 3 players remaining. That's the magic number. They can buy full into this one, especially since they didn't, well, some of the players didn't buy any weapons. They just ran with the Ghost.
And the thing was, that was their own smoke that they pushed in, and Shinsei was just chilling inside.
Shinsei had the read, right? Slay were just ready for any future aggression. They know that you can't really just stay back, right? You have to do something at some point, and that's exactly what they gave them. This is the exact C's nade combo that we're going to see coming in for NDG.
But they're not going to find anything, right?
Yeah, but against them, A lobby control, which is great, and Slay know this. Slay know that they've taken aggressive A lobby control, and they want to accelerate into the C side, the opposite side of the map. But at the same time, NDG have rotated both the Fade and the raise all over to B and C already.
Yeah,
so the read is perfect. The chamber's just going to anchor towards A main, and 4 players will rotate over to the main brunt of the Slay attack.
Both teams are reading each other perfectly. Tailwind will be used on the C execute, but Alvin playing on this Locks position will be managing to anchor down 2 players down for him, and now gets taken out by Redco, but gets traded back. Bryce taking out Mook, but left in a 1v3 situation. Spike is not looking good for him. It's loose all the way in C site, and now he is...
Okay.
He has to fight his way out. He does get 1, but he's getting pincered. Okay, never mind. If he gets the third over there, Zeno was left in a 1v1 situation, and that was such a pivotal round from NDG. They had to slow down this momentum coming through from Slay.
Oh, if Bryce didn't make that jump there, I swear he was going to win that one. It looked too perfect.
The stars just lined up for Bryce, except for the last one.
It's good damage though. Look at the economy. Yeah. Guardians, half armor. That's good damage on the side of Bryce, and that was their bonus.
That was their bonus. And now both will have full rifles, but then some Guardians on the other side of NDG, half armor as well. Slay will be going for the same garage play coming through. They have taken full control of garage with the garage smoke. The paranoia from Bryce will be signaling a C hit, but the players are swarming in from garage, and Magikarp on this top side getting 2. The whole full C site has been taken by Slay, and it's a hard retake as Liquid will not be finding anyone in this mid situation. Everybody has fallen back towards C-Long with only 1 player in garage. Just waiting for the retake.
Yeah, and this retake, this execute coming in from Slay, so well done again. 3 players on the C side, yet only losing 1 on the initial entry. Right, losing Shinsei on the attack, that's fine. The other players pick up his slack, pick up the kill that is required, and they just decimate the C defense. There's nothing else they can write home about. They're playing the post plans to perfection, not overextending, and NDG again going for that save. And it's a bit of a painful save. They're saving Guardians as well. It's not even Vandals.
It's 11-5. It will be 11-5.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they won't even have the economy to fully buy rifles. they
let's
were
take a
on
little
half
look.
armor and guardians, right? So
Yeah,
yeah,
economy,
most likely they won't have any form of economy. Xeno does manage to scrape up a Vandal, but look at
And
Elfid.
they're forcing into this one. It's do or bust.
Yes, do.
If you lose this, you're on against 12, and you're down on another really awkward buy. You don't have any money saved. You have to win this one. Elfin with a Bucky in hand, Guardians, 1 Vandal and a Spectre. Anzo does have the showstopper, so maybe something coordinated. That could be the port of call, give them a chance back into this one. Liquid avoids the scan, so that's good from him.
This location is really good from Liquid, but then Xeno, he
straight up fight.
He knows that there's a player in short despite using the recon dart. Does not trust his own utility, or he knows somehow. And definitely, now 2 more players in A short though.
Yeah, Slay doesn't have to force the issue. Look at that. Look at the positioning.
They can take the time.
It's 1 minute and 10 seconds. They have control over A long. They can just park Shinsei here, work other parts of the map, find a lurking player. Xeno finds 2.
That's good damage.
And evens up the man advantage. No Elfin! No jumping around, making too much noise. That's exactly what Slay wanted.
And now
a mistake, a misstep. Elfin, that could cost them the final round. Potentially losing losing their 12th, that very valuable one. Showstopper invested. No, he doesn't even fire the shot.
What?
Bit of a misclick, I presume.
He's just swapped to the Spectre mid-flight.
He expected to shoot and then quick swap, but unfortunately it just didn't fire in time. And
now we have a time out.
Unfortunate. I mean that was one of the most impactful ultimates that you could have, the showstopper on the raise, and it wasn't even fired, right? I guess sometimes when you're backed up against the wall, you want to go for a hero play and something unexpected. But I mean, Slay, there were 3 players remaining, and the crossfire was secure. Even if he got the first one, maybe the second, but the trade was so fast coming in from Bryce, so.
He still finds the headshot.
Yeah, I mean
you have to give it to him.
It's arguable whether you want to save that showstopper into the next round and maybe give yourself a second chance, because 1v3 showstopper behind a smoke in heaven, unlikely. But of course, if you pulled it off, I'd eat all my words. So
yeah,
it's
almost. It was 50-50 play. It could have went either way.
But yeah. Like looking at the entire map in its entirety, right? Slay, despite not having as much synergizable utility, the teamwork is what's been working for them, right? That's at the end of the day, you have to hit your shots, you have to get those kills, and despite throwing a bunch of utility onto a site, if you can't convert that round, your composition just wouldn't work. And so, with so much utility, honestly, on the defense, I would kind of give it to NDG.
Yeah.
But Slay has been just the better team.
But their economy
moving
has
together
not been
as
looking
one.
good as well.
Economy, yeah. Slay has been keeping them extremely honest. I mean, they win the pistol and it's just terrorizing them constantly. Damage every single round. They haven't had a full buy in God knows how long.
And the full A rush coming in from Slay. They have 4 players on the side of A main. And now Shinsei gets one, but gets taken out as well. And Reiko finding another one, but the Rolling Thunder already committed from the side of NDG. No, from the side of Slay. Now Shinsei with a knife running through. Does get the better of Anzo, but the full A site will be given, and the spike is already down on A site. What is going on? There's fights on both sides. Shinsei takes away Xeno's life. And now Elfin, he took the player out, and now they're
he's
wary of
rotating
him.
all the way around. This is the biggest of brains. Reed expecting them to rotate towards C.
Yeah.
And he might just be right.
He might just be right. The game sense on this guy, and if he plays this perfectly, he might get a 2-kill collateral. But these players, they are good for this. Shinsei and Reiko, look at them. They are. They're choosing to plan B.
But I don't think they expect him coming in from garage. Can he find the kills? Doesn't even matter. Redco White Swings takes down his counterpart of the breach. It's 13-5. Slay with a dominant performance. What a display coming out from them against NDG. NDG winning out the first 2 rounds. Looked like they had something going for them in the first half, but after that, it was just the Slay show.
Yeah, it was just a Slay show. I mean, I have to highlight what Shinsei did, though. He had so much first bloods. He had so much first kills, and he had 6 first bloods. Just look at the stats alone. But despite that, he still had so much control and information.
6 first bloods is insane.
Yeah, he has so much information on the attack. I mean, on the defense side when they were playing defense on Slay. He had so much control in Garage. He pushed out C Long. He was killing players that was peeking into him as well and take away the utility and always a thorn in the side coming from behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think the second half really solidified the performance that Slay was, right? They were overbrimming, like, they were all flowing with confidence. Just Shinsei, just entering into the side without a care in the world, trusting in his teammates to cover for him. The utility on point from, what was it, Redco, right? Whenever they were fighting an enemy, it always seemed like it was a 3v1 fields on site. They were able to go for retakes in comfortable fashion. They were able to anchor sites effectively when they were on defense. And when they're on attack, NDG just couldn't find the avenues to counter the play. They tried, interesting aggressive pushes, but then again, it was just a bit too little, too late.
I think the pistol round was the nail in the coffin after that.
The economy was kept very humble.
Yeah, it was just gate kept all the way, and they always were on half armor. They were force buying every single round and could not convert. And I just felt that just slowly snowballed and just led to their downfall.
Yeah, it was great pressure coming in from Slay, set the tempo, established their dominance, and then just executed the plan flawlessly. And a 13-5, I mean, they won the first 2 rounds, NDG, so that's 2 out of the 5 rounds. They only managed 3 other rounds apart from that. And I mean, again, just a recap of how dominant Slay is, and arguably one of the favorites to win this competition, win this tournament. We'll see in due time, but for the moment, they are in the finals for the Singapore brackets for the Asia Esports Festival.
Yes.
And we'll be going up against either DDHK or Kizuna. So that would be a match I think we will be watching in the next streamed match right after this one. But before we do jump into that game, we'll be going for a short little break. So stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're in for another semi-finals after this.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. We just had an amazing game out of Slay versus NDG. Yeah. So coming at you is your caster, I'm your caster, Bowman, and my fellow co-caster, Kodan. But before we head on to this game, we have to talk about these amazing chairs that we've been sitting on, the OSIM U-Throne V. So what is so cool about these chairs is that this is a gaming chair and a massage chair combined. So in between your gaming sessions, if you're ever feeling tired, if you're feeling, a bit intense from your games, you just feel drained out.
I just want to relax a little.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing. We've been turning these on, and then we've been getting massages all day in between the breaks of our games. So that's why we like going for breaks so much, maybe.
But yeah, there's inbuilt massages for this one, and there's a lot more features. So let's just run it down. Right, we have there's the V-hand massage technology, so it emulates the skillful techniques and flexibility of a masseuse's hand for a realistic grip that extracts your deep-seated knots. Of course, there's shoulder grip and lumbar press.
All right.
Specialized massage program for the neck and shoulder, energize and lumbar. There's a 4D adjustable gaming armrest, so the classic, the industry standard nowadays, where you have a adjustable
we can't
ones.
pull it up.
We
can't pull it up to show you. It's the highest it can go.
It can go up, down, left, right, and of course it can recline up to 145 degrees.
I wouldn't do it right now. I don't want to injure our backdrop.
Yeah. So great OSIM massage gaming chair. Of course, 40 years of massage experience. OSIM injects new life to your gaming experience with the game-changing U-Throne V. Designed for gamers, witness the extraordinary synergy of gaming ergonomics and remarkable massage to unleash your inner power and overcome epic challenges. Slot in massage sessions between game sessions with the U-Throne V to knead away body aches and stay laser-focused in your next battle. Of course, this is a fantastic chair. If you guys want to check it out, I think they are having a sale right now. So do check out the U-Throne V.
I mean, if you want to get a Christmas present for someone and he's a gamer and now you are worried about, gaming long hours, probably a family member or friend gaming long hours, then of course get him this massage chair so that, while he's gaming, he can have a therapeutic massage while doing so, and it's good for your health as well.
Well, one thing they might be getting is a therapeutic prize pool.
Ooh.
Mo, would you like to give us a rundown on what these players stand to win if they do, move on in the bracket further on?
So, we have the online cross-border challenge, right? So the first and second place will be played by Singapore and Malaysia. It's 100% one Malaysia team, one Singapore team. The winning team will walk away with 1,500 Singapore dollars, and the losing team, the second place, of course, will not be walking away empty-handed. They will be going away with 1,000 Singapore dollars. And of course, we can't forget the regional finals. The regional finals will be played between Singapore, and Malaysia, respectively. When the losers, I mean the third and fourth place, will be walking away with 250 Singapore dollars, respectively.
Right. So with the match that we just witnessed, Slay defeating NDG, they have secured themselves at least a $250 prize. If they continue to win in the regional finals and then the grand finals, they have a chance to win 1,500 Singapore dollars. And the other team to be joining them in this regional finals, we'll be witnessing right here, right now. It's Kizuna versus Donny Tiaohua Kakis.
Yeah, Tiaohua Kakis. So it's DDHK.
DDHK.
We'll be calling them DDHK for short versus Kizuna. And Kizuna, just now, an overtime game, giving us a run for our money, giving us a run for our sanity with Kimmy going crazy.
Kimmy going nuts. I hope he gets a massage in between these games.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he can replicate that kind of performance because, to be honest, like, to be completely frank,
DDHK.
No, sorry. Kizuna would not have qualified if not for Kimi's heroics, right?
Yeah,
a lot
correct.
of it was placed on Kimi's shoulders, and he delivered in spades again and again. But this time, going up against DDHK,
who actually won against the Mongs.
Yes, they won against the Mongs. So the Mongs we saw earlier on 13-0 Sheng Seong, right? And DDHK beat the Mongs. And we know how good the Mongs are, right? They've shown their skills multiple times. But let's just remind ourselves, right? DDHK comprises of the core of Lays, right? Long, amazing zebra ears. They were the team, the only team in Singapore to beat Paper X in the VCC circuit. So they're a team to be, to be revered, right? You gotta be careful. You can't just walk over them. They won't allow that to happen in Kizuna. We'll see if the heroics on Kimi is enough. I believe that they need support from all the other players, right? We have Josh, we have Flaring, we have Shun, so many amazing players on their team. They need to step up, they need to deliver in spades because this game will not be easy. And by any stretch of the imagination, I predict this to be a close one.
Yeah, and of course, this game will be on Ascent.
Oof, classic.
Classic, we're going back to the classic Ascent, the single mid, one side each, A and B, A main, B main, of course mid control leading into catwalk, A short, and of course the market area and the spawn area of the CT. So this will be the semifinals that will lead them to fight against Slay. So winner of this, whoever wins this, will be also assured another $250 at least. So, there's a lot of stakes on the line. And I really hope that Kimmy goes out of his mind again, because we'll be seeing you scream a lot, Kodan.
Yeah, I gotta save my voice a little bit, right? Kimmy was there just making insane plays left, right, center. Honestly, looking on DDHK, right, let's just take a little look at the roster for a second, okay?
DDHK. So, on Ascent.
Yes, so we have Divine, Styron, Neff, Frey, Lexi. So these names, Lexi, Bleed Lexi, we've seen him before on the Bleed roster, and the rest of them on Lays, right? Reputable players in their own respect. This time going up against the side of Kizuna on the battleground of Ascent. And looking at the agent selection right away, Mo. I see Riza on that Killjoy. We've seen him on Chamber in the Fracture matchup. So now he's switching over to the Killjoy, which is an interesting pick, right? There are teams that kind of opt to go for Killjoy, but you lose that kind of aggressive initiation and operator usage.
The potential out of the chamber instead. But the Killjoy does provide a lot of space, especially when you're on the defense side, because you can play so detached from your utility. And there's a lot of information available when you lock down a site as well. And also there's another way to play Killjoy, which you can make a lot of kill zones. You're present together with your utility. You lock down these players that are attacking, and then you just defend the site by yourself. You can be the best anchor available. But of course, with Killjoy, you do not have the same mobility as the chamber with the rendezvous. You can't just teleport away for free, and most of the time your utility will become your lifeline when it comes to defending your site.
Again, if you look at the composition, right, it seems like Kizuna, the attackers, have a bit more utility available compared to the defenders. Right, you look at the Chamber versus Killjoy, you look at the Astra versus the Omen. They seem to be quite open to using more utility, right? But we saw how that happened against between NDG and Slay. Right? NDG definitely had the utility advantage, but Slay were the ones with the teamwork advantage. So again, going into this these matchups, it really depends on your game philosophy, what you want to do in the game, how you want to execute it, and your teamwork at the end of the day, and can you hit those shots.
Yeah, and of course, you always know me. I prefer the
you prefer the Sova.
I prefer the Sova over the Fade, so I'm just favoring DDHK off the bat. But still, Kimmy. Kimmy is a force to be reckoned with.
Right now, all eyes on him to see how he performs now on a different map, on a different agent. Right? I do believe that he's pretty comfortable on Jet as well, so that's going to be a factor to keep in mind. But of course, DDHK not to be trifled with, and starting on the defensive side, I will give the edge to DDHK, right? If they can get a commanding defensive half, it would definitely give them a huge advantage moving in and to the attacking side.
And this defense round will be important for Kizuna as well, because the Killjoy on attack will not be as potent. And now, the early trades coming in from the A main side, one player down from each team. But still, there has been so much space given to DDHK as they move towards Tiles and take full control of mid. Do they know that there's a Tiles player here? Styron already all the way in mid, looking out for Catwalk, and already backed up by his Omen. Now Frey.
Oh, this is a super advanced position for the defense, but Shun ready for it, not ready for the second though. Styron knocks out two. Fantastic headshots. Lexi finds one in the meantime, and Styron stifles their aggression back towards B. That early aggression from DDHK towards mid was allowed them to secure that round even before Kizuna were able to gather their forces towards B.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you want to go for this kind of early death ball and you pull out of this play. You give so much map control towards your opponents. I mean, Shun was aware that there might be a player in mid, there might be a player in Tiles, and he answered for it, but he did not expect two more over there. Now, bonus round coming in from the side of DDHK. They will have Spectres and Marshals to work with. Recon Dart already scans early, and the positions of Kizuna are already exposed. Now, Brandon walking all the way towards this mid site. He does know the position of these players, and Flaring gets taken down. Tailwind's ahead and takes out Josh as well. That spike down, and he still has another Tailwind and uses it straight away. Marshall takes away Kimmy's life. Things are not looking too good for Kizuna, but take note, this is still a bonus round, and they will have the next round to work with. But Shun is trying to make as much as he can out of it.
Yeah, but look where the spike is. Lost at the top of mid, rather even closer towards attacker spawn, should I say. Riza, well, not too much to write home about. Fantastic headshots coming in from Lexi, looking sharp as ever. And DDHK, pretty comfortable second round.
Yeah. And now it will be the buy round coming out from Kizuna. They did go for the full classic, full save, so they will have full utility, full armor, and Vandals to work with. But look at what Styron has right now. He is choosing to invest in an Odin. And this gun, if it goes the way of DDHK at B main, these Kizuna players are in for a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that they've postured already, DDHK, they look very comfortable. They look like they really know what they want. They've warmed up into this this match, thanks to their previous matches, I'm assuming. And look at this, Brandon now with the operator peering down mid. Turret may be able to spot out his position, but that's just the cue for them to enter the site. Siren flicks around, 180, turns around, sprays down Reza as well. Frey with a headshot onto Shun. And Kizuna gets stuck at the entrance point. Nothing to write home about. Flaring goes down and just one player left remaining. Josh, a consolation prize in the form of Divine's head, but without the spike control of anything.
Ooh.
Catches the second, but Frey is already pushed out to B main. So despite those 2 frags, DDHK still with a dominant and convincing bonus round.
Yeah, you might have a turret on the side of Kizuna, but Styron is the turret on the side of DDHK because he just flicked a full 180 on a tail-winning, updrafted Jet and then still flicked back and killed the second entering player on B main. That was insane. And now converting the bonus.
This is it just spells disaster for Kizuna. The confidence that you can already feel just overflowing, just brimming with that. It's almost disgusting.
Now the Odin striking terror into the hearts of these Kizuna players, but they will have A main control.
Oh, they're pushing mid again. Brandon, very confident, knows that the turret is there, spots some other players, Shun with an even better shot. And Frey now caught in between 2 places. The split towards mid is victorious. They catch 2 players. They lose 1 in the meantime, but I think with this man advantage, I say man advantage, Styron claws it back, swings out with the Odin, and gets punished. Kimmy finally getting a couple of frags on the board, getting back his confidence, right? We know how potent he can be, picks up the spike, and now they have the whole map to play around with. 2v2, DDHK has not a lot of information on where the last 2 players could be.
The dark cover signals that there might be someone onto site, but these Kizuna players, they know better. And they are straight up running into site, not even checking back site, and just planting the spike. Right now, they will be in a 2v2 retake, and DDHK, they do have the better weapons. Kizuna, the Killjoy only has a Sheriff, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but guess who's on it? Guess who's his teammate? Guess who's here to receive as well? That knife will reveal nobody's towards B main. They know that they're most likely towards the side itself. Not sure about CT. Gotta be careful on that one. Expecting some form of aggression. But Kizuna players are all just playing towards the side. And this Molly, this fragment, beautifully plays the utility. Fantastic headshot and the spam from Lexi. Catching both players through the walls.
Lexi did not even see any player. He just started spamming and
This is the scariness of DDHK, right? The synergy that you just see right there.
So I just started blasting.
So I just, even though it's not Siren with the Odin, Lexi can pick it up and utilize it just as well.
And now the Odin will not be repurchased from the side of DDHK, but they will have the operator saved up for Brandon. Brandon has been getting
very aggressive, right?
Yeah, so aggressive.
It's the kind of unrelenting aggression that comes out of DDHK that really defines them. Right? They're not scared to take fights. They will respect certain plays, right? Certain players, certain teams. But this does not stop them from being confident in their duels.
And now Kizuna looking for a mid-take, probably trying to take out this operator player, but
did Flare just tap through the smoke? I heard like 2 shots.
I think he did, yes! Yeah. The player just got wrecked through the smoke, and now no command being used, B-split coming out, market control given. The scan given as well. Styron in this stairs position will be alone, but Brandon has his back from the back side. Null command already taken down, but it is still active. Ryza trying to go for the res, and he gets the player pushing through smoke. Styron gets taken down, and now flaring will be put back up, but behind Lexi all the way in market as the door is closing down. They did not note his location. They thought the door was closing. They thought they were safe. And they weren't. Now,
when you least expected, Lexi is there to deliver the final blow. Multiple times already, we've seen him be the clutch factor for DDHK just in this map. It's been 5 rounds, yet he's had so much impact. 9-0 is his scoreline, yet to fall victim to anyone's weapon. And I mean, DDHK, it looked a bit scary, but there was actually an omen smoke, a dark cover that was placed at stairs, right? That allowed DDHK to flood into the site without being shot at as they were entering for that retake. Now Brandon getting forced off the angle just for the moment. It's going to be a fast take on the site itself. Coming in from
going
Kizuna.
in with the knife though. Cloudburst already used Tailwind, and Updraft gets one on site, gets a second one onto stairs, and the third player flooding in will be taken down by the Stinger of Ryza. That's full site control for Kizuna. What a decisive hit coming through by Kimmy.
Yeah,
Kimmy.
They just realized that, hey, sometimes, well, every single round up to this point, the regular play has not been working. Kimmy, pop your knives, get your body straight into the side itself, deal some damage, and they found some fantastic frags. 5v2. It's essentially an impossible task coming in. It's gonna be a thrifty round if I've ever seen one. Frey does manage to catch the first one, but I don't think he's gonna find too much more. Yeah, Shin punishes him for that aggression towards lane. And Kizuna, off of the back of Kimmy's knives, will convert the very first round.
Kimmy, that was straight up heads up play. Updrafting through the switch area and going for the back of the head.
The pace change, right? The pace change. Kizuna haven't been going for fast execute so far. DHK not really expecting that off the immediate when the barrier drops. Immediately when the barrier drops. So great pace change coming in for Kizuna, but now I'm pretty sure DDHK will be on their toes, right? They won't allow that to happen again. 5 ultimates is a scary prospect.
And now Tour de Force has already been used by Frey. They do not have the null command. The 0 point has already been used. So this Tour de Force at mid will not be answered
again, there's this duo coming in, aggression towards mid. Brandon together with Frey, watching each other's backs. This turret has been a nuisance multiple times in a row. And with that information garnered, they're just executing onto the A site.
Null command already used. Kimmy trying to find someone on the A site. Does not get anyone, but the full hit comes through and 3 players are already down. The KO is loose on the site. Styron in a 1v1 situation.
Garnered. They know where the kill drive was towards mid. Riza's repositioned himself all towards A main. As a down player, but I don't think he's expecting the A main position. Swings out the opportune moment, but Riza! The adjustment just in the nick of time. Styron not able to convert the frag, and Kizuna get their second consecutive round. Much needed one.
Much needed, yes, indeed.
Coming down, to a 1v1, but Riza just good enough.
Now it will be the full round, the full rifle buy coming through from the side of DDHK. Previously, it was kind of a half buy together with the Tour de Force. They still managed to get a lot of things done, a lot of damage onto Kizuna. They only have 1 buy left in them. And DDHK, if they manage to keep on the momentum going, Kizuna, if they manage to keep the momentum going, Nightfall already committed, will be good for them. So, Cloudburst used on the generator. Tailwind straight in, does not take note of Omen's location though. Lexi gets the better of Kimmy, and Flaring does manage to find a trade, but Brandon, through the smoke, will get Flaring. And now Josh is the last player standing, will not find anything.
Lexi. His plays so far on this map have been perfect. Have been picture perfect. Save for those last 2 rounds. His smokes, his positioning has been so well done. That smoke in the middle of the site, he just hides behind it for just enough time. Kimmy looks away as he peeks. It's just a veteran.
Impeccable timing.
A veteran in his comfortable position. He's just so comfortable hiding behind the smoke's nose that Kimmy's up there, waits for his attention to be drawn elsewhere because Kimmy cannot stay up there forever. He has to get a frag, has to drop off, has to do something. And because there was a fight happening towards A main, he was trying to help. Kimmy was trying to turn around and say, hey, I'm going to help my teammates enter the site. And then Lexi pops out at the opportune moment, takes him down. And this is exactly what you want from an anchor, right? An Omen player who knows how to use his smokes, knows how to use his utility, and survive. Finds the frag on a Kimmy. What does he do? Doesn't swing off for more. He just stays in his smoke, waiting for the other players to come in. Because if he stands alive, they don't lose the site. That's exactly what happened. And Lexi, again, kudos to him. Fantastic anchoring. And just bought so much time for the rest of his teammates to come back in.
Yeah, it's just amazing to watch these players coming through. But still, Kimmy, he did have the right idea. They tried to go for the fast player again. But I feel like DDHK, they are kind of getting used to the momentum switch.
They understand the win condition for the side of Kizuna. And they're not allowing them to have it. They're not allowing Kimmy to have a pop-off game. Look at him, 3-7. He's been quite nullified today, or at least for this match.
The only round that they handily won was when Kimmy popped off with knives. And now Kizuna will be trying to form some kind of B aggression, but still look at Brandon with this operator, always aggressive.
Oh, the collateral coming in from Brandon. Frey breaks the reveal as well. They wide swing him, able to get that frag conversion, but Kimmy, they don't take down Kimmy. Gotta be careful, he's here to receive. Styron, the only one on the site itself. The TP coming in from the Omen.
Oh, Kimmy gets
Styron dancing around.
And Ryza gets the better of Styron. The lockdown will be committed. The full time will it will pop, it will pop. So he knows that the area is clear and he will plant the spike. Now things have calmed down. 2v2 retake, they will have the Cosmic Divide available and both players on site.
They know that they both players are on site. Divine saw one player towards lane as the spike was planted. They know both are here to receive.
Cosmic Divide already being used. They do not see anything at the moment. There is a Killjoy turret watching this, but Lexi uses a dark cover to his advantage, trying to flood into sight. And will he find anything to pop flash out of the smoke? That pop flash and Lexi 1-for-1, Divine 1-for-1, and that's a clean retake despite the Cosmic Divide.
Fantastic teamwork again. I mean, you put the dark cover there just to isolate a potential fight that's here in towards the Cosmic Divide, right? They were afraid someone's playing right on the other end. So Lexi pops his smoke there. He isolates any potential fights. It's just a 1v1 there. And then they pop flash out of the smoke, peek together. And this dark cover, it will draw so much attention. You have to watch the dark cover. And the flash comes out of it. It's just the perfect synergy of utility.
It's like, oh, the dark cover is here, I'm going to watch it. And then the flash comes out. Ah, my eyes.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it doesn't matter how much utility you have. It's how you use it. Just a smoke and a flash. That's all you need, and you win around. DDHK 7-2.
Brandon, once again.
It's always Brandon together with Frey. The Chamber and the Jet, both able to teleport out of harm's way. Oh, this is an aggressive push again coming in. I think Kizuna are aware of this. They've done this multiple times.
They're trying to address it right now as Kimmy gets the better of Brandon, actually. So that will be an opening pick for the side of Kizuna. And Kimmy, of course.
That was a fantastic read from Kizuna. But are they expecting Lexi's aggressive push? And yes, they are. Josh.
They
on
know
the trigger.
Kizuna adapting pretty well to DDHK's play. Now, aggressive defense. Kizuna, they have slowed down, not going for the same death ball as well. They're adapting to each other so well. Divine using the pop flash, but flashes himself. Styron, though, on the top of heaven, gets the better of Kimmy. Flaring takes out Divine for good. Now, Frey left alone on site.
No one's on the side itself. This flash, good enough.
Oh, the Flaring. Pop flash. Now Styron on heaven, he has all to do, and Frey is trying to buy space for his friend on top of heaven. But the spike is already being planted on site, and the 0 point comes through. Frey gets taken down. Now Styron was left with all to do, 1v4, and he will choose to save. Right?
Fantastic round coming in from Kizuna. Yeah, 100% is going to be a save. There's just no way back into this one. They predicted that Brandon and Frey will be pushing down mid. That's exactly what happened. They've been doing it round after round. What's the call? We play slow. We wait until 10-20 seconds have passed on the clock, and then we retake mid. And it was done perfectly. Kimmy swings out, instant headshot, already pre-firing that angle. Because it's the angle that Brandon has always been pushing, right? It's always through mid, and he sneaks out towards the opposite of Sabrosa. He always gets detected by the Sentry turret. But this time around, they just flash in.
And yeah. We will kill you this time. Yeah, stop aggressing.
If I'm not mistaken, the flash also was able to catch onto Frey. So Frey wasn't able to help or trade out Brandon in that situation.
And now Kizuna will have the economy lead. DDHK will only have this last buy left in them. And if this round goes in the favor of Kizuna, I mean, they can run away with a 7-5 half.
7-5 would be very, very ideal, considering the 5-0 start that they
were
down.
going through, yeah. But still, they have the null command coming out from Kizuna. I mean, will he commit it this round, though? There's no tour de force. Probably at the sound of a Hunter's Fury or a Blade Storm, he might want to commit it, but unlikely so far. They're still playing this default style.
Yeah, there's no aggression. Yeah, see, this conditions DDHK. Now, DDHK is not pushing towards mid. They are pushing towards the extremities of the other map, though. Frey and Brandon both split. Information towards B, and the KO. Null command gonna be invested. Flashing in, dashing in as well. A full execute straight into the side. Frey gets taken down. It's gonna be a 5v4 retake required for DDK with a man disadvantage.
Spike is planted. Hunter's Fury has been committed from the CT side. DDHK does get one tag. Does not manage to find the frag, but still, it is a very hard retake for these DDHK players because Kizuna, they have the full post plant set up. They have 3 players on site and 2 players in B main, and the B main players are the more dangerous ones as they can pop through at any time. Pop flash being used. Brandon only gets 1 frag, gets a second one though. Can he make magic happen over here? With an operator, I don't think so. He's choosing to save right now.
And the adaptation coming in from Kizuna. Look at that. The entries straight on execute. They spot out a player towards B main, force the teleport out, and then they just straight on execute it together with the KO ultimate.
Ooh, and they get the operator as well. This is big. Means that DDHK won't have any form of heavy weaponry in the next round. Look at their economy. They can't even buy...
yeah, no rifle. I mean...
They can't buy an operator.
Buy rifles,
yeah.
but not for everyone. Ultimates, Frey, 3 out of 8. Brandon does have the knives, so let's keep that in mind.
And the null command has already
null
been
command
used.
for potential retake scenario, or just to deny and execute. And Kimi has his knives as well, so potential enemy battle between the Jets could ensue.
And we are moving on to the last round of the half. Brandon does pop his knives.
Both do.
And 0 point already used, and they both use the knives. Yep. Of course, anime battle, let's go.
Again, passive setup coming in from Kizuna, expecting aggression of some sort from DDHK. This time around, they just park Kimi towards, or should I say, Brandon towards the wine position, and Frey is going to be watching B main. So the switch up, right? The switch up from mid control into A main and B main control. Doesn't spot anything, Frey. Peeking straight in. Gets a bit of information that no one's at that corner, but Brandon, he just dashes straight in. The Jet anime battle, as we mentioned, both with the shots. Only with the shorty in hand, though, because of the economic disadvantage. Kimi still has his rifle in hand, so advantage for him. And Frey, this off angle. Very, very interesting. Just gotta be waiting for anyone to lackadaisically walk around this corner. But in the meantime, with the man advantage, DDHK can sit pretty. They can be confident in their setups.
Oh, the Prowler does get the better of him, and he's forced to rendezvous away. So they do know that he is there, but Kizuna.
Yeah, that's the fantastic ability coming out from the Fate, right? They force away the B main control. Now, DDHK have no information on B main itself, as the rest of the team are moving and gathering their forces for an A execute. And who's here to receive? Lexi. One man alone in hell. This Jet around the corner. Shun cannot come out first. He has to let his teammates take the brunt of the attention. But I don't think he's going to be expecting this. Oh, but Brendan doesn't even hit the shot. Shun, the one to relieve the pressure. The one man by himself. Lexi here to receive. The Spectre does his work. No time on the clock. They have to stick here. Lexi finds a second as well. It's a 2v2. Almost finds a third. That's a fantastic job from Lexi. Everything he could have wished for. And Shun, actually the one.
He got to 4K, I think.
Split open the round and take it home, as you mentioned, 7-5.
7-5.
A fantastic recovery after going down 0-5 at the early stages. They go on a 5-2 win.
I have to say, their adjustments are really good from Kizuna.
Yes, they did. They really read what DDHK were trying to do, and they were able to counter it effectively. So the last 3 rounds in a row, that was a haul to say the least, and it was pretty convincing. And Shun, that last round, I mean, what was that?
That was a nano swarm.
No, I mean Shun, what was that from Shun? Like the 4K. It was supposed to be the main brunt of... The rest of his teammates were supposed to be the main brunt of the attack, but he himself took the initiative and was able to convert those frags. If he went down, it would have been a very terrible situation, but hey, wins those fights.
And Ryza fails to put the Killjoy turret on top of the wall.
And Kizuna taking mid control. 3 players here. There's nobody in B. There's one alarm bot in B main. That's all that's holding back the full aggression coming in from DDHK. And they've spotted this. They've spotted this mid aggression. How do they take this back? A fantastic flash pushes them off the angle. Oh, and through the wall. Brandon! Fantastic shots. Dinks the Jet as well. Has to go for the reload. And Kimi
answers back. He gets a 2K of his own. And now DDHK, they only have 2 players left, and the spike is loose all the way mid, and the Killjoy turret is just watching it from above.
Interesting, both teams just want to fight mid. They just want to take the kills. Riza spots out one of them, but the trade's coming in. It's 1v1 Styron going up against Josh, who will win this out. And Josh, just by the skin of his teeth, avoids the headshots from Styron.
And Kizuna, they look like they are looking to tie the series up. 7-6, 1 round away. And it's the bonus round right now, so it's gonna look good unless something happens out of DDHK. They might go for some form of cheese play, but just now it didn't work out too much for them because Kimi in that location, all the way below, opposite Sub Rosa, I would say, the other side of the stairs. Yeah, other side of the stairs. He just found 2 frags, and despite Brandon popping off, Kimi answered right back in kind.
So this time around, Kizuna with the better weaponry. And they should be able to convert this one. I mean, they need to. Especially on the defense side of Ascent. You can't take things pretty passively, right? You don't have to fight for mid-aggression every single round. You just gotta be careful for creeps up like this. Frey with the most potent weapon in the round so far, the Headhunter, gets spotted out and the smoke will delay that little aggression coming in from him. But again, DDHK are just waiting. They're just gonna go for contact plays. Ooh.
Josh does get the trade.
Yeah, Josh is the only one here on the side itself, going in together. Yeah, the contact play is successful from Lexi, unfortunately unable to hit a shot, and Josh just runs and guns, takes down Styron as well.
Josh is an ice skater right now, just running through and killing people while running. And now Brandon left all the way in Catwalk will get taken down. Divine nothing doing at Tiles. The spike is all the way at Spawn, near the mid side.
Yeah, good job from Kizuna to minimize casualties.
And that's just a clean round from Kizuna. They played that really disciplined, and they just kept the control of the areas that they have. Catwalk, extremities, just don't let them flood through. Keep the weapons to ourselves.
Okay, so now here comes a bit of the more interesting round, right? The bonus coming in from the side of Kizuna. As we saw in the first half, DDHK, they took home the bonus of their own. Can Kizuna replicate that sort of success on their defensive side? Against the rifles coming in from DDHK, they gotta have something creative, I would say.
They have a Killjoy.
They do have a Killjoy. That is a slightly more additional pieces of information that they can get. But oh, Kimmy! First one, aggression towards B main, just takes the hits up duel against Frey. The scan as well, paired up with his aggression.
Now Brandon smokes away the trademark as the market control will be given. Does not find a shot onto Shun, and Shun does not either. Both tagging each other towards half HP. Divine takes note of the player flaring at this A spawn position.
But they're very split though. Look at DDHK, all the players, 2 towards mid, 1 B, 1 A. Spike is towards the B side of the map, and I think DDHK are just gonna collate their collect their forces and just re-engage on one of the sites.
Yeah, just regroup and maybe just go in together. At least we have more power when we're going in with our utilities.
Yeah. And the read is right. This is the lesser defended side. I say lesser, but there's Kimmy here. It is Kimmy here. So
and now Brandon versus Kimmy. We will be seeing it soon. He does have a rifle to work with, and now the recon dart will be going through together with the 0 point. Takes notes of Kimmy. He does not have the tailwind. He gets 1, he gets 2.
Oh, Kimmy! 4 kills in the round. The bonus works out for Kizuna. It's a flawless round.
It's a spray down from Kimmy. That was just clinical.
Is this the second time we've seen Kimmy with the... No, that was someone else on Fracture. I can't remember who exactly. It might have been Kimmy.
Nah, it wasn't Kimmy. Kimmy was playing Neon.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but I mean, regardless,
it was still amazing to watch. As he
the trigger discipline, right? He didn't peek out immediately when he was detected by the suppression.
The 0 point.
The 0 point. He waited until they were all towards the lane position, taking out the utilities, preparing to flash on the corner, and he just sprays down all 3 players. Kimmy showing up in spades.
Definitely, that was a key round for Kizuna to win, and now DDHK, they are on bad economy. They only have a Marshal, Sheriffs, and of course Ryza. He does have a Spectre. Did not manage to find a rifle on the previous round, but still, it's better than what DDHK have.
It's gonna be a bit dangerous, right? Because you have so much Killjoy utility here to receive. The turret will spot out a bit of information. The Owl Drone try to scout out a bit of positionings. Finds onto... I think they spotted 2 players at the back of the site.
Nano Swarm just in time.
Try to do his Kimmy cosplay. And they both double up here straight in. The flash is perfectly done. And Shun goes down. Divine with 2 fantastic shots. It's a 4v3 retake. Has to be called for Kizuna. And another eco perhaps coming in.
Kimmy though, he's still alive. He does have the Blade Storm to work with. It's a 4v3 situation, but Lexi is all the way in market right now. The full retake will be going through right now. Kimmy gets 1 onto backside. Styron trades it back and takes out 2 as well. Gets traded out by Flaring. Only 1v1 on the backside right now, but there is the 1 more in Lexi at the CT, and he has to be wary of where Lexi is. He spots the barrel through the smoke, and Flaring gets the kill. 3 kills for him, all on Flaring right there. Very good decision by him to find the player in the smoke. Unlucky by Lexi, not knowing whether his barrel was poking through.
Yeah, the 1v2, unfortunate for Lexi. His gun just sticks out in the worst position whatsoever. And because I'm not sure if it was intentional, but I don't think it was. He was using the ghost, so Lexi would have no idea where he was going to be shooting from. He just hears the gunfire, unable to see the tracers. And just off the back of that, Flaring with an impact clutch secures them a 4th round. Economy still in good standing and avoids that eco round, that eco thrifty.
And Kizuna now on the lead, 2-round lead. First buy round will be coming through for both sides, but now Kimmy, he does have the operator. He has invested into this big weapon, and if he finds an early pick, it will be good, but Josh gets the better of Styron and A main first. The B main, nothing will be coming out of B main, but the A main trade has already happened. DDHK are 1 man down. They have lost their info initiator. They have lost their Sova.
Oh, the read is wrong though. Kizuna, they're rotating most of the players towards A. There's 4 here to receive.
And it might be right though.
Actually, it might be right. I thought they were going to rotate towards the B side, but I think it's just the chamber that's going to fake a bit of noise towards B main. Let's see. I mean, they do have the option to pivot. Right? They just don't need to commit fully.
And the
flag, yeah. Advanced positioning. Gate, they want to push through this, prevent them from getting that catwalk tree position.
But Knife doesn't see anything from Flaring.
They are actually going to move in towards the better side for them. Just 1 player here to receive. Riza gets spotted out. The flash is perfectly done. He can't see a thing. Despite the alarm bot spotting out the positions, he himself cannot see a thing.
And now the spike plant will be coming through. Flaring does get the better of Brandon. And now 3v4 retake. The null command already used from the side of Kizuna. But now DDHK using their own one.
It buys so much time. They have no utility they can use. Nothing.
And now Cosmic Divide used from very far away. Trying to
only
get
thing
some
they
form of
have.
Space. Takes away the backside. Kizuna does have a plan of action. And Kimmy gets the first frag, makes it a 4v2. Flaring gets 1 more. Lexi will not be able to hold on, and Kizuna will be up to double digits.
Is this also another 5-0 start for Kizuna this time?
Oh my god,
They trade 5-0 starts on both sides of the defense.
The Kizuna in Kizuna stands for Kimmy, you know?
K for Kimmy.
K for Kimmy.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row. Exactly the same situation that we had on the first half, but in this time it's in Kizuna's favor. Can DDHK be the ones to adapt this time around? What is the read, right? Kizuna right now, they've just been playing solid Valorant, right? The reads have been pretty on point, despite them going down, losing Riza at the start of that take, and having a disadvantageous situation. The retakes, without much utility, just break the structure of DDK.
Yeah.
DHK.
DDHK, they did have the start of the round correct, but not failing the retake. Now Kimmy will find 1 frag onto Brandon.
Oh,
gets a second. Gets a second through the smoke and just tailwinds away before the knife explodes. So he does manage to get away scot-free with 2 kills. And now Frey will answer back in kind.
Yeah. Now they know that there's 1 more towards Catwalk and there's a couple of players towards the A main position. Josh here as the anchor, dodging the scan coming in. Lexi spots him out. That's information though, but they still have to enter the site. Shun's waiting for an early lure coming in. And with this smoke, they kind of try to sneak in towards the site. There's still a player. Josh here. There's so many players just surrounding him. He knows that there's 1 more in the smoke. And there's 1 more around the corner. Frey manages to connect on the shot.
And now Lexi and Josh, they are on site, yes, but they cannot plant at all yet because they do not have any form of information on top of Heaven or on top of A main. Behind them, A main, there's someone pushing them right now. Lexi is forced to plant and Shun just gets Frey. It's a 1v3 situation. Lexi is forced to do the impossible and will not be able to do so.
Nice attempt, at least to get the spike planted. I think it was a low buy regardless, so we don't really expect DDHK to come out with too much, a bit of damage, 2 players down. That's decent. So, I mean, at this point in time, it's 11-7. You need to get rounds, and it needs to start now. It's been 3 successful retakes coming in from Kizuna. It seems like they're pretty confident in their retake setups, despite one of the rounds not even having utility, right? They just double-peaked it together, and DDHK, I think they need to tighten up on their structure, right? Their post-plan situations, not the most ideal. They've been picked apart multiple times. Once one leg of their post-plan position gets taken down,
everything just falls apart.
It kind of just falls apart. There's a little gap here. There's too many angles to manage with. They looked really good in the first half, but I think they just need to polish up in some small areas, and they would have a pretty convincing attacking half as well. But kudos to Kizuna, right? Yes. They were able to adapt as well.
Definitely. I would say that's the Killjoy. That's the power of the Killjoy.
The power of the Killjoy? Yeah, because, arguable. Yeah.
Because when they were trying to attack A, the whole of B was just Killjoy utility alone watching the site, and the Killjoy was just sitting at mid just watching for retakes. So he was just there
to be honest, if you think about it, the Killjoy utility does provide information, but apart from that, not much, right? It is great information to have, but when the execute happens, the Killjoy hasn't found too much success. Like we saw Riza being caught off in the market before, right? When the execute came in, it wasn't really the Killjoy's, the fact that they picked the Killjoy that they won that round. It's because they had a good retake. And that's been consistent. Look at that, 3 rounds in a row. Let's see if they can replicate that. Retakes on Ascent, if you have a good setup, it can be pretty
yeah, and that was Josh too, pulling his best Lexi cosplay, just
cosplay,
chilling.
The anchor on the site.
Just anchoring on the site. And these controllers, man. Now, Kimmy.
Again,
Kimmy,
another opening kill.
Kimmy with the operator is proving to be a menace to these DDHK players. Pop Flash being forced out of Divine, and Flaring is still watching this angle. Divine being in this pivot location will not be found
they're
yet.
Pivoting towards A. This is Josh's domain. Gotta be careful. There's no one here to receive towards the catwalk tree position. And this Prowl is gonna review one of the positions of Divine. Flaring here to receive. Not gonna take the duels. Flashing out. Just buying himself a bit more time. They have a man advantage. You don't have to commit just yet.
I
say that, but Frey has lurked his way all the way towards the A side. Josh here to receive. All on him. Finds the first one around the corner. Lexi converts onto the other controller.
The cards have been revealed.
Yeah, the 3v3. Make that a 3v2. Flaring answers back with one of his own.
And it will be a very good retake situation for Kizuna as long as they can wait for their Killjoy to rotate over. And right now, 0 point has been used, not getting any information for now, but they know that no players are close by. Riza planning for the retake, turret already down. Flaring and Kimmy will be pushing through. Riza gets the better of Lexi, he's a 3v1, and it is an impossible situation once again for Frey.
What a recovery from Kizuna. 0 and 5, might I remind you guys. At the start of this half, it looked like DDHK were just gonna steamroll Kizuna out of the server. After a valiant performance Kizuna had up against what was the team?
Elusive,
right? That's 18-16 scoreline. It seemed like they were just gonna go out with a whimper, right? Kimmy didn't seem to be alive or awake in the server.
I think Kimmy just slapped the rest of his team.
And then, on the 6th round. The 6th round was the round. It was Kimmy with his 2 entries onto the B side with the knives. That was what kickstarted this insane streak. It's been 12 rounds to 2 in the last 14 rounds.
It's been the Kimmy show over here, and now Kimmy...
Again, the flash. Teamwork makes the dream work. Kimmy finds the opening frag, and he just rotates off. He's gonna be mobile. He's gonna be the elusive force, might I say, that is gonna be ever present towards the map. He was spotted here, but DDHK, they don't care. They just want to execute straight in. Hunter's Fury tries to clear out a bit of positions, but they will have the free sight for their taking. Kizuna going for that retake that they love so much.
And so much utility being used just to get control of site, which would mean that the retake would not be looking good for DDHK. Their post-plant positions, they will have to get much more aggressive, and they will have to find these frags.
Yeah, Styron's luck is everything. He's the one. He's the key in the round to unlock this for the side of DDHK. Kizuna already entering the side. Flaring finds another man advantage. It's 3s or 4. Sorry, 3s or 5. Siren finds 2 coming in from market. And he just needs to live. He just needs to live. Just needs to buy time for his teammates. No goes down. Flaring, another fantastic situation. Pops the no command into the smoke. Finds another one. 3 kills in a round. Divine up on bed. It's a 1v3. What can he do? Finds one more. Sticking the plant. Josh versus Divine for map point. for a victory! And DDHK off the back of Divine's clutch in a 1v3.
Holy, 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 holy. Divine, divine, divine. That was all him right there, but Styron, with that flank coming through onto the market side, he opened the
He
retake.
allowed Divine the opportunity of a clutch. And Divine took it with open hands, somehow managing to isolate all 3 kills. He was 7 and 16 before this round. Now he's 10 and 16, despite being at the bottom of the scoreboard, showing his impact in spades. And this time, 3-man aggressive push towards mid.
Nobody in B.
Yeah, same setup. You have the Killjoy utility just at the entrance of B. And Kimmy this time peering down the B link position. But the attack is coming in towards the B side and it's completely free for the taking.
And it's the same B site hit that we're seeing, but without the Hunter's Fury this time. But still, it's a 5v5
They don't trust it. Kizuna don't trust it whatsoever. They're still suspectful of a lurk coming in towards the mid position, but as we can see, no one's there. They have the Killjoy lockdown available as well. And they are going for a bit of a flank. So this is a full pincer effect coming in from Kizuna attempt. 3 players coming in from the flank.
This B main position is super pivotal when it comes to the defense. No command has been popped.
Oh, no ult.
Now Kizuna can't use his ult. Riza cannot use his ult. And now the trades are coming through.
One
DDHK, Lexi, only 1 player left. This is for match point. If he gets taken down, that's the round over there. Congratulations to Kizuna. Do they have time to defuse?
Yes,
and
definitely.
yes, they do. Congratulations once again to Kizuna for moving on towards...
What was this? 13 rounds to 2 or 3?
Yeah.
Once Kizuna found their footing, once Kimi
5-0.
started lighting up the server, they were unstoppable.
They
Everybody
only had 1 round on the second half.
Yeah, only 1 round the second half. And DDHK, try as they might, the first half seems so promising. Yeah, if you can see the timeline, that would be fantastic. Look at that, 3 rounds. 3 rounds to 13.
Kimmy. That was the Divine round that Divine had to clutch it up.
Yeah,
but Kimmy still had the first blood though.
Yeah, Divine had to pull all the stops in that one, and it was still not enough to continue that momentum. Kimmy just able to assert his dominance across the entirety of the map. So mobile, so proficient. Can we just take a look at the scoreboard to see his opening kills, perhaps?
7.
7. Again, a massive haul coming in from him. I mean, what a display. Brandon together with Frey only managing 5 between the 2 of them. And Kimmy by himself, just 7.
Kimmy.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give credit to Flaring as well. He suddenly had a resurgence in the second half.
Yeah.
Really turning up when his team needed him. And as I said, right, Kizuna, they just need 1 more player alongside Kimmy to really have a good game for them to really dominate the server. As you can see here, Kimmy together with Flaring. I mean, Josh, Shun, and Riza all had impactful rounds, but Kizuna, very resilient. They endured that overtime affair in the previous match, and this time
they pulled through.
They overcome that very damning start that they were faced up
5-0.
against.
It looks dire. It
looked
always
over.
looks dire. I think it's just style.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just style.
Just, they gotta give us something exciting, right? They can't go ahead and 13-0. They're not Mong style,
Yeah, we're gonna give you
style.
We're gonna give you a good game, and Kizuna will be moving towards the regional finals. So they will be up against Slay, $250 guaranteed for any team that is knocked out of the regional finals, but they will have the chance to represent Singapore versus Malaysia in the grand finals, which is a best of 5.
Now that is a match I want to watch, right? Kizuna versus Slay, and I don't think we're not going to be having that match here today, but we will be seeing these teams go up against each other later on in December in the second stage of this bracket. Once again, I'd like to give a huge shout out to all our sponsors who have helped us make this possible.
First off, we have our OSIM chair, the U-Throne V, the massage/gaming chair that is available for you to buy anytime. And if you're a gamer and if you need a good massage in between your gaming breaks, you want this chair. You want this chair. It's so good. You just plug it in and just use it. And of course, our other sponsors, we do have Reality Rift Arena. So Reality Rift will be a good LAN shop to go to if you're hosting this kind of competition, if you're going for a Valorant competition, or if you just want to play some LAN games in general together with your friends.
Grab a couple of friends, head down to the arena, play some games. Pretty fun there. Of course, our final sponsor, Dreamcore, right? Fantastic PC company. They've been providing great builds across the years.
Custom builds
both
as
of
well.
both of us actually own a Dreamcore PC ourselves. So hey, I mean, it speaks for itself. And yeah, I mean, again, going back to the matchup, congratulations to Kizuna, right? Valiant effort. It was a tough fight to get to this point, and really showing that this team has a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential to go far.
Kimmy.
Yeah, Kimmy!
I'm on the Kimmy train right now.
It was a Kimmy show today. I think every match that they played, Kimmy was just popping off. I think he had the highest ACS and highest kills in any of the matches that we observed today.
Yeah.
So, I mean, kudos to them. Slay and Kizuna are your top two teams in the Asia Esports Festival Singapore brackets. And just a recap on the Malaysian side of things, Zero, Maidens, as well as Nexga are the top two teams for the Malaysia side of the brackets. So these are your top 4 teams who will be battling each other out in the next stage of the brackets. If I'm not mistaken, it will be 18th of December. Yeah, so 18th of December, we'll see these teams again. So just to double check, we aren't seeing the finals of the Malaysia brackets. Is that correct? Yeah, they aren't playing today, correct? Yeah, okay, yeah. So we won't be seeing the grand finals for the Malaysian side of the brackets, but not to worry. Catch that on the 18th of December.
The next 2 weeks on the same day, 18th of December, on Sunday. So we will be streaming these 2 games live together with the grand finals as well. Singapore versus Malaysia. That will be a best of 5. That is a must watch.
The winner, or at least solidified champion of MYSG. Let's see who's going to be crowned that king, crowned that title, of course, together with 1,500 Singapore dollars. But I think that's it for us today. It's been a couple of interesting games. We had 13-0s, we had 18-16s. We've gone the whole distance, the whole spectrum.
The whole spectrum.
Some insane teamwork coming in from teams such as Elusive. We've seen insane individual plays coming in from multiple teams. Fantastic plays from every single team so far. Thank you for all the players who joined us today. Thank you for the production team behind the scenes working tirelessly to put this all together. Of course, thank you for the cast together with Mo Man right here. And I think we will be signing out for today. So thank you all for watching. We'll see you guys on the 18th of December. So stay tuned for that one. But that's it for us today. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
give up, kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni, ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan Sleepy, aku akan Gon, apa yang Gon? Pak tu, aku masih dekat pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam kan? Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan.
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah.
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat-dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Aku korang tidur
It just means that korang semua dah nak tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni muji juga
Biasalah, yang ni
spaceship.
What did you say? No!
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers. Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main. Mantap! Lurang memang mantap! Betul tak?
Going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So, before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. Especially nice guys.
Vader.
Your team destroyed a turret.
It's trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut. self-care or not care. Dare to turn up and unwind and try again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides in the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right? Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
musim.
Never said this began!
Hello the internet, I'm Phil Gornell, I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Set more beat for you, lying girl, it beats for two, and I've got your love, when I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peeking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peek